Probably both, yeah. Alright, sounds good.
They have good internet. They have fiber here anyway.
Hey, question done. Where are you? I just got it. 10 coaches.
I haven't heard anyone say otherwise.
They told us to cut down the shoes and stuff. How are you? Beautiful, beautiful bird.
That's it. Morning. That's good enough. All you need, yeah.
We can't go back to bed.
Brought the three.
Aho, Miigwetch. I bojo nenim. Ni gana benesten digo. Vision do tem. Ni goes bin cunning. Bonje ya. Where Miigwetch tagos near. Nagamonan we ni ma. Keep akone ge out. We sigo ge. You in the ma gomen. Kini mok angal. Jesus, kigagis tagis yok ma. Chikoni ganing. Miigwetch ge. Dinagi ge Jesus chige out ma so ge. Kigagis tagis yok ma. Ye, tigo ga nagos out. Koi main ma. Miigwetch mag. Nij ma. Kita siminaning chibakone ge out. Page gijin kazo. Fred Thomas and Rose Prince. So good morning, everybody. I want to say Miigwetch to the drummers and the songs and the pipes that were smoked. We were also informed this morning that the community elders did a sunrise ceremony for us, and I say Miigwetch to that. Also, they did a blessing for the items that you see here, and I'm going to turn the mic over to our two elders from the host community, Lac Seul First Nation, Fred Thomas and Rose Prince.
Bonjour, den we magen tuk. Na ka tega ba shaban kas. Minam ka tega ba kish mak sin toten. Kish Miigwetch ma amaga kanak shutating nongom. Ogi mak kanak. Miigwetch nandana. Miigwetch kanage go ma te kanak magapiot. Nagomo nange Miigwetch kinagego kami get manito kan pendak match Miigwetch nandan migo ma gasin tagyan ma nokming weskach swa Miigwetch nandaman ma nogom mago dinamagan tak magagisik. Swa Miigwetch nak manito bonjour dina manito Miigwetch we magan nagskutatin ogi makan nagskutatin Miigwetch nandan ma kenin bangi wichton sam Miigwetch
Miigwetch, Fred, Rose Prince. Kanma Asi. Aho, Miigwetch. We'll carry on with our welcome and opening remarks. I'd like to call upon our host chief, Chief Clifford Bull, Lac Seul First Nation.
Miigwetch, bonjour, kitenenem, kakina magayaik. Panama kenin Miigwetch dena, isama itu, spemeng, kana naga inang. Miigwetch dena, ma kina we ni agi takushiniek, skunigan. Actually, nu tashimak Kchi ak meja magage awat Nishnapek Gengi no jiko gitu tago min geni nunt ma mittigoje gimushka gomen as ik getok pipun de zikamen mi iwe mi gat yang joge makwe kamp king mi as a besnago pipun sek mi ie mi chega mamp kaugo me o chega gita napeneot e mushkang pichigo ko patseot mi as a chigistoang mi ie unakune geven Miigwetch tenak kagi nagamoat tegen maga tegen migonak sema atukanak sotaunanan kinagegonan maga tegen kinage maga pindigewat ugimakanak ugimakanesak kichiogema ukichita Pujondina. I look forward to fruitful discussions, positive discussions as we talk about our issues that plague our nations, particularly our nation. We've come a long ways. Next year marks 150 years of treaty. I have our treaty medal sitting over there, which was handed to Sagachaway. And then when John Cromartie signed the adhesion in 1874, it was passed on to him. Now I have the treaty medal here to symbolize the relationship we have with the Crown. That's sometimes bad, but sometimes good. And the need for them to not deny truth about our missing children, truth about the residential school, the atrocities that occurred with our people, the poverty we live in, the stealing of our lands. We have to hold them accountable. And let there be truth, reconciliation, and healing for our nation as we embark on another 150 years next year. Over on the wall there, I have a picture of a treaty. And in the front here are members with the drum. And we reenacted that photograph to the modern day. The flag is upside down when you look at that picture. To me, that's a symbol of a nation in distress, as if they had a premonition that bad things were going to come to Lac Seul. And they did. A lot of terrible things have happened here. But we're resilient, as we all are, as all our nations are. We're a resilient people, and we will prosper as the Creator meant us to be. Miigwetch.
Miigwetch, Chief Bull, I'd like to acknowledge Wichita, Francis Kavanaugh for opening address.
Miigwetch, Iganebenes, son coming in Digo, Namendo Tem, Tikamewaning, Donji, the so meteo, habiting ishibe meteo. Ke ni bago shimoining stibendagos, ke ni metiga magong. Aha, Miigwetch tininem, Uma, Hagi Pitagush nego, Bijigo Kang, Ishinikate. Miigwetch, where Gamakan, Chief Clifford Bull, where Kiinandang, Machibe Koviting, Miigwetch ke dina kija we ni panegi totago men amagi bijaeng Miigwetch kija ge na ye Miigwetch ge na go kagi pakini ge at gitati zimea ma bijigo kang is nika temaga Miigwetch dinag ke Miigwetch ge na go kawitabin widabin nangwa tewe ganag keo gue ininiog kamate at keo gabe pa bibag in damagweng pimati sibin wegi machi amat nagamonan keo noe Miigwetch ge nag ijat sokan yongin noe we kabatakin we nishnabe bimati sin kib minijang we tewe ganag pa ganag keo noe migone keo nan keo noe migone wa konan Miigwetch din ditanan ge ne. I just want to say how grateful I am to be here today. I want to say Miigwetch to Chief Clifford Bull for his opening comments. Also, I want to also recognize his always his and his community. They're always generosity when we come here. Miigwetch for that. I would also say Miigwetch for all of you who are in attendance at this today at this gathering. Miigwetch magi bijaeg, and I guess I have we did made some opening comments I got down here. Miigwetch kenge nagugoe kagi inen damat chip mi toat we kikitoy ni niog mine chairperson Don Jones Miigwetch ke Eric ke oete toshkati ziminan Echo Davis Miigwetch kegin for agreeing to co-chair this meeting. Anyways, good morning everyone. I would like to acknowledge the elder for their prayers this morning, the drum, and all the items we have with us today. I would like to thank Chief Bull and the community of Lac Seul for volunteering to host our fall assembly this year. The theme of this fall assembly is celebrating sustainable development. As we recover from the worst pandemic I've ever been, very proud to see so many of us achieve development goals for our communities. Every day, it seems that I am invited to an opening, a celebration, and the beginning of a project. I see on the agenda that we'll hear updates on OFNLP, sovereign wealth, transmission lines, and the highway twinning. Of course, we will also hear of the many opportunities being created by our chiefs, committees, constituent council. I am so proud that the Anishinaabe Nation in Treaty 3 is taking real steps towards determining our own future. Although many times we tend to focus on the struggles we face, we must also take a moment to reflect on how much we have accomplished. As I enter the final year of my term as a Gichita, I am so glad to see so much of the work we have been doing bring so much back to our communities. There are many things that we will see completed in the next year. I am reminded that next year will be the 150th anniversary of the signing of the Treaty 3. On the occasion of the 125th signing of the treaty, Jane Stewart, on behalf of Canada, presented replica treaty medals that basically said that Canada was reasserting the treaty. These assemblies always provide us with an opportunity to discuss issues as a nation, and I am eager to hear from the people and receive direction from leadership on where we want to go. I thank you for taking the time to journey to be here, and hope that we'll all have a great weekend. With that, Miigwetch. Also, I want to say it's always our custom that we introduce new leadership to the table. I want to direct your attention to right across from me is Chief Terry Allen from Miigwetch. Terry.
Miigwetch, Wichita. As usual, I'm joined by Eric Fisher, who's going to assume the duties as well. Grand Chief has acknowledged also Echo Davis from the Youth Council, be mentoring and taking notes, and eventually one of these days, he'll be replacing both Eric and I. Maybe Eric first. Carry on with the agenda. We have the Treaty 3 commemoration. Can I ask the economic staff to come forward? Okay, so we're going to do a ceremony to do a grand entry first, led by our Ogichita, Song Kamaginang. Ask leadership to join if you can.
the drums, the staffs, everything. The trees, everything.
Aha, aujourd'hui, non, de magnetok. As was mentioned this morning, the Lac Sioux First Nation elders performed a sunrise ceremony. At that time, they also acknowledged the food, the water, all the items here. And so we wanted to inform everyone that those protocols have been taken care of. Couple housekeeping items. As this is a national assembly, the rules are in your packages. If you want to speak, I'm told by the technicians that please use the mics and speak directly into the mic as close as you can without spitting on it. I'll call upon the economic staff for Treaty 3 commemoration. Is it Gary Allen?
Bonjour, Jean Gabo and Nego. I think I know them. Nigusman and Conning Nandoji. Gary Allen, I'm the Senior Political Advisor and the CEO for Treaty 3 Investment Group. I would like to introduce the Treaty 3 commemoration, but first I just want to apologize to the Economic Chiefs Committee. I know that we had a lot of items on our plate and our agenda yesterday, and this is one of the ones that we had omitted. So my apologies to the to the chiefs. And as part of this discussion, I think is also we are looking for feedback from all 28 chiefs with respect to the work that we are undertaking for Treaty 3 commemoration. So when we brought this issue to the chiefs back in March, we asked the chiefs, how would you like to commemorate the signing of the treaty in the 150 years of treaty? And all I heard was crickets. And so what we did was we decided that we would speak with our staff and other groups, constituent councils, to get their feedback on what they would like to see in terms of the work that we need to undertake for the next year, and to work with all of our partners, considering federal government and provincial government. And so today we will present you with those findings. And I'd like to introduce these two young individuals. So go easy on them, right? So that's their first time. So I'll introduce Haley Krolik and Drake Crossan. So I'll pass it over to Haley, and she'll lead us in this conversation. Miigwetch.
Oh, is this working? There we go. I'm okay. Let's use this. Okay, so what you'll see in front of you, so we passed out the proposal. So like Gary was saying, this is everything that we've heard so far from staff. So what we heard mainly was that the number one thing that everybody would like to do to commemorate the 150 signing was to hold a large Treaty 3 gathering. So there would be 4 throughout the year. So for that, so the gathering, here, Drake, do you want to
Then we just recently had some discussions on September 22nd with some of the managers from Treaty 3, and we just went over the proposal as well, and then they gave their recommendations to add to the proposal. And so I'll start off with task number 2, the repatriation. And this would be to get a delegation to go down to Ottawa to get the original treaty document from the archives and to make sure it is securely transported back into Treaty 3. We should also recognize and honor all our past treaty signers and have all the former Grand Chiefs to come out to these gatherings. We should also emphasize on cultural and traditional ways of life that our ancestors used to live, showcase how strong and resilient our people are, and for our love for the land. We should also show people how we used to travel around Treaty 3, such as old travel routes or portageways, and then how did these people travel back in the day versus how they do today. We also want to make sure to involve ceremony in the process, to ask the ancestors about the treaty coming home, and to ask for guidance for the appropriate way to bring the treaty back. Honor all our current leaders, drummers, elders, Fred Kelly, and all the other elders, and everyone to currently plays a part in the success of Grand Council Treaty 3. The gathering will be throughout the year and will be ensured to celebrate all our great leaders throughout. We are looking to bring back the treaty into possibly a Treaty 3 museum, but we'll look to gather partnerships so that we could house the treaty in a safe place for the time being. We'd also be looking for archaeologists in Treaty 3 that would be design specific programs that are geared towards teaching the youth, and that'd be under task 2. And so I'm going to go into task 3 for the communications piece. We will look to have merchandise developed, and we'll have them given out at booths set up at powwows all across Treaty 3. We'll look to get information on who were the original treaty signers and all the background history behind the treaty. And this will also get students to share this message and to teach people about the treaty history, and then also just showcasing the original signers and their lineage. We would also honor all the Grand Chiefs in the past by giving them gifts for all the hard work and dedications throughout our history. Would be giving out eagle feathers to all the chiefs and elders. And we'll also look to get the original treaty medals and pipes that were gifted to the signers at that time. Then we'll also be looking to see the Canada Archives to see if they also have the treaty medal in them so that we could access that for our gathering. And also more education piece on the importance of all our eagle feathers and the treaty Aboriginal rights, and build an education and curriculum that will encapsulate all this information. We're also looking to possibly place some highway signage all across Treaty 3 to commemorate this. And then now going to be going into task number 4, which will be actually planning the treaty gathering. And it was suggested that we would host 2 meetings in each direction, and we'll look to secure these dates in the future. We're looking to develop a plan how these treaty gatherings will commence at these further meetings. And yeah, the gatherings will be hosted throughout the year, and this will also be to encapsulate all the seasonal changes and the cultural teachings that go with every single season. And then we'll also look to get government departments and ministries to pitch in funding and volunteer efforts to help out with our gathering. And this will be to ensure to give positive PR for the governments and showing their positive partnerships with the First Nations. And then we're moving on to step number 4. Number 5 here, sorry. The strategic analyst and Anakagewin implementation. And this, we were determining to see how are people getting their citizenship, and also funding for genealogy for the families from all the treaty signers. And we'll look to get the cultural lineage, where it came from, and all those family histories that are tied to the treaty. And then we'll also be looking to, as I was saying, we're looking to host that meeting in the near future so we get more of that information for the gatherings. And then I'll pass it back to Gary here.
So, in terms of the discussion, with the repatriation of the treaty document, we know that the original treaty is sitting in a museum in Ottawa. So, and it used to be sitting at Lake of the Woods Museum in Kenora. And so I think there was difficulty. We didn't know, first of all, that they had moved the document from Kenora to Ottawa. And so it takes a considerable amount of work and effort to be able to I guess, have access to the document. And when it does return to Treaty 3, it does have to be in a climate-controlled environment. And so our preference is we like to have our people have access to the document. And we have to make a decision if we're going to make sure that the document is available to each individual community during the next year, or if we just keep it in one location. So that's part of that, and so we're looking for your feedback in terms of, these are some of the ideas that our managers and our staff have come across, and in speaking with some of our constituent councils too, and for input. And so, we want to center that around some of the community events like the powwows, and really look at showcasing our communities, right? And also even going so far as to produce a video, right, on our communities, so that that would be great for tourism, and then also the the economic benefits to our region as a result of the work today. And so I don't know if you want to add anything.
Yeah, I think another big piece to this too is commemorating a piece of art as well, so making sure that those artistic pieces are incorporated. So we were working with the Youth Council. They had another really great idea to do like a vendor market that would showcase some youth artists in the area too. So I think that's another really important piece to the proposal as well.
So with that, we'd like to hear from communities if this is what they envision for the treaties, commemorating the treaty for next year. Miigwetch.
Chief Kopanes.
Mishkwabnin Dishnakaz, Makwanan Dodam, and Anishinaabe and Dow. I want to, of course, acknowledge the drums, our elders. Miigwetch Francis, it's good to see you. I think last time I was at an assembly, I was staff 6 years ago. Honored to be here as a chief. I'm a new chief, so I'll speak quickly and humbly. Again, honored to be here with my peers. When I worked, and I was blessed to work with National Chief Sean Atleo, I was blessed to be able to work as the advisor to the National Committee on Treaties and Treaty Implementation. One of the ideas that they always had that never seemed to take off was a day of action, and not necessarily a day of protests or a day of marching, but a day of treaty action, of actually practicing treaty rights. And I think many of you have seen my correspondence, my emails, my own battle, both on one front against racism. It seems like all kinds of systemic racism. But on the other hand, the battle for the environment. And, you know, I've only been home a year and a half, and I can't believe how much has changed, even being in Sioux Lookout, and how much habitat has been cleared out. And all you have to do is drive in any road in any direction in our territory, and you'll see the habitat destroyed. There's barely any habitat left intact, and they leave buffers all over the place. So it looks fine, but you just have to drive in about 50 yards and you'll see clear cutting, aggregate, exploration, path clearing, everything, drilling. Every direction from Dryden to Fort Francis to Onigaming. I worry in particular there's a day that if they do destroy our drinking water in our lakes in Onigaming, we won't be able to practice. And that's where we purposely build our home for the sake of our sustenance and for the implementation of our treaty rights. So I just wonder if maybe it's an opportunity, October 3rd next year, 363 days from now, to encourage all of our citizens to go out. And it doesn't matter if there's an aggregate pit or if there's, but go out and exercise your rights and go down these provincial roads and forget their signs. We're grateful that the province just took down the Cameron Gold sign on Cameron Lake. We're actually going to ask Anishinaabe, the nation, if we could buy a sign and put it up right in front of theirs. But it's come down. So again, I worry there's a day that our young people, and I just on September 30th, I just spoke to our children in our school and I told them that I'm chief to them. And I'm going to fight against every development to save their lakes and their territory so that they're able to practice their treaty rights the same way that all of our ancestors have from time immemorial in this area. So, Miigwetch, we'd be the first, we'd welcome at our powwow to host the Treaty 3 documents. I've always wanted to see them. Yeah, I'd love to see some more activity and encouragement, especially amongst our young people. Miigwetch.
Miigwetch, Chief.
Miigwetch, Chief Kopanes. I just wanted to add a bit to the presentation this morning. When I came back in 2016, one of the first efforts I tried to engage in was to feast the treaty document itself. previously, when I was Grand Chief over 20 years ago, I used to be able to take the document out from the museum and go to Ojashkonigam and feast the actual treaty. And I'd go back again in the fall, and then when I came back, it was no longer possible that we could do that. Told me it wasn't possible, and then later on we find out that they had it shipped to Ottawa, and then we immediately took steps to repatriate the document back to the Treaty 3 area. But now we're in discussions that it might even come back to us, the Anishinaabe people of Treaty 3. But what we need to do is, like Gary said, we need to develop a place to hold it, a climate-controlled setting. Right now, too, it's encased in glass kind of a case. But right now, I was speaking to the Laurie Nelson, that's the curator at the Kenora Museum, that they're in the process of taking it out of that container it's in now, because I guess it's not really a good place for it to be. It may deteriorate even faster if it's contained in there. So that's what they're doing before they ship it back to Treaty 3. I spoke with Laurie on Saturday in Manitou Rapids. And then with respect to Day of Action, you know, first time around when I was Grand Chief again, we did a fish in Kenora to assert our treaty rights. We set nets in front of the MNR offices in Kenora. You know, we broadcast through the media that we were going to assert, because there was a lot of harassment with respect to Ojashkonigam fishers. You know, they were harassed by MNR officials and this and that. So we advised MNR that we were going to do a fishing. We set up nets, and then they didn't do nothing. They watched us from the shore with their binoculars as we set nets, and watched us again to lift nets the next day, and they never did anything. And then we did, on another occasion, we developed a plan to do a fish-in at Manitou Rapids because of the problems with the sturgeon fishery, and then even shots fired from the American side. And you know, we had a special meeting, a special chiefs meeting we had in Thunder Bay. You know, I think we cost upwards of $100,000 to develop a strategy how we were going to do that. But in the end, that some of us, I guess, didn't agree that we should do that, because it was in the best interest of our future if we I guess, tried to treat our neighboring communities with some respect. But that's how it fell apart, you know. But we were there already. I was there, and I was going to be out on the ice to do that and this and that. So we've had on occasion done the Day of Action, you know. And anyways, I just want to fill that in. And also, with respect to the 105th anniversary, we had a signing of the treaty. I was Grand Chief back then, and what we did that time was, I don't really remember all the things we did, but we held a powwow at Eagle Lake First Nation at their arena. We invited both levels of government to the gathering, and our sister and brother organizations in Ontario. They came and joined us to celebrate. And at that time as well, the minister of the day was Jane Stewart. She, on behalf of Canada, reasserted Treaty 3 and issued each chief a replica medal. So here I am again on the 150th anniversary, of signing of the treaty, so I'll be 96 when we do the 175th, so how miigwetch.
Miigwetch, okechita. Leona McGinnis, proxy for Rainy River. First, Chief Kopanes.
Bonjour. Neno ka sindigo, tik no tem. Mi ajuga mengui me. Miigwetch mon dinagwe magaunchiat. Wichigo kang. Arishna ayaw mando temik. Wegen dene magnetagi kitu. Miigwetch dinagwe. Wega just jige going. No gam you kobiting. Nigego ashu oe ka sistema going. Wege skute maguching. Wega wewe niga ne ndamo atige ska basic. Wege ga abiga ujitat. We ja shemi going. Kinigego no ga jigishigak. Wetish da nitibachim. Ma ai minimigocha awaya a. Dene magan. Kabeh kanang ete kabonjat ka pijinat ma aweh poagan. Wetish ke go ma dani nitibachim. Wetish awe shagana shimon gabachitum. Hello, it's Chief Other Kopanes from Oshagamis Bay. I just want to acknowledge all the items here and the community for their hosting the gathering here with the chiefs. What I wanted to acknowledge was and share with you is my dad's aunt from Warroad, Donald is here with the pipe. And my dad's great-grandfather was Akwebenes, and he was one of the 4 brothers that were in the region of Roseau. So my dad used to brag about his great-grandfather having 4 wives until the Queen came down and told him he couldn't do that anymore. But I acknowledge Donald for bringing the pipe down, because that's his mom. And we also would like to get together with him sometime and do the family tree with him, because when you have 4 wives and 4 other brothers, I don't know how many wives they had, so I don't know where all the Kopaneses are. And the one sitting to my right here, he's my relative as well. But Miigwetch dina for those pipes that were lit today. Miigwetch for the planning of the 150 years celebration for the treaty signing. The other note I would like to also mention is the royal proclamation that was done in 1763. So the Queen's subjects at the time had to make sure that the subjects wouldn't just squat everywhere in the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe here. So the Crown made sure that that wouldn't happen. So we still have that. And I was wondering if we can include that into our celebration, because that's one of the most important things here is before the treaties were signed. So that is a very important part, because they went back on their word, and we have to let them know that nothing has changed at our end. We did not surrender. So we have to empower our people, our chiefs, our women, the women did not touch the treaty. That's the other thing. So we really have to start addressing who we are, that all the lands here are ours. I was at the gathering with the Treaty 1 and 11. They also are going to do the same. And I understand that they're going to have the gathering next year in Treaties 1 and 2. So I hope we're all there together as one, not just the 235 chiefs, but we need the other 400 chiefs to get what we want back, our land. We need our land back. And I think that's where the issue lies. All our resources are being taken. So before Canada plans to do anything else with our lands, we must stand our ground. Miigwetch.
Miigwetch, Chief Kopanes, Leona McGuinness.
Bonjour. Bonjour, I'm Leona McGuinness. I'm standing in for my nephew, Chief Robin McGuinness. And I know he's probably listening to me, so I have to behave. But the 150 years has to be something meaningful, historical, and what I would like is to see is something that's mobile, that goes to every one of our communities, and that teaches, our communities about what it could have been like, what it was like before Canada, imposed all of those things upon us forcefully. And the important part is the hereditary leadership that was there for us. Because all the chiefs that signed for me, the chiefs that signed for our communities, were all hereditary chiefs. And that was taken away by the Department of Indian Affairs. So our young people don't even know, And I wonder where would we be today if we were still that strong hereditary leadership? Let us imagine where we would be today. Because when you look at it, we are subjects, of Britain yet. And Canada, we're wards of Britain and Canada yet today because they imposed, and took everything away from us. That's what I would like to see. And, it's probably not going to be in my lifetime, but and it may never be in anybody else's, but, to get back our own type of leadership. Being elected councillor, restricts me from being myself. And you all know me, okay? You all know me. I've been at this table, as a staff for many, many years. And the last time I was here for a Treaty 3 Chiefs Assembly was when Eli Mandaman was Grand Chief, and I had to go across on a ferry, So that's many years ago. I feel like a dinosaur today, but a nice one. So that's what is really important for us, is that we understand, what our chiefs wanted when they signed that treaty, eh? And Miigwetch.
Oh, Miigwetch. Chief Wobster.
Komandaiket Miigwetch for the protocols that to start this important meeting, and the elders that have spoken to get this started. We kitchen chikatek we misin ikan kagyushbi ikatek meusha I mi ue aninin ke chiking chipe ki ue doing mi ue misen igan. This document that we're talking about that was signed 150 years ago, that's a big part of our, our life, because it was signed by Treaty 3 chief at the time. Everybody's, I think hopefully all Canada knows about that history, that kind of history, but definitely we know that history. So I would like to see this document, come to our territory. It's our turn to keep it for 150 years. It should be at a location where it's permanent for 150 years, and that's what I'm thinking about right now. Who signed, who said it's got to be in Ottawa or it's got to be in a museum. Is there a document that says that? So I think it's an important matter. We as chiefs need to push for that. We need that document. It's our turn to keep it. It has to do with everything, reconciliation. More importantly, it has to do with treaty. See, again, it's not. That's not treaty relations. When they get to keep it and they lend it to us, for a week or so. It's our turn. They'll give it to us for a bit, and they take it back. But that's not treaty, and we need to push. We need to push for that change. It's about time we need to do these big areas. The treaty, I don't think it was signed, for our people to go to residential schools. I don't think it was signed to, the way government has been, treating our people for the past 150 years. I don't think it was about that. It was about fairness. So I think that we need to really start moving, and show our authority in this area. Mr. Goya, I just want to say that, but today, Miigwetch keeps into it.
Miigwetch, Gamakan. Chief Adities.
Bonjour. Menwe gonna be condition because Wajash can do them. Wajash can do them. Get you on donji. But they gone the shit agui. Koi Chibogagi get on Miigwetch tagos. Miigwetch in the Nagima. Kagi pakinige otimanongum. Get zimi on magagi na matabioti Miigwetch yag. Kagi pakinige ot. No yeg de weganag. The Miigwetch yag de weganagi magabiot. Nagamonan ni Miigwetch tunan. The Miigwetch yag we bogan. Shkay got the shinda magimanongum. Manitu mazina egan. Ninan gishi kino mago menti kitchwanong. Isn't got egg ear. Manitu mazina egan ear. Chapiten dagot. Panengi pinig on anig ngeg. Get the ziminanig. Gishi canon in Angitoya, Gitashan the Moth, me, that treaty. It is share, as you know, I attend the Manamanongum, or I get the Mung. A pitcher, chapiten dagok ear. Me ma, count your mat saying, Nibiogego. Jijuwi tu kating, kagi on chitangi bi gategi. Emtigu shagi magagi ao ga otsago gabe. Jiji tu kating, ie. Kagi on chitangi bi gateg. Bi butchke gubi shise. Migeni neshnana gatenda man manu. Jibi jegi echigatig oma. Ginenjiganenda mang. Chabachit doing sago. Niabachitu nindiga unjian kitchiwanong. Mie manetu mazina igan. Chikinamang ito. Itiga unjiot. Noshkyo nishnaben sage. Chikenda muat ye pitendagok. Nyayatash. Niemtigu jim ge. Gekandam. Nibio kiunituat ye. Nishnaben win. Ashna kikipapin enimigomen gabi. Mitchegan jugue. The Nishnabe mashna mi guys kina might get no kumis sangi go yapane. Higagi gituin. Kiganishnabe. Gitanishnabe. Be a panagini gan situ good. Mitchegan. Miigwetch came on the now ogema. Chief Bull. Giain and get the ma. Oegi we took in and get the wegi like a migizing no gum. Oegi moundu bitting. Miigwetch dena. I just wanted to say Miigwetch to our items, to the drums, to all our elders that did the opening, and to the songs, to our Chief Bull for hosting, and to his First Nation for allowing us into their territory to have our important meeting here today as a nation. I say Miigwetch to you as well. And I was sharing in my language our teachings around the treaty. My grandparents, our Ngitiziminanig, our elders from Lac La Croix called the treaty Manitu Manizanaigan, meaning it signifies how powerful that document is. And I think the treaty is probably one of the most fundamental documents that was signed by our Anishinabeg and Canada to establish that relationship. It was intended to be a nation-to-nation relationship. That was the purpose of it. And the 150 years forthcoming, I think, is a very significant day. And I know, I would hope and I would recommend that we do things collectively across our territory on that day with this treaty returned and repatriated back to us, because it's very symbolic in many ways. And I also want to acknowledge the pipe that sits here that's been brought by Donald Kakagizik from Moore Road. I acknowledge that pipe as well, and it's how symbolic it is to us in our treaty relationship. I think that day needs to be an assertion of our nation-to-nation relationship, because I know as a First Nation in Lac La Croix, as a new chief, I think one of the things that's become very obvious to me is our continued strained relationships with some ministries in the province, and then also some federal. We have some issues federally. And the amount of, when I speak about this, I speak about our agreement that we have in my territory when it comes to our lands and Quantico Provincial Park. And I bring that here because to me, that's an example of what happens when there's a breakdown in not asserting our rights. They start to push and they start to infringe on our rights. And I think that 150 years day is a really important day for all of us in our territory. And I welcome that treaty document in my community. I would love to see it there because it is Manitu Mazanaigan. And I want to bring it to my community and have a celebration with my community with that document. And teach our young people about the importance of our rights under that treaty. So, Mia, those are my thoughts about that. Miigwetch.
How? Agama. Miigwetch agama kan. Chief. Chief Darlene.
Bonjour. Pogunejiguk Tijnikaz, Hatik Dotem, Kazagate Gamag Donji. I'm Chief Darlene Cummigan from Northwest Angle 33, and I come from the Caribou clan. First of all, I wanted to acknowledge all the traditional items, the drums, the eagle staffs, the feathers, and the pipes, and acknowledge the Grand Chief for the meeting here, and Chief Bull for welcoming all the constituents and delegates to the Lac Seul community. Very beautiful community, what I saw of it anyway. With respect to the 150-year anniversary of the signing of the treaty, I think it's important that we remind the government that what we signed back then, and you know, I feel like they're forgetting about what they promised, and they're developing all these new contribution agreements or agreement and principles, and totally, you know, I don't know what the word I'm looking for here, but it's kind of derailing from what we had signed, and you know, they're forgetting who we are, that we are a treaty partnership, and they still continue to dictate to us what they think that we need, or you know, like they're taking away the resources that we had lived with over the past years before they came into our land. You know, fishing. Take fishing. They're slowly taking that away and imposing their legislation on us. And, you know, I agree with Chief Aditis that we have to start training our youth on the treaty, because I think their thoughts are being eroded by, you know, outside influences, especially like Facebook and, you know, the internet and all those things that, you know, they're forgetting their traditional ways. And, you know, I've read excerpts from journals written by historians about what happened back in the day when, after they signed the treaty, you know, our chiefs were waiting and waiting and waiting for those allotment of lands. They were starving our people before they even started adhering to what they had promised us. And it's still happening today. You know, we're not dumb. We have to remind them, you know, what should have been happening. Anyway, that's all I want to say. If I have anything more, I'll raise my hand later. Miigwetch.
Miigwetch, Ugamakan. Chief Red Sky.
Testing. Miigwetch, can you Dijnakaz, Wapshi Dodam, Show Lake number 40, Dunji. just want to acknowledge the items that are here in front of us here this morning. The drum, the singers, thank you for the ceremony that happened prior to our arrival, starting us off in a good way. A couple of comments. Chief Copenas already talked about resources, asserting our rights. And I guess what I want to kind of touch on is the education and the identity piece for our young folks. I know we discussed yesterday the mapping, the GIS there, and we identified that we should track where our rice fields are in our communities, our migration routes, and that applies also. We used to, like Shoal Lake 40, we used to go to Shoal Lake or North of Stangle 37, 33, and the portage is there. I would like to track that and capture that so our young people know. We used to go visit our families by way of canoe and portage and all that stuff, so it's important for me to see that tracked and made available to our communities. There's one thing I learned there in 4 years doing my work for mental health. It is identity, loss of identity. We can only do so much at our community level to teach our young people the history of Shoal Lake 40, and in fact, we just put in a proposal there, and we got confirmation. It's a project, it's a video project where we're going to be capturing the stories from our elders. We're losing that knowledge, and we want to make it digital to be part of our education system. It's going to be available to our schools, and we're trying to capture as much knowledge as we can. And on a bigger scale, when it comes to the treaty, we're celebrating 150 next year. We have to start thinking about the future 150. And it's so important that identity is addressed. Again, that's when it comes to mental health and our social issues, that and the work we did with our organization, that was the number one, was the identity and the culture. Our kids are losing that at a fast pace. So when you look at this proposal moving forward, I would like to see our communities, all of our elders provide that knowledge so we can have it not only with the document, but held at a museum or wherever we're going to identify to hold the document to begin with, but so people can come and learn, not only for Shoal Lake 40, but if I want to go to learn more about Wabascang or another community, it's there, it's available. We need to preserve that information, not only the document, but just the learning material that, and the knowledge that's out there. So I don't know how realistic this is, but you know that guy that wears the white gloves and carries the Stanley Cup around to towns and communities? Maybe we should identify somebody who's responsible for that document, and not only that, but to provide the presentations like during our treaty days. Again, sharing the knowledge that they're learning from other communities. Let's make it available not to individual communities, but as a nation. So I'd like to see someone identified to fulfill that responsibility. Oh, Miigwetch.
Oh, Miigwetch, kumakan. Chief Scott.
Okay, good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me? Is it good now? Okay. Okay, good morning. Pitan Kutnijnikas, Pijio, Dotem, Dogumakanyu, Wapsamunk. I guess one of the things that we're working on at the Grand Council with the Board of Directors, I think I'll just maybe go ahead and let cat out of the bag, so to speak. A couple of weeks ago, we had a board meeting where we decided to fast track the construction of a Grand Council Treaty 3 office building. The plan is to have, I believe, 50 to 60 offices in this new building. It's going to be to the specs of the Kenora bylaw, which is 4 stories high maximum but the plan is to sort of build outwards so that we're able to accommodate more staff in that building. And also the plan is to also build a sub-office in the Fort Francis area as well, because I understand that the Fort Francis office is getting filled to the brims as well. So we'll most likely be discussing options of having 2 offices built over the next couple of years. But the the plan is we're doing an expedited not exercise, but an expedited process where we're actually going to be breaking ground in the spring, and by the time the celebration of October 3rd, 2023 comes around for the 150th anniversary, we'll have a frame of a building up so that there's an indication that an office is going up. And once the building is completed, we'll certainly have an option to have maybe a room set up for that document to be properly stored and displayed, controlled climate as well. And to go on to what Chief Red Sky was saying about potentially having somebody dedicated to keeping this document and traveling around with it, maybe that's one task that the economic staff can do, is possibly having a display case developed that can go around to the Treaty 3 community, so that that case is, how would you say, properly capable of holding that document, so that it doesn't, as they say, deteriorate while being transported, because obviously, sort of like the Vatican, they have their documents stored in a controlled environment, so that's most likely what we'll have to do with this document that was also signed. So there's an option that we're going to be using, which is the ministerial zoning order, meaning once we get the green light from the Kenora City Council, we're going to use the ministerial zoning order to cut all the red tape out so that we can eliminate the need to fill out all these permits, all these applications. So something that would have taken probably 2 or 3 years before we even broke ground, with this new MZO, we're able to break ground a lot sooner. So we're hoping that the elections that are coming up for Kenora is favorable, and it's looking like there's going to be a new mayor. So that's definitely an up for Treaty 3, because it never really worked out that the current mayor there, and it looks like the perhaps half or more than half the council, city council, will be replaced as well. So things are looking up. It's looking like we're going to be having some good team players finally in Kenora. So I look forward to that, and then I also look forward to the 500th anniversary. Miigwetch.
Miigwetch. Grad Chief will be 496 years old. Miigwetch Khan. So we're going to wrap up the discussion.
So we'll take that information back with us to incorporate it within the proposal. Just for your information, we are looking for a record of decision later today to support the work that we are undertaking. So I think there's more questions.
Miigwetch. Chief Arnold Gardner, and then Chief Brian Perrell.
Bonjour. Business Indigo, most later, Jesus Grimace, Arnold Ndejnikas, Eagle Noji. Miigwetch Snogum, where Kajiminigo is in Teginin ken snabewing. Wege me snanik, nok me snanik. Ewigenak. Wege geunam. Geunam. Wege ugitstawi uka. Pocket. Can I go as me negotiating? Miigwetch tagas. Wege an snabek magata atma. Wege wiba. Chief Paul. Kinosigo kinam Miigwetch nininem. Oe nanagite indam gini pane kibe oe munitumzinegen. Magini batabian kibe azam biznok nishnavik. No makeni tegata gizezegen. Gchapitinda na oe munitumzinegen. Skatus igiken damen kenishnabe igiwej megomen. Apse tanigwe nibutamen oe munitumzinegen. Oetiski evina emetigojak. Weginin gajin kwetogok anishnabek. Yetigi virgin gamkin. Nogum gineguma kimacha ugamaka queen. Nogum dishmogus son nogum king pitin dogzim. Bigie Agia stebi mot we munitumzinegen. Skatus igiken damen genishnabewing apche. Ikte ongomzimen. Mebdugego ki mosatamang shoendin. Igivichana nekumagagi pitukshnat merja. Keni ipinanundogok kikagi to chatishnabek. Hey, umagin batabian na ichinanagitendo. Ibiugego enji kitohan iwej megomen. Pagi game tigoji. I want to speak in English. That myself, the way I look at the treaty, and the beautiful thing that our people advocated 150 years ago. But even beyond that, where did the treaty come from? It came from inherent rights from the Creator. That's where it came from, a long time ago. But today, we sit with a lot of things. All the things that we advocate as Anishinaabe people, but our rights to health, our rights to education, our rights to economic development, our rights to our land, our rights to the gifts that we were given as Anishinaabe people in terms of fishing, trapping, hunting, them things. But what I want to share with you is this. That the truth is coming out. The truth of what happened to our children in residential school, and many other truths where we got, in my mind, shafted, maybe even yet today. That bothers me. But we're very resilient people, strong people in our communities. Despite the blocks that have been there where we've been, as far as I'm concerned, we were cheated. Just given enough for us to fail, but we're getting stronger. You have to deal with that truth. And the big one, again, is the child welfare one. The children, what happened to them? Was that a treaty right? It really bothers me. In terms of the housing shortages that we have in our communities, that really bothers me. We have a right to an education. We need to house our children properly. We need to tell them the truth. The other day I was watching on TV on the Orange Day celebrations that we had. The Prime Minister had tears in his eyes. That's what I mean by the truth. I just want you guys to think about that. And commemorating 150 years, the truth. We're stronger and stronger and stronger. And our young people are going to lead the way in the future. Miigwetch.
Miigwetch, Magabakan, Chief Peril.
Miigwetch Don, Bonjour, Sagachoe, Indigo, Bijou Totem, Kuching Donji. First of all, I too would like to acknowledge all the protocols and sacred items that are here with us, those spirits here to help guide us. Miigwetch for all the sacred items, Miigwetch for the prayers that were, and the songs that were rendered this morning. Miigwetch for all these things, Miigwetch to Chief Bull for hosting us here. And when Chief Bull mentioned Chief Sagachoe, I mean, I'm humbled to have that spirit name, Sagachoe, and I see it on the treaty, on the signature page of the treaty, Sagachoe, and also the chief that brought our community into treaty, Chief Miigwetch, Little Eagle, and so Kuching. That was our chief that brought us into treaty on October 3rd, 1873. And I think about, this 150-year commemoration. And I was there at the 125th celebration there, and those replica treaty medals that were given out to some of all the chiefs and some of the former chiefs, even tribal chiefs at that time. And I think about some of the things that just in treaty research, when I think about how things moved away from that nation to nation. Ontario wasn't here when that treaty was signed. And then you see in some of the treaty research, some of the game wardens in court cases, what they were saying at that time. In this one case, one of the conservation officers was saying in court, one of the game wardens, those Indians are not going to live off of Ontario's moose, deer, and fish. That arrogance, we need to remind them of that. That the treaty, and we have to keep saying this, our rights that were guaranteed in the treaty was for survival. And even those wonderful speeches that some of the leaders made, on education, we'll lend you one of our children and you lend us one of yours. And they wanted that to learn the cunning of the white man, phrases like that. And the treaty, all the promises, and this phrase in the treaty, free and clear as by the past, to continue exercising, hunting, fishing, trapping, wild rice, all of those things, free and clear as by the past before the treaty was signed. That was what they were agreeing to, what they acknowledged. And then you have a new government coming in, Ontario government, totally not understanding that. And I think that's where we have to remind Ontario and Canada about those things and get back to the treaty. A few years ago, there was a gathering at Ishkatewazagagan at Shoal Lake 39, and there they had the PAPOM document in the community there. And I was there, and I was fortunate enough to hold that in my hand, and the power that I felt, it made me cry by holding that document. So I'm glad that we're talking about bringing that treaty back here, but also, when we're talking about it, that PAPOM document where it was notes to the treaty, and we should, I'm hoping that we're gonna honor that as well. And these gatherings that'll happen, I like the idea of, I think it was Proxy Leona McGuinness that mentioned that maybe something that travels to all the communities, just teaching about the treaty. I think that's a very good idea. The other thing I would like to suggest is at the actual gathering on October 3rd, in 2023, that we have our treaty partners actually come there, and for those that may have missed or had missed their treaty in each of our communities. I know we all have our own treaty day in each of our communities, but have them there to pay treaty for some of those that have missed out. A lot of times people can't make it back home, but just to have them come and actually pay treaty again on that day. So that, I'd like, I'm just making a suggestion, whether it's a good one or a bad one, I'm not sure, but there are some other activities, and we saw just recently, when I think about Manitou Mazanayagan, Miigwetch to Chief Aditis Norwegian for mentioning that. The Crown the Queen has passed away, and now there's a lot of discussion, will that monarchy survive, and what does that mean? in relation to the treaties. So I would think at the very least we would invite the Crown's representative in Canada, the Governor General, to attend, and if possible, even the Prime Minister, or but we need to invite those people there, and that the Governor General is the Crown's representative in Canada, at least that, So I'm just making another suggestion. Miigwetch for listening, Miigwetch for everything that's been said earlier, and we'll continue our meeting. Miigwetch.
Oh, Miigwetch Gamakan. Okay, one more speaker, Chief McIver.
Vicar. Sigwanikwe Indigenous Musto Dam Namke Washing Donchi. I'll keep it brief. I just want to say that I heard youth a lot, and I agree with that. I think I also agree with Chief Adatise Norwegian that it is a significant time, and since I've been chief, I've been noticing that right now we're laying the groundwork, we're making the laws so that the future, the youth can have these processes for us to assert our rights. And that's foundational, and it's really important. And I think that somehow there needs to be some kind of media campaign or commercials, some way to get the message to our youth, like going back to identity. I don't think our youth need to feel this hopelessness. I really think that they need to know that when the treaty, our leaders, the traditional leaders that were there, they had agency. Everything that needs to be there was there, and it took them time. And they need to be proud of that, and they need to know and have that knowledge. It's not just a document that, it's very important to have ceremony and have it here, but it's alive and it's living. And they need to know the parts in it that will change things for them. And then they can be proud of their ancestors. And not that, I heard a lady on the radio say something like, well, bringing back ancient treaties. That's kind of how some people think. It's not ancient, it's alive. And the people that were there were very careful and very thoughtful about what was in it. And all those pieces and parts need to be brought out as I see this youth sitting here beside me, I'm thinking of that. Like, they know there's a treaty. They know we're all here. We know it's the Grand Council of Treaty 3. But do they really know what's in that treaty and how powerful and what their role is in the future and how we're trying to get them ready for that? Miigwetch.
Miigwetch, Gamakan. Ogitchita.
Miigwetch, Makanak Chiefs. I just wanted to say that Manitoba Zunegan is what I always refer it to when I meet with heads of government, ministers, and even bureaucrats, or even town councils where I'm invited to maybe go make a presentation on behalf of our Grand Council. I always inform them that our people call our treaty a sacred document. And I also remind them that most treaties have two parties. Not the case in Treaty 3. Because of the way it was achieved, that's why it took 3 sittings in 1871, 72, 73, is because we sought spiritual guidance from our lodges, our Sweat Lodge, Shake Tent, Metewin lodges, It was only when the spiritual message came back telling us it's okay to sign, looks good, so go ahead and sign. So that's what I inform people that I meet with on behalf of Grand Council Treaty Number 3. I tell them our treaty is not about two parties. There's three parties because of the way it was achieved. And, with regards to the spirits and Manitou, our treaty supersedes any man-made law, in Canada. That's laws that are developed in offices or become precedents in a court case. Our law came directly from the Creator and the spirits. That's why we call it sacred law, because our treaty is Creator sanctioned. I just wanted to add that, and Miigwetch, for your direction, we will follow up as according to your desires. So with that, Miigwetch.
Ahau, Miigwetch. Nakikita. So we're going to carry on with the agenda, but before that, been told to take a little break, take about a 5-7 minute break or so, and we'll go into the constituent council updates. Miziwana so the two SLGBTQQ1A plus council, you're on right after the break.
Yesterday wore me out.
Pretty late last night. Oh, was yesterday? Oh, yesterday.
We're here at the police.
The AGM last night, eh? Was it good?
They got a new president, new vice president, and road treasurer. Oh, just a whole new.
Are you?
Yeah, executive.
Carl back. And it's all women.
Is it? Is that really?
That's something.
Maybe that's a good thing.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Wow, this is different. What's going to happen here? Good.
Ogichita Kavanaugh. This is a message for Ogichita Kavanaugh from ORC here.
No.
Can you hear us?
I hear they said to take a 5 to 7 minute break.
Okay. Ontario Regional Chief has another meeting at 2. So he won't be able to join back. Are they going for a lunch break or 7-minute break?
They're going for a 5 to 7 minute break, and then the councils will do their updates.
Okay. We'll wait for the 5-7 minute break. We thought we were going on lunch break. What we thought we heard.
Okay. Yeah.
Explanation on the solo lakes.
Right?
It's been tough.
Pretty hard over there with that.
Two things: addictions and the environment. And I don't have time for much else.
The stuff that I'm working with is it's kind of like back in the bush, and there's not really any streams going into the lakes, and it's out in the middle of nowhere. And
That's what I told these guys. I was like, why don't you go find gold where nobody lives?
Yeah,
What do you have to do? Like, right on our lakes, you know?
That's why I'm okay with certain things that go, and I know they're putting a lot of money in our account, but it's just that I don't agree with them doing what they're doing. There's that spring pole.
Okay.
That's another one there. My nephew is a diamond driller, and he went up there and he didn't like what they were doing, and he complained to them, so they fired him.
I believe that.
So he came and told me, and then we had to give him permits to.
Cabins, eh?
keep going with what they're doing. No, we're not giving them none.
I've just
put the proxy somewhere else.
I didn't know they had
a sign for fiscal mining, but yeah, they were trying to. We caught them during the last Indian election, trying to fast track exploration just with the former chief.
Yeah, I heard about
I
it.
can't
Yeah,
believe.
yeah.
I can't believe it was secret as.
Yeah.
They'll just do anything.
Yeah.
What do you eat?
That's crazy.
So that's what I'm. Just first, I gotta go to the bathroom. So.
Yeah, I can't believe they did that. I heard about it.
That's what's going on back home.
Oh, boy, that's pretty sneaky.
That's pretty sneaky. Well, I used to work just for 2 years on the industry side, but I thought we had pretty good ethics, and I didn't realize like that kind of stuff really happened.
Yeah.
And then just lucky there's dumb enough to send you.
Yeah.
That's just the story. Street value,
They only put this in the and I don't know how much they sell. They use their papers. Both go for about 200 or so. Right?
Did you ever find that historical, one of the historical meetings, 2 days after the chief? One of the chiefs asked us somebody. Already seen
done,
was changing.
The issues with alcohol?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Same name.
That's the story in Harry Hoover book. To see if we can find out what happened.
Maybe he already. Sometimes we all look like our elders.
But to me, maybe the further we look at see rates.
I always think, no, because everything they've done, everything. They signed a treaty 150 years ago, and in the last 100 years, all of these things. Like, I feel like they still fucking it. I feel like, especially now as a chief, I realize how unfair and unjust things are, even in my own community, and things that my community disgusting. Governments. And for me, when it comes to the treaty, I know it's the Crown and it's Canada, but at the same time, there's still obligations that Ontario has and Canada has, right? To us. There's two different aspects. Doesn't that
Oh, 2 minutes. This is your 2-minute warning. Invite all the chiefs back. 2 minutes.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I could, but yeah, I could. Okay. All right. So can I just keep this? I need to elaborate on anything? Sure. Okay. I'll keep this. All right. Thank you. Price Waterhouse is there.
Aho, Miigwetch. So we're going to continue on with the constituent council updates. The first one, Miigwetch. Can I ask the presenter to come up, please?
My wife would love it.
It's my mom's and it was in my car and I had 2 jackets in my hotel and this was the back.
Bonjour.
Oh, I know she makes it like this.
Nijo Gabo the Dijtikas, Nijo Kanam the Dijtikas, Atik Nindodam, Bishokang Nindoji. My name is Kieran Davis. I'm of the Caribou clan and I'm from Laxul. I'm on the Two-Spirit LGBTQ plus council. I'd like to start off by acknowledging the sacred items in the room and thanking the drummers and the drums for being here today. And thank you, Gachda, and all the chiefs in the room, Miigwetch, for being here. And so, council updates. Yeah, this is our 2nd year now in term. I got to pull up. So the creation of the council, traditional protocols were the forefront of the creation of the council and leaders who supported it. Ogichta Kavanaugh passed a resolution for the creation of the council in addition to other councils, and it echoes Grand Council Treaty 3 for directional governance structure. Wawate was brought on as a coordinator for the creation of the council. The work done prior to the naming of the council and the traditional selection process was vital to the success and necessary to create space for the Two-Spirit people in Treaty 3. So our logo meaning, a call out was created via Facebook for a logo contest. It was created by Herminia Zavala of Northwest Angle 33. And they said, I wanted to create something that featured both masculine and feminine spirit with lots of color. This image represents the Two-Spirit, male and female energies, and how together they bring balance and unity to our people. And so this year is our first traditional gathering of the Two-Spirit people that was planned and executed in summer of 2021. Miigwetch, Anakwat, Cloud Everywhere. So our first annual Two-Spirit powwow hosted by Grand Council Treaty 3. Ron Indian Mandaman facilitated a traditional ceremony and the naming process for the council, and the council was gifted 2 eagle feathers. Ron is a Two-Spirit lodge carrier who has supported the council through every endeavors and provides guidance. The powwow quickly became a beloved idea and created space, especially for youth, to sound their voices, feel heard, and valued as they should be. So our traditional selection process, shortly after the powwow, the nominations for the council opened up. The traditional ceremony occurred in Grassy Narrows First Nation in the new roundhouse built for the community. Those who were nominated were in attendance, and people stood behind them to support their nomination. The Grassy Narrows Women's Drum Group were there as well to offer their support, which set a new precedent of a women's drum group inaugurating the To Us LGBTQ plus council. So strength of the nation, that's the youth. These are photos from the Two-Spirit Powwow in 2021. So these are our council members, 3 out of 4 of them. There's Shayla Huri from Big Grassy. She's part of the economic portfolio. Anishinaabe of Nanagashin. Dee Jordan, she holds a social from Kuchiching. Kieran Davis, environmental from Obishikokang. Melody McIver, not pictured, South Cultural, also from Obishikokang. So these are past events. So we do hold social media awareness in 2021. Our Two-Spirit events during Pride Month 2021. Two-Spirit meeting in Winnipeg to discuss future goals. National Spring Assembly, which Shayla spoke to the chiefs in attendance to express the need for support and barriers for Two-Spirit people face within the territory. Sorry. Our second annual Two-Spirit Powwow was held in Kuchiching First Nation, June 24th, 2022. Highly successful turnout, many in attendance, had great reviews from those who participated. Future expectations. It is the hope of the council to create more space in normal settings such as this one for issues to be discussed, solutions to be created, and necessary conversations for more inclusivity. And our goal is to continue the annual powwow and create annual traditional gatherings, land-based teachings, language, and information for all people and not only those who identify as Two-Spirit. Becoming a bigger voice for the decision-making process, all levels of government, national. Our goals for the council, so continuing our powwow, more online events and social media outreach, how to be an ally, some like straight, cisgendered people, how to work alongside Two-Spirit, Indigenous peoples, becoming a better ally to trans peoples, pronoun workshops, what it means in English and Anishinaabe Moen, and education, our Two-Spirit books and biographies to tell people stories and introduce kids, youth, and educators to Two-Spirit stories within Treaty 3. Creation of reading media list with modules or training materials for children and youth. So funding, biggest challenge and barriers this council faces is the need for funding and provide a successful and inclusive council that is known within and outside of the territory. To increase council's presence and support community connections, there are several key initiatives that require financial support. Annual powwow, 30 to 40,000. Traditional gathering, 30,000. Workshops, gatherings throughout the year, 30,000. With the amount required for events, proposals, and letters of request along, required documents will be needed or will be provided at a later date. I'd also like to say that I have also recently joined the OFNYPC, the Ontario First Nations Young People's Council, to also further the Two-Spirit representation, furthering along in the all levels of government. Miigwetch. Any questions? Miigwetch.
Oh, Miigwetch. Just a gentle reminder, in the afternoon while the presentations are taking place, we appreciate all the organizations that are on display. If you want to hold a conversation, please keep it down to the minimum. The presentations are important and we need the room so everybody can hear the presentations. Kagigito ikweog.
Bonjour. Wapshke nemeki benesik nindish nakaz nemeni dontam. Bejko mate. Bejko kang donjaba. O bejko kang ingiwe. My English alias is Mona Gordon. I sit on the Treaty 3 Women's Council, Gagidu Ikwewag. I represent the northern direction. And first of all, I would just like to acknowledge all the sacred items that are here with us today. I'd like to acknowledge and give thanks to all those that took part in the sunrise ceremony and the preparations that took place yesterday in harvesting our grandmother Cedar's daughters here to represent the 4 directions for the lodge that we sit in today. And I especially want to acknowledge one of our community protocols when it comes to the sunrise ceremony. And I'm happy and proud to share that a lot of these protocols are coming back to our community. And one of those important protocols is having a child light that sacred fire at sunrise. So I just want to acknowledge my son, Gaga Ge Benes. He is Everlasting Thunderbird. He was here this morning with us at 5:30, helping with the preparations, and he lit that sacred fire. And that was a direction that came from a Chiskan ceremony in the Northwest Territories. That was a direction, an instruction, and the message that was that I received from somebody that was in attendance. And so as part of our community protocols, we make a point of having a child light that sacred fire. And that child represents our future. That child represents the next 7 generations. My son's 8 years old, and it's part of my sacred responsibility to make sure that he is taught these protocols, these teachings, and these laws. So, and I just want to acknowledge our pipes, our staffs, give thanks to acknowledge the grandfather and grandmother drums and grandmother staffs, all our sacred items here, the treaty medallions. For us here in Lac Seul, it's a really significant time to have all of you here as guests in our community. And I look forward to being able to come together with you to celebrate or to acknowledge and assert our inherent rights and treaty rights during that 150-year celebration of our treaty and who we are as Anishinaabe people. I'd like to acknowledge our Ogichta, Miigwetch, for being here. I'd like to acknowledge and give thanks to our chief, Clifford Bull. I'd like to acknowledge each and every one of you here, all the chiefs and all the delegates and staff that are here. Miigwetch for being here. I want to make special mention to the treaty pipes that are back here in our community again. It's been about I would say about 5-6 years since they were last here in Lac Seul. So it's a huge honor to have all of you, all of these items, all these sacred items, and all of you here with us today. I'm going to get into the Treaty 3 Women's Council presentation. You'll have to, I apologize in advance. I didn't have time to study the report and do my homework. So I've just been busy with the protocols and our inherent laws and those sacred laws, because for me, That comes first always. So, so the Gagidu Ikwewik Women's Council within the Anishinaabe Nation of Treaty 3 represents the unique needs and aspirations of Anishinaabe women in the territory. The Gagidu Ikwewik members are Anita Collins from Seine River First Nation, Brittany Kopanes from Buffalo Point First Nation, myself, Mona Gordon from Laxo First Nation, and Priscilla Samard from Couchiching First Nation. Just a quick overview of what some of our responsibilities are as the Women's Council of Treaty 3. Gagidu Ikwewik is calling for healing of our nation and is calling upon the chiefs to begin the process for remedial action regarding the historic trauma of Indian Residential School and its intergenerational impact, most importantly including the restoration of our language, our inherent laws, and sacred teachings. Advocacy and action. Gagidu Ikwewik will continue to advocate for programs and services in First Nation communities to end violence of both First Nation men and women and Two-Spirited people. Gagidu Ikwewik will continue to advocate for the prioritization of Anishinaabe children in our communities to ensure intergenerational effects are minimized and that programs and services are Anishinaabe-led, traditional land-based, incorporating Anishinaabe-Moin, and that our children remain close to their homes and families. We continue to do the work on Anishinaabe, Abenunji, and Nakanagewin, and it continues to remain one of our top priorities. In speaking to Abenunji and Nakanagewin, it is our request to call upon the chiefs to bring that to the forefront. We also stand to protect and advocate for our Nibe. Gagidu Ikwewik will continue to protect and advocate for our Nibe. As part of the TRC's calls to industry, government, and local municipalities, Gagidu Ikwewik will assist in bringing awareness of the need to protect the water through our ceremonies and cultural protocols. We will continue to ensure the protection of water by working to bring awareness of our Nibe Declaration, which is a stepping stone to the Nibe Nakanagewin, the sacred water law. And we will continue to work towards the development and implementation of Nibe Nakanagewin with the support of our chiefs and our Gichta. Under the MMIWG, today, October 4th, is the National Day of Action for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women in Canada. The MMIWG inquiry concluded over a year ago that the ongoing systemic neglect and legacy of colonial violence imposed upon our Indigenous women was genocide. We ask that you all take a moment to reflect on the many Anishinaabe Kwe in our territory who went missing, who were murdered, tragically and brought home to our First Nation communities to be buried. We're asking everyone in attendance to take a moment to remember that our Indigenous women, girls, and sisters in Canada and in our territory continue to be violated and marginalized at rates higher than our non-Indigenous women. We ask that you take a moment to recall those 231 calls to justice and that a clear path be given and directed by the MMIWG final report. We also ask that you take a moment to remember these directives, which focus on principles of decolonization, inclusion, cultural competency, trauma-informed approaches, and Indigenous sovereignty. These are principles we can all follow in our daily lives. We also ask you to take a moment to think about why abuse is normalized. As many Indigenous women and girls grow up, it becomes harder for them to recognize their relationship may be an abusive one. We ask you to take a moment to remember as grandmothers, grandfathers, fathers, mothers, aunts, uncles, brothers, sisters, that we all have a responsibility to raise our children to not repeat a cycle of violence, but to teach them to hold Anishinaabe Kwe in a high esteem. We ask you to take a moment as leaders to remember we have a sacred responsibility to ensure the 231 calls to justice have been met in our Anishinaabe territory. And in addition to this, we're asking that if we can have a moment of silence to honor those that have gone missing, for those that have been murdered, not only within our territory, but across Turtle Island. Miigwetch. Brittany, can you go grab that smudge, please? Miigwetch. So the next slide, we like to share with you a little bit about what some of our ideas of healing our nation over here by the Treaty 3 bundle. To many of our young people have lost their lives to addiction, suicide, and mental health. We need to look beyond the addiction and look at the real cause. We need to look beyond the addiction and look at the real cause of addictive behavior and why these young people are hurting. We know it is a result of intergenerational trauma impact from Indian residential school, colonial laws, policies, and practices of settler governments. The Gagidu Ikwewik strongly believe the answer rests with our youth finding out who they are and where they belong. And I believe that we heard a lot of our chiefs echoing that same message when we were speaking about the treaty and those sacred laws, the importance of our young people understanding who they are, understanding that they've been brought to Mother Earth with gifts and strength and spirit and purpose. The importance of having that connection to their culture and having that cultural identity and knowing who they are and being proud of who they are as Anishinaabe people of Treaty 3. And it's our sacred responsibility to help them find that identity. It's our sacred responsibility to lead them down that path, to walk with them, to guide them, to teach them, to show them, to involve them, to include them. That we embrace them in helping them reclaim that cultural identity, to reclaim who they are as Anishinaabe youth, Anishinaabe Abenunji. Gagidu Ikwewek Council received direction from the Sweat Lodge during a gathering that was held in Saugeen, Manitoba. A traditional birthing gathering that we held up there. I sat in that lodge and the grandmother showed me and spoke. And the grandmother said that this is law. This is always law. And there was reasons why we were given these protocols and practices and customs and teachings as Anishinaabe people, and to bring those laws forward, and it'll be law again. They need help to learn our customs, our traditions, our language, our medicines, our healers, our ceremonies, and our way of life. Gagidu Ikwewek is calling for the chiefs to begin the process for Anishinaabe-led traditional best practices, services regarding the historic trauma of Indian residential school and its intergenerational impact on young lives. We understand that the healing that needs to happen, this healing begins within our nation and our community, in all our communities. Our sacred items, those inherent laws like Ogichta Gardner, Arnold Gardner spoke of. These inherent laws and these sacred laws, the sacred laws the Ogichta spoke of, but all the chiefs, all you have spoke of, this is what will heal our youth, heal our children, heal our nation, and heal our communities. So Miigwetch for sharing those insights. It comforts me to hear you chiefs speak of that. It comforts me to know that we all have that same shared vision for our youth and our children. Our sacred items like our drums, our pipes, our ceremonies, our songs are key to the healing of our nation. And we must never forget this. We must never forget the life and the healing and the spirits, and we must never forget to acknowledge the spirit helpers of our pipes, our drums, our staffs, our medicines. Those sacred laws, the spirit helpers that helped write that treaty, those were spirits that came through ceremony. And we must always remember these things, these laws, these inherent laws, these sacred laws. Manatu aki na nakanagawin. Abanunji aki, abanunji nakanagawin. Nebe nakanagawin. And it will begin with our smallest children, like that small child, my 8-year-old son, that lit that sacred fire this morning. That's healing. It'll also begin with our smallest children through education and corrective actions. Community strategies need to be funded to bring about the healing, and Grand Council must ensure the funding is there. Grand Council Treaty 3, with the support of the Women's Council, Gagidu Ikwewik, and the Youth Executive Council, Ashkenigig. Is that how I say it? Ashkenigig. Yeah. Sponsored. Yeah, I'm too learning my language. I apologize if I mispronounce that. Sponsored the first annual Strides for Strength, a 5-kilometer run walk in Fort Francis on July 23rd, 2022, hosted by Couchiching First Nation. The Strides for Strength run walk aims to eliminate the stigma and social barriers that prevent Indigenous people from living in a world free of harm. The run walk is in honor of the families, survivors, and those impacted by mental, emotional, physical, and sexual violence. All proceeds raised by the participants will be put towards at-risk youth in anti-violence initiatives. Nibe, water protectors, ceremony, and protocol. We, Gagitu Ikwewik, have been busy with the launch of the Nibe portal. In June 2022, members of the Women's Council and our TPU of Grand Council Treaty 3, along with CE Strategies, worked to finalize the finishing touches for the Nibe portal, an online space dedicated to sharing and teaching about Nibe, the declaration, and Nibe Nakanagawin. The Nibe Declaration was ratified in 2019. Nibe Nakanagawin, I said the Nibe Declaration is a stepping stone to the Nibe Nakanagawin, the sacred water law. When it comes to our water, it just cannot be a declaration. It has to be law. So we call upon the chiefs to continue to advocate and support the work of Nibe Nakanagawin. This Nibe Declaration ensures that Treaty 3 Anishinaabe water principles are recorded and formally recognized in the governance processes. Our TPU and Gagidu Ikwewik have worked with CE Strategies to bring the Nibe portal to life. As we count down to the official launch, this portal will share knowledge, connect people, and inspire action. Gagidu Ikwewik has worked with the TPU on the Spirit of the Lakes microplastics engagement sessions, primarily to get informed about microplastics, what it is and what effect it has on the environment. Following this presentation, the group decided to bring an elder and knowledge keeper to hold a water ceremony and sweat at Experimental Lake before proceeding with any experiments on the lake. We continue to plan this activity for the fall of 2022. As well, the TPU has been working on a small side project with the Experimental Lakes area, where we're going to create a short video on the community-based water monitoring program that Grand Council coordinates with Treaty 3 communities. That'll include the Nipe water video. We developed the Nipe water video. We attended a video film session on Nipe on August 15, 2022. Two members of the Gagidu Ikwewik spoke about the importance of water, our role as water protectors, water carriers, our teachings on the water. The video would include Gagidu Ikwewik talking about the Anishinaabe people's sacred relationship with water and the importance of protecting and taking care of the water. This video is the result of dialogue on Spirit of the Lakes microplastics engagement sessions. Experimental Lakes Area, known as ELA before 2014, is an international unique research station encompassing 58 formerly pristine freshwater lakes in Kenora District, Ontario. Gagidu Ikwewik held the first water ceremony and initial protocols on water teachings on Saturday, October 1st. Some 24 Indigenous and non-Indigenous people attended this event. Many biologists, scientists, and researchers have received the teachings of Nipe. In addition to the Nipe Nakanagewin, I would just like to share with all of you a call to action that took place following the Spring Assembly under Manituaki Nakanagewin. It was here in Lac Seul First Nation in a remote lake known as Twain Lake that the first call to action under Manituaki Nakanagewin with Treaty 3 was answered. And it was under the direction and with the support of my chief, Clifford Bull, and our TPU of Grand Council Treaty 3 that work with Manituaki and Nakanagewin. I went with members of this family that were calling for support in stopping the development of a tourist camp within their traditional territory. We went to this lake where they had already started clear cutting, and they cut down some of the oldest cedars in that area, and they continued to clear cut the cedars on that point. And we went there. I went there as a member of the Treaty 3 Women's Council and as a member of Lac Seul First Nation. We went there and we had ceremony. We smudged the area. We hung prayer ties. We offered food. We sang to all four directions. And with that call to action, I'm proud to say, and I believe that we should be proud as a nation to know that there's been no further development from that tourist outfitter, and there's been no further development from the MNR who gave that outfitter permission to develop in this traditional territory. And that's the call to act. That was the first call to action of my knowledge within our territory of Lac Seul. I can't speak for the rest of Treaty 3, but it was an honor to be able to be a part of that and to know that we stopped them, that we asserted our inherent rights, that we spoke for those trees, we spoke for the water, we spoke for Manituaki and Nakanagewin as we hung those prayer ties. And we left them a note to contact our chief, Clifford Bull, to contact our TPU at Grand Council Treaty 3. And it's not to my knowledge that the MNR or this outfitter has made any further development or any further effort. We should be proud of that as a nation. We made history under Manituaki and Nakanagewin. We asserted our inherent laws, and we helped that family take their land back. And that's what we need to continue to do. Their caretaker role is coming to an end. And I made that very clear in that note. I let them know that they desecrated a sacred site and that they're being ordered to stop any further construction. And they did. I just wanted to share that insight, that under Manitoukeen and Nakanagewin. Under legacies, identities, preservation, and gathering, the Women's Council member Brittany Kopanes participated in the legacies and identities. In the legacies and identities. Preservation gathering held on August 3rd and 4th in Winnipeg, Manitoba, building a future for Indigenous women, girls, men, boys, and two-spirited people to exist in the world free of harm. We're also happy to share with you the new logo for Gagitu Ikwewik. And some of our next steps is the launch of the Nipe portal with the TPU, fall of 2022. Water ceremonies and walks, October 2022 in Kenora, Dryden, Fort Francis. 150 years treaty planning commemorating women, October 22nd, October 23rd October 22nd of 2023. And in following the Spring Assembly and our involvement in our mediation under the direction of Grand Council and the chiefs, we helped mediate the misunderstanding that took place at the Spring Assembly. And the follow-up for that is going to be a healing circle and a healing gathering for women that's going to be held in Saugeen, Manitoba. And the traditional protocols were followed and adhered to in that process, and tobacco was passed in their community during their Sundance ceremonies. So we're looking forward to all of that coming to light and to lead that healing, to be a part of that healing for our nation. Miigwetch.
Ahau, Miigwetch, Miigwetch. Time for a break, time for a lunch break. And immediately after the lunch break, we'll continue with the Ushkininig Youth Executive Council. And understand that the Men's Council report's not available and will not be done. And so I'll turn the mic over to my esteemed colleague, Eric Fisher, this afternoon. He's itching to get started. Okay, so take an hour break for lunch. Miigwetch.
My name is Eric Fisher, and I'll be taking the afternoon session. And we're going to be catching up. So Chief Bull has a few presentations while you're all here. So I want to hand over the mic over to our host, Chief Clifford Bull.
Miigwetch, Jipo match tayang mino, kaya numa numas nate si jike umma, pinuji siya kagi machawat kina mautiyo kami kong, kagi pikiwe sigo. Mi iwe shunyang imi ni kumin sinando ne anggo mi gwenok mi ita sa oete upimi utun mi iwe bringing our children home. He'll explain about the video. James Cutfeet is our initiative director.
Thank you, Chief Bull. Thank you for allowing me the time to present the video, short video. And it's about the gatherings that we have had with survivors and the work that we are doing to produce protocol documents so that we can use those to go out into the communities and talk to communities about the initiative. And Laxol is the lead for the 33 First Nations involved in bringing our children home. So there will be a couple spots in the video that we will skip because of the content it has that could trigger trauma. So I will ask my tech person to put the video on. Thank you. This gathering is called the Survivors Working Circle, and there will be important conversations.
I was happy to accept and be here and be part of this. I am a residential school survivor. There is a lot of hurt out there.
Trying to educate myself best they can here too, and assist with the elders to understand, what happened. And I'm a D-school survivor and intergenerational trauma survivor from the residential schools.
When we share our story, we share so that there's a way to healing, there's a way to better life.
When I got back, and the guys who did this to me, I said, when we went to Indian residential schools, we were terrorized, not only by the people that ran the school, the system, but also from other First Nation community children that attended the school. So there has to be each community that had kids, children that went to residential school, they have to admit, yeah, they, you know, their people terrorized other First Nation communities, children.
In our community, my community, I hear the 40s, 40-year-olds, 50-year-olds even say, you know, I could kick my parents for not allowing me to go to residential school. That's what they say. The reason why they say that is because we got that money, you know, that payout that we had. And that's why I said they don't understand. You know, I tell them, be thankful that you didn't go to residential school, or else you'll be like me, a hardcore living soul.
Was it? You have to do your inner child work. You have to heal yourself, heal that child within you before you can make all these connections. And I think that's where a lot of times I find that a lot of times people that have traumas or gone through a lot of trauma, that's where that work needs to begin. And if you don't do that piece, you are still going to continue. You might have build the relationships, but that underlying disconnect is always going to be with you.
You know, and the parenting that I lacked from the residential school is where my sons, my daughters didn't have the teachings that I was supposed to provide as a parent to parent them.
You should be careful, you don't antagonize the professor.
Key words pop into mind. Racism is one of them. Assimilation, genocide. They all point to those key words.
This is what we need. We need resources, we need money, we need supplies in order for us to become happy people again.
We have to be well. We have to be the leaders in how we want our people to survive.
We are a lost generation. We need to go back to finding out who we really are.
In the community, they should set up a site and have names of kids who never made it home.
Yeah. And that's why there's a misconception of how people perceive First Nations people in society. And I think that's one of the things that they should move towards is actually teaching the actual history in the schools.
If we're going to heal, we need to look at the wholeness. Right now, the way we are in our communities most of the time is we're like one twig, an individual program. And this twig can be broken. But if we were to work together, programs, services, bring them all together, I can't break it. It's strong. And that's what we need in our communities. Thank you, Chiefs, for your indulgence on this presentation. There are two aspects, just to a quick comment on bringing our children home. One is, searching for the missing children and laying them to rest properly, however that may be. The other one is within the survivors, there is that child in them that also needs to be brought home. When they're forcefully removed from their communities, the child within remained within them. And we need to somehow address supporting the survivors who are still living with us to assist them in their healing journey. And not everybody is at the same journey in their healing. Some are behind, some are ahead. So that's something that we need to remember. And we're also having another third or fourth gathering of our survivors. We're going to review the 5 protocols that we developed. And these survivors that have been working with us are tremendous. They've shared their pain, they've talked about their experiences, yet they pushed on to develop these protocols. And if I can remember them, it's reclamation, taking back what was taken from us, the parenting, the language, and the culture, reconciliation, truth, searching, and most importantly, healing. Those are the 5 protocols that we have now, and we have more conversations as we journey forward about what other protocols are needed. Thank you very much for that, Chiefs, and thank you. Miigwetch.
Miigwetch, James Cutfeet, he has a booth back there if you want to stop by, have a chat with him. He's here all week. I would also like to hand over the mic again to Chief Clifford Bull.
Miigwetch Chair, it is my pleasure to welcome Treaty 9 representatives here, our neighbors, and we have the Deputy Grand Chiefs here visiting us today, and I want to have them say a few words and welcome them to our territory. I'll start with Anna Betty.
Ache, Miigwetch, Chief Bull. First of all, I would like to acknowledge the sacred items and the lands that we're on, and also the waters amongst us and all living beings. My name is Anna Betty Yachni Banashkam. That's what's on my birth certificate. But I'm also known as Memengusad Sukan Nisque. And I come from the Cree territory, as well as the Ojibwe territory on the Albany River. These are the places that my family has come from. I'm very honored to be here today, and I'm very grateful that we are provided some time to be with you all and to share a few words. I serve as a Deputy Grand Chief for Anishinaabe Nation. And one of the things that I have 7 portfolio items, but one of the things that I've been, that has become a priority for us is the policing and justice. You know, that system has affected us in many ways, and it has created many traumas for our people. So we need to work together to address this issue. And also, you know, this the short film that was shown on the program, or the initiative that's been developed here by Black Sioux First Nation in dealing with Indian residential school is also one of the portfolio items that I have, and we call it reclamation and healing. We decided that we would take that title, Indian Residential School Program, that we would change it, and that so we changed the name to Reclamation and Healing, because we are now in that place where we are reclaiming what was taken from us. And also we must honor those individuals who are not with us anymore, who were taken and who were lost in that system. Miigwetch, who never came home. So whatever we do, whatever we plan, whatever strategy, initiative that we have is based on reclaiming our identity, our language, our way of life, and our lands, and our children. Because at one time, we lost the power and authority to be the protectors of our children. And we have failed many times, but I believe now we're on a good path to ensure that we, have systems and have ways to ensure that we don't lose our children again. So those are the short statements. There's more I would like to say, but I do understand that we are here as visitors, and we know that you have a full agenda. And so we thank you very much for this time that you have provided us to come and visit with you today. Wache Miigwetch.
Good afternoon. Name is Deputy Grand Chief Victor Linklater. My First Nation is Tegwatagamau Nation, just outside of Cochrane. But I was raised in the Moose Cree territory up in the James Bay. I was chuckling as I was coming in because I actually moved here during COVID to Sioux Lookout. And I always tried to come into the community, but they blocked me at the gate. So I was actually let through this time, but you guys had COVID protocol. Obviously, you're keeping your people safe. And my brother used to work here at one of the schools, and he says, "How come you never go?" And I said, "It's COVID. I can't go anywhere." But it's really nice to be in this community. It's nice to see new people. As we think about the great work across the country that we need to do, I was so moved by the presentation too. I grew up in a community with a residential school. Actually, my aunt and uncle got sent to Pelican here. So the government did a good job to try to destroy our family, our communities. And there is a real push for reclamation, to reclaim what we've lost and to bring healing to our people. And I think one of the reasons why I ran for politics was, how do you bring real change? And, the government is still the government, and, there's a lot of empty promises. And one of the things that is very important for Anishinaabe Nation in Treaty 3 is that we work together. We have so many issues that, together as we fight, I think we could finally get some movement and bring healing to our people, because we're all connected. And, this is the second meeting that we had with Treaty 3. I was there in Winnipeg. But it's nice to be, just sitting on the territory here as we watch. We do have another meeting that we have to get to, but, to me, it's a privilege and an honor to see you, see the people, to see the leadership. And sometimes we just don't sit around and talk as leaders. One of the loneliest things is, as I entered politics, was the space that we occupy sometimes is a lonely place. We fight proponents, we fight government, but the true challenge of leadership is when you come home and you're dealing with your own children and families that knock on the door at 3 a.m., when they're worried about their sons, their daughters, their grandchildren. And that's true leadership when you do it. And people always ask me, well, you get to go to all these cool places. But the greatest honor is actually to fight for your own people right in your community. And sometimes you just sit there, they yell at you. We have a lot of lateral violence. I'm not going to brush that over. But you know what? Our people are hurting. And I think we understand that. And we always try to relay that message to everyone that would listen, even to government. Even yesterday, we're fighting with the government over funding for mental health supports. And, they have no idea what we deal with on the ground. They have no idea that we don't have access to the services that they have in the South. They really don't have any idea what they have done to us as a people. And we're strong. We had our own ways. We were strong communities, and we'll be strong again. And so I encourage you as leaders, just keep fighting, keep advocating, keep speaking. And I believe together we could do great things. And we'll keep it short, but you know what? I'm glad you guys here are gathering. It's an important time to listen to each other, ideas, and fight on every front. Thank you.
Miigwetch NAN leadership here to visit and share their inspiration to continue the hard work. Wichita.
I just want to say, Miigwetch, for the delegation from NAN to come and visit us, while we're gathering here. I know we have a lot of common interests that we've been working together. Some of the projects we have in Treaty 3. We also entertain NAN to come and sit with us, especially in the areas of the partnership and trying to bring home a hospital to the Kenora area, because a lot of the people that visit that require medical services come from the NAN area. There's also justice that we're dealing with, and we also include them, in those discussions, So we work together a lot, We're like sort of a brother and sister organizations, and we work well together. And I say Miigwetch for them to come and visit us. I also wanted to point out that James Cutfeet that was up here talking. I was approaching a registration table at a Chiefs of Ontario meeting. They gave me a package, and they asked me to sign. Where they asked me to sign, it said James Cutfeet. So I said, that's not me. It's Francis Kavanagh. So every time I see James, I call him handsome. Miigwetch.
Miigwetch, I'll ask Terry to resume our agenda items with a song, Back to Order. Terry. Oh, Miigwetch, Terry, host drum, host drum.
Bonjour. I guess I like to say again, Miigwetch to our visitors, as a token of our appreciation for their visit, dropping by and seeing us, getting together. Like to offer gifts to our visitors and a biddy on behalf of the people I represent, the chiefs, the elders, the people of Grand Council Treaty Number 3. Please accept this as a small token of our appreciation. Miigwetch. Yeah. Again, Victor. Miigwetch for being here. Thank you. Miigwetch. Miigwetch Chief. Yeah.
Ahaw Miigwetch. Continuing from our agenda this morning, I'd like to call upon Oshkoneegiuk Youth Executive Council to come up and present to the National Assembly. Oshkoneegiuk. Then we'll move on to the signing ceremony after the youth presentation, and it'll be on the Urban Housing and Homelessness MOU. So that'll be right after the young youth presentation. So if I could get the youth up here.
We're on Zoom. Oh, good. There is a screen there. Okay.
Oh, bonjour, Bamasegunu, my name's Ernest Gomez. I'm from Buffalo Point First Nation. I was asked to come here to open up for opening remarks for our YEC. I'm part of the YEC, part of the, like I said, Youth Executive Council. I hold an environmental portfolio, so I deal with a lot of the land, oils, and land issues across Canada. Before I was on YEC, I was, how do you want to say it, a water protector before I got onto YEC. So when I took my portfolio and coming into this, the council, I really took it in stride that I'll do something good in environmental-wise for our people. I just got back from Vancouver, and if you guys did not see me walking around, I had that camera gear, and I did some training. I did some training, about a week of training to do all this camera gear. I have much more than that, but I got that camera gear for the youth, so we can start documenting our history, our stories, our knowledge from all of our elders. You know, this stuff needs to be recorded, and I think the youth can take these archives or recordings and keep it for themselves for future references, to look back upon to see what has been going on in the past and to our future, and see if these problems are still happening to our youth, our women, our children, our elders, and our people. So in a big way, that camera and stuff wasn't all just for me. It was all for me, so I can give back to the youth, so they can start documenting their own life stories, their own history of their territory, like the signing of the treaty. You know, that would be awesome to get our youth over there, to get some filming with them, and teach, to get these youth to understand our treaty rights, our rights that we have to our lands. And like I said, I just wanted to say some opening remarks. I would like to have to thank everyone who made it, all the councils, all the staff, Grand Council Treaty 3 staff, our staffs, youth councils, women council, men's council, half who couldn't be here, the people who brought their presentations in the back or their tables. I like everyone that came to listen upon of our assembly, and all these chiefs here and the technicians that do a lot of work for all of us. And like I said, I'd just like to have some opening remarks, and I let Winter and Kayla do the presentation. So thank you guys so much. Miigwetch.
Kayla, I'll turn it over to you if you want to do the update and I'll present the strategic plan.
Okay, sounds good. So bonjour everybody. Good afternoon. I hope you guys can all hear me okay. Kayla Marston, Indigenous Cause, Oningaming and Dunji, Etik and Duntam. My Anishinaabe name translates to snake dance woman. So as I watched everyone throughout the morning, I kind of just wrote down some words of encouragement that I wanted to share. I thought it was really interesting about the document. I think that's a crucial component of our history to bring back home. I would really like to see that go through Treaty 3 and along with our items and our Treaty 3 drum. throughout my term, I've met a lot of people that would talk about these items and really wanted to reconnect with that. So I was really glad to hear from everybody today, kind of discussing that. I also just wanted to say, oh, I need to back it up a little bit too, actually. Back in May 2022, we all passed the resolution together to bring back the youth chair. So I would just like to acknowledge Echo Davis up at the front there. So welcome. um, And I would also like to acknowledge the members that aren't here today too, as well, on our youth council. We have Lindsay Bain from Wabagoon. We have Caden Skeed from Wajashkonigam. Alex, what's his last name again? Alex Calvert from Eagle Lake. Seth Valteros is from Rainy Lake. And then myself, Winter, and Ernie. So yeah, I just wanted to say I love when we gather and share some of our share our thoughts and our input. We know what we need and we know what we want. We all have this collective of us wanting to thrive again. I see everybody has a strong voice. We have these conversations often. I think we really need this empowerment outside of our assemblies. We need the help from one another. We need the consistency. We need the healing, as we all know that. We have the resources. And I think that we really need to have that conversation of what these resources look like for us. Like we have those strengths and we know that. And I think it's really important to make the discussion too, you know, about learning the systems that are against us and learning how to use them in our benefit. We don't need to use our resources, like our physical environmental resources in our communities, right? And I think that I'd really like to see some of our communities establish ourselves and prosper outside of our communities too, so that we can bring it back. Yeah, and I just wanted to give those words of encouragement to say that we know we do have the strength to move forward and to thrive together. So Winter is going to bring up our strategic plan. We met in August 2 months ago. I think that it's crucial to share that we only have 1 year left as a council. There's a lot that is included in our strategic plan. We highlighted core areas. And yeah, I just think that it's important to mention that we're students and we're workers and we're parents, and we need the help of our leaders and the help of everybody's knowledge to get through this. And yeah, so I'm asking all of you to include us when you can, and we'll do that in return. Our members, our youth council is here to strengthen those ties. So that's what I'm going to close it at, is that I really hope to get involved and visit your communities in any way possible, even if that's virtual. We want to connect with your youth. So yeah, I'll give it to Winter now, where she'll go into the strategic plan. Miigwetch.
Sorry, I had to stop screen sharing just to unmute myself. But Miigwetch, Kayla, and Ernie for opening everything. Hello, Bonjour. My name is Winter. I am a member of the Treaty Youth Executive Council, and I hold the economic portfolio. I'm not in person with you today, as I had a midterm to write this morning, as I'm currently doing my master's in applied economics at U Winnipeg. But thankful for technology that allows me to be here today. So as Kayla was mentioning, we met this past summer as a collective to brainstorm what was reasonably possible in the last year of our term, and how do we set the council up in a good way so that when our new members come next year, they have those relationships established to the different departments within Grand Council, within leadership, and that there's a strong sense of governance within our council. So our priorities are put across the 4 portfolios for the Chiefs committees, as well as a general operations priority for us. So within the social, our top 3 priorities for the year are youth esteem, harm reduction, and healing. And so some of the activities that we've taken on under these pillars have included the Kindness Matters campaign, which has included social media campaigns related to healthy relationships. We've also ran harm reduction campaigns, and with healing, recognizing that many of the youth are survivors of intergenerational harms, and that we need to rebuild some of those relationships with culture, ceremony, land, the elders, to be able to move forward. Under the environment, our top 3 priorities are emergency management, informed and ongoing consent, and lands and resources. So emergency management has been something that we've always been very aware of as youth. Many of our youth participate in emergency responses, whether that's with significant flooding, fires, or just general responses. Also with the Youth Council, we prioritize the concept of informed and ongoing consent. So making sure that youth have access to materials and resources that make sense to them and that are engaging, to be able to fully understand the implications of the decisions that we make. And lastly, lands and resources. So continued engagement where there are projects or where it's relevant to the youth. Under economic development, our top 3 priorities are to have a youth vendor market, to host a youth business forum, and housing. So we're currently working with the Treaty 3 Investment Group on a youth vendor related market. Through our grant with Shunya Wabadung and the Youth Opportunities Fund with the Ontario Trillium Foundation, we're hoping to host a gathering at the end of our grant to bring together different youth and professionals in their field, and then also to participate in housing discussions, as that's an especially important issue where youth are forced to make decisions on whether or not they live on reserve, off reserve, and also youth experiencing houselessness. Under our cultural portfolio, our top 3 priorities are treaty rights and governance, elder relations, and youth justice. And so our goal over the years is to increase communication materials, social media campaigns related to increased awareness of treaty rights, of our traditional governance systems. We also hope to create safe spaces for youth and elders to connect, whether that's physical space at meetings and gatherings, or virtual spaces where youth and elders are able to, speak to one another and feel safe. That's really important. And also with youth justice. So we're committed to supporting youth with interactions within the justice system, participating in engagement systems, and establishing good community relations. So within our operations, our top 3 priorities are social media presence, diplomatic relations, and governance. So we've worked to increase our social media presence by developing creating a TikTok as well as an Instagram account. We're still working to regularly post content, but we do have some out there. And if anybody knows Elder Terry Skeed, you can catch him in one of our TikToks if you follow us. We also wish to establish stronger diplomatic relations with the youth councils that are in our neighboring territories, as well as the constituent councils of Treaty 3, and then to strengthen our internal governance systems. So that's creating documents like our strategic plan, transition documents, and maintaining our terms of reference. We are currently working on developing an internal youth co-chair policy to identify points of contact within the Youth Council and strengthen relations between Grand Council Treaty 3 and the Youth Council. Lastly, some ongoing projects that we have. So we are still working on our adulting series in partnership with Junior Wabadung, which focuses on youth transitions to adulthood. We intend to continue our Kindness Matters campaign. and working on consent on social media through our Not Everything Needs to Go Viral campaign. So I think that's everything that we wanted to share with you today. I think Kayla has some general updates on the document. I'm not sure if we have time for that. So I'll look to the facilitators to confirm.
I think Sarah Warpool was planning on printing out those updates to kind of hand out. That document just kind of shares some of the events that we did throughout the summer. And we'll also post it on our social media pages. So if you don't already follow us on Facebook, where you could just find us at Treaty 3 Youth Executive Council.
So Miigwetch everybody for your time today, and we're happy to answer any questions or speak with you at a later date.
Any questions? Any questions for our youth council? Chief Kerry Adetis, Norwegian.
Bonjour. Bonjour. Men we go ne big nishnikas, which I can do them. Get you anong Mandu G, the Sumiteo, Abiting G by Miteo. I just want to say Miigwetch to each of our councils that have done a presentation here today. I just want to share with you that I appreciate the work that you're undertaking, our youth council, our women's council, our LGBTQ presentation. I really appreciate the updates, and I just want to acknowledge that work that you're undertaking. Miigwetch.
Miigwetch Carrie.
Any other questions or comments to the elder?
Bonjour. Bonjour. I think it's very important to support young people. Very, very important. There's a gap between young people and the land. Big gap. Since I'm a member of this First Nation here, Nima and Jian, every weekend, we go young people out in the land to hunt, to fish, to look for medicines. Last Saturday, we got three moose. Young people did that. I just take them to sites where I think most are more active. Then we go fishing. Last spring we caught 290 walleye. So I just teach them not only how to hunt and fish, but also the process, how you process moose, and also fishing. And besides that, we throughout in the bush, we spend our weekends, the long weekends. I asked them, let's look for turtle shells, non-dogmatic turtle shells. Mashkamiang, along this river, a dry bed where beaver ponds are. We find turtle shells. Now, it doesn't come from, we don't get support, we fund out of our own pockets. We spend money, from our own pockets. Whatever, we make over one of our paydays. We spend that money. Sometimes we go and sleep out in the bush, somewhere in the bush where a land where we like to spend maybe overnight, maybe a couple days. So that's land-based teaching. Land-based teaching involves everything. Our people, our ancestors were very superb in surviving without technology. There are paddlers, they walk this land, they hunt, they're tool makers, and they knew how to process wildlife, most meat and fish. This is what I'm trying to teach these young people. And I'm very proud of these young guys. When I talk about young people, I'm talking about 20 years old, right, 30 years old. Anything in between, young men and women. So that's why I'm saying that let's support these young people. Let's not just focus on the other things like urban centers. We focus on the land, these young people focus on the land. I teach them about the name of every tree, every area with the landscape. What the land is a provider, is a healer. That's why I teach them. Our language comes from the land. It doesn't come from any page, any writing. So I'm support those young people, 100%. This weekend again we have another area we want to do very active in that. They keep me busy. Those 3 moose that they killed. Walking in the bush, walk over this big hill, down the big clearing, seen these 3 moose. And they said, don't worry, we know how to haul that moose out there. So they use what do you call those, winch, maybe a 400 feet winch. We get the moose. I teach them about the moose, how you process it. I winch them to the truck, to the trailers. Well, what I teach them is you put sema in every kill you make on moose and even fish. Dance with it. And I tease them. You want to put $20 there or you want to put sema? So it's very important, let's focus on these young people. They are our next generation. I am the next generation from my parents. My parents never went to school. They never went to school, they were never educated. So what happens? I inherit their knowledge. I inherit their wisdom. I inherit their teachings. So it's very important to teach these young people. Even our culture. From there, I noticed that they go back to their culture. They begin to be interested in culture. We know we have a roundhouse here is not even complete, and we have another roundhouse on the north side, beside our sweat lodge. A lot of people, young people, come there, sweat lodge ceremonies. But not only that, but I teach them more about the land. Why there's a land is so important. So anyway, Miigwetch for these youth that spoke here. Miigwetch.
Elder Fred Thomas, Laxul, Miigwetch for your wisdom, and also encouraging our youth to look at land-based teaching. Miigwetch. Any other questions or comments for our youth executive? I don't see any, so Miigwetch, Youth Executive, at their last report, I believe in the spring, they wanted to be more involved at the National Assembly, and the organization has made sure that youth have a seat here at the table, and we do have Echo Davies that's going to be here for the next 3 days. He's slowly listening at the moment, and we're going to give him a few agenda items in the next few days, but he just wants to get that comfort, I guess, first before, so we'll give him the resolutions. How does that sound? That's always one of the most difficult during Chiefs gathering. So, Miigwetch, Oshkinigik Youth Executive Council. Let's give them a hand and keep encouraging them. Okay, moving on to the next agenda items. I'd like to call upon Miigwetch Francis Kavanagh. Miigwetch Francis Kavanagh. And I'll ask Gary Allen to come up and give us a background of the signing ceremony that we'll be going through. So here comes Miigwetch. Grab him by the arm and run a little faster up here. So do you have the actual document, or is that what they? Okay. I do have it. Okay. Is there an area that you're gonna have? Trying to get a good one. Okay. Okay, Miigwetch Francis Kavanagh will address the Assembly, National Assembly, on the signing ceremony.
Bonjour. My apologies, but I'm being pulled in all directions. I had 2 meetings out there. Okay, I guess I got some speaking notes here I got to deliver. It's regarding MOU with ABS. Huh? DSAPs. Okay. Good afternoon, chiefs, constituent councils, guests, and citizens of the Anishinaabe Nation in Treaty 3. I would like to welcome Barry Baltison, Chair of the Kenora District Services Board, and Debbie Ewald, Chair of the Rainy River Social Services Administration Board, to the National Assembly. Today, we mark the signing of a Memorandum of Agreement between Grand Council Treaty Number 3 and the 2 District Service Administration Boards with respect to addressing urban housing and homelessness in our region. We are agreeing to commit to developing a positive and long-term relationship to work collaboratively to create supports and programs that better reflect the realities and cultural needs of the communities, and work together to develop new culturally appropriate infrastructure and programs on these issues. We know that there are 1,600 families waiting for appropriate housing in Kenora. There is zero vacancy rate in Fort Francis, and there are systemic issues that impact our citizens culturally, socially, and economically. We know that it is common practice for our people to couch surf in our communities, and appropriate measures are required to address these issues as put our people at risk for poverty, substance and alcohol abuse, and human trafficking. We need to make critical investments in urban housing, homelessness, and to coordinate together with the district service administration boards to ensure that our people have the appropriate supports to participate in the economy and the tools to live a healthier, better life. I would like to acknowledge the work of Don McCormick, Chief Executive Officer with Rainy River District Social Service Administration Board, and Henry Wall, Chief Administrative Officer with the Kenora District Services Board, who have been working with Treaty 3 staff to establish a foundation for the work they have embarked on behalf of their respective organizations and the Anishinaabe Nation in Treaty 3. The backdrop of this work will be guided by Manitoki Nakonegewin, and we will move forward ensuring that education and understanding of our customs remain a focal point of the work that lies ahead. Please join me as we complete the signing ceremony on behalf of the Grand Council Treaty Number 3 and all of its constituents. Ahok Miigwetch for listening. Aho.
Miigwetch, Ugitchta, Bojo, Bamia Beneshi, Dijnikaz, Kigono Dame, Sagin Donji. Miigwetch Kenin Deket, Gabstum, Kamina Gowan, Ganin, Chabjutuman, Ishnabemwin. Miigwetch Kenin Dekete, Castona Machin, and Matabian, Simamo Biang, and Ishwe when it Panego Sanagan, Shkunarin Kayang. The Magazyok Nishnabek Miigwetch Chief Bolma Kapagidningama Chi Matapiangama Nongum Snagan Gimakaning Chayanguma Panigo Chimigataming Government Smagayawat Itimagazimin Mindashe Kage Uchikitum Etutamang Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Derek Henderson. I'm the Chief of Saging in beautiful Manitoba. Thank you for allowing me to speak this afternoon. I was going to share this morning when we were talking about treaty. Agoy tiwin, jinikate saging, agoy tiwin, miya yabjatuwang yetiginiwin saging. I belong to 3 treaties, Treaty 1, Treaty 3, and Treaty 5, so I hope I can make all those celebrations, those 150-year celebrations, because I'll be very old by then, but hopefully we can make it. I'm going to be here next year, whether I sit as a chief's table or sit in my community to celebrate that, because October 3rd is also my granddaughter's birthday and my sister's birthday, so we celebrated on Sunday for my granddaughter before I came here. To spend time with you, the importance of the work that we do as chiefs. So I'm the chair of the Economics Committee, Treaty 3. That is an important opportunity for us to be able to create opportunities for our communities. To our constituents, our chiefs, the elders, the drum, and the prayers and the sacred ceremonies this morning and all of our sacred items. That is the importance of why we sit here and why we get things done when we rely on those sacred items. My comments are important as the Economic Chiefs Chair, as this MOU is so important for our people. We have been monitoring the progress of the work that has been done by our technicians regarding the urban housing and the homelessness tragedy that was passed in Winnipeg this past May. This partnership with these SABs is based on developing a positive relationship with these two organizations to address urban housing and homelessness. We need to find affordable solutions for our youth, as those are the ones that are most affected and they are most at risk. We also need to think of the women who are impacted by MMIWG, and the violence requires services to allow them to live in a safe and secure environment. The work by the Economic Chiefs Committee, also in partnership with the input of social chiefs, as these issues also cross all policy areas. We need to create affordable opportunities for people who are affected by mental health, addictions, and also work with our partners to ensure that these services are available for all our citizens, no matter where they reside. We need to hold the federal and provincial governments accountable to ensure that our people have those opportunities that are affordable to other people in society. So we need to make sure that our governments hear what we're trying to present regarding the homelessness that we're dealing with in our communities and also in the cities where our people go. It is such it is a shame that our people have nowhere to live. When they're staying in bus shelters, when I'm in Winnipeg and I see our people in bus shelters in the winter, in the middle of winter. And we've stopped, my wife and I have stopped at those bus shelters and we've fed our people. I ask them what they would like. They don't say Tim Hortons. I offer them Tim Hortons coffee. I offer them Tim Hortons chicken noodle soup. They want KFC. They want KFC. So what does my wife do? Go and get KFC. So again, thank you. I'm just honored to be here. It is a real honor to be able to have partnerships. It is these relationships that's going to make us walk side by side. It's these partners that are going to make us make it better for our people. Miigwetch.
Good. Well, thank you very much for this opportunity to get together with you today. I have a really good memory, but it's short. I believe we started talking about this about 3 years ago. We got together. It's been a bit of a journey, but I'm hopeful that the journey that we've taken has developed what we've written down here on this piece of paper that we're going to sign today in a good way, that it, I guess, reflects what we've agreed to do together. Earlier today, well, first of all, I was struck by your discussion around the treaties. I have to admit, my knowledge of the treaties is really poor, but I did learn something today, and I learned, probably I should have known this before, what the treaties mean to you, to your people, and how badly we've, I guess, not held up our end of the bargain. And that's something that we do need to commit to going forward. And the second thing I'd like to talk about is, and it was in the video, the gentleman, and I forgot his name, I think it was James Cutfeet, was holding up one twig and demonstrating that one twig by itself can be easily broken. And so I am hopeful that we can work together and strengthen the bond so that the twig can't be broken. We're facing in our region extremely complex and wicked problems around homelessness, addictions, mental health issues, poverty. But I really strongly believe that if we come together and work together, we can do better for all the people in our region. The key to it all, in my opinion, is making sure that people have a place that they can call home, where they can rest their heads at night and feel safe. So again, I thank you for the opportunity to come here today, and I thank you actually for the opportunity to listen to your ceremonies. They're very moving. And again, I've learned a lot more today about the proper or the good way, I think, that we need to move forward and work with your communities to help solve these problems. Miigwetch.
Thank you. My name is Deb Ewald, and I'm the chair for the Rain River District Social Services Administration Board. I'm pleased to be here today. As Barry has said, I've learned a lot, as much as probably more than what he has. Some of the chiefs from Rain River area I know or have met, but when I read over this memorandum of understanding, it's a very good document. It's a very good document for a starting point. All of us, whether it's First Nations, Kenora people, Rainy River people, we all have the same issues, different degrees, but this document provides a plan to move forward, working together. And I like the analogies that Barry just had, and that's the way to go. The other thing I would like to see, and I do this at a municipal level, is the government, both orders of government are looking for shovel-ready plans, and also they're looking for, if we're working together, all of us on the same page, and we go to them and say, this is what works for Northern Ontario, these are our issues, these are our plans to help solve these issues. I think that puts us in a far better light. I know at a municipal level we have used this approach, and it has been quite successful. So I'm hoping that this will also be part of this memorandum of understanding. And I think at the end of the day, it will be a good document, and I think we will achieve what we've set out to do here. Miigwetch.
Bonjour, Nagabo and Nigo, Dick and Dodem, Nigus Minikani Nadoji, Gary Allen. So I work with the Ford and the economic chiefs. So with that, I'm going to enter the memorandum of understanding into the public record. So I will go through the document. And there is copies that have been furnished to all the chiefs. So memorandum of understanding between Grand Council Treaty Number 3, as represented by the Okitchta, and Kenora District Services Board, as represented by the Chair, Rainy River District Social Services Administration Board, as represented by the Chair, whereas the parties believe that having safe and affordable housing is an essential right for all families and individuals in our communities, and whereas the parties believe that through sharing of knowledge, the parties will improve access to affordable housing, early years, child care and education programming for families, whereas the parties acknowledge that health equity only exists when everyone in our society has the same opportunities to reach their full potential, whereas the parties recognize that homelessness and lack of access to housing is a serious issue for our communities and is a direct cause of poor health, premature deaths, and missed economic opportunities in our communities. Whereas the parties acknowledge the importance of having respectful relationships with First Nation communities as the foundation of a true partnership that is based on the principles of respect, collaboration, co-development, and responsiveness. Whereas the parties recognize the value of working together in order to better support families, elders, youth, and children, access support programs, and services in areas such as housing, social services, child care, and education. Whereas the parties recognize that housing is both a social and an economic issue, and that any strategic goals must address each aspect of the issue in developing a path forward that will benefit families and individuals. Whereas the Grand Council Treaty Number 3 consists of 28 First Nations and is represented by 28 chiefs, and whereas the Grand Council Treaty Number 3 is governed by the four-direction governance model, which encompasses their understanding of relationships within the 28 First Nations constituent councils and citizens within the Anishinaabe Nation in Treaty 3. Whereas one of the sacred laws in Grand Council Treaty Number 3 is Manitowoc Nakagawan, the Great Earth Law, and the Resource Law, which defines a traditional legal framework for development in Treaty 3. Whereas the Kenora District Services Board consists of 9 municipalities and 4 territories without municipal organization within the District of Kenora, and it's represented by 13 elected officials. And whereas the Rainy River District Social Services Administration Board consists of 10 municipalities and 3 territories without municipal organization within the District of Rainy River, and it is represented by 13 elected officials. And whereas the Grand Council Treaty Number 3, the Kenora District Services Board, and the Rainy River District Social Services Administration Board recognize the value of access by families, children, and students to culturally supportive programs and services which enable them to pursue further education or training and to become healthy, productive members of their communities, both on and off the First Nation. Therefore, be it resolved that the parties agree that the parties commit to developing a positive and long-term relationship in order to work collaboratively and collegially to create supports and programs that better reflect the realities and cultural needs of the communities, and where necessary, work together to create and develop new culturally appropriate infrastructure and programs. This Memorandum of Understanding is intended to establish a framework for parties to work collaboratively in order to strengthen their partnerships and programs in the development of an urban housing and homelessness strategy, social services, child care, and education. The parties will work together to address the following agreed upon priority areas to ensure adequate housing for all families and individuals in our communities. A, infrastructure. Explore options to create, develop, and improve infrastructure so that it is an adequate amount of housing. Finances. Explore options to finance infrastructure efforts. Funding. Explore options to partner in order to leverage and secure funding for the infrastructure efforts. Communication. Identify means and improve communication between Grand Council Treaty Number 3, KDSB, and RRDSSAB to streamline and expedite progress. Participation. Strategies to encourage engagement from First Nations within Grand Council Treaty Number 3, KDSB, RRDSSAB, and all individuals involved. F, exploration of where social services, childcare, education play a role in creating barriers for affordable housing opportunities, and establish strategic goals to address these factors to assist families and individuals. Me, yeah. So I just wanted to say that, you know, there was 2 resolutions that were passed at the Spring Assembly in Winnipeg. 02, I guess 2022-02, and 2212. And those resolutions speak to one, giving the mandate to Grand Council Treaty 3 to negotiate this memorandum of understanding. But the second one was also giving the mandate to Grand Council Treaty Number 3 to work with the province of Ontario to ensure that housing becomes a priority for First Nations in ensuring that we don't get caught in the pan-Aboriginal approach to housing. We get lumped in with Métis and non-status and the friendship centers. And what we're looking to do is look for a separate agreement so that those housing supports for our members are considered in terms of funding. So we will continue to work on that part and to ensure that our people have those opportunities that are afforded to them, and which is their right. So with that, I say Miigwetch. And you know, the other areas are also looking at Grand Council Treaty Number 3. We know that Thunder Bay and other regions are also looking to collaborate with Treaty 3 to address our members that live in those areas. So with that, Miigwetch.
All right. We'll
It's on the occasion of the signing ceremony with two district boards. Again, on behalf of the Grand Council Treaty Number 3, the constituents, the chiefs, elders, visitors, I'd like to offer a small token of our appreciation to our guests and partners moving forward. Barry? Yeah. Debbie? Miigwetch for being here. Yeah. And I'd like to call up Henry Wall. Again, on behalf of the Grand Council, I invited Henry to be up here with us today because I have another project in mind that we're working on together on behalf of the Grand Council. So with that, I'd like to offer a token of our appreciation. Henry, please accept a gift from us. Miigwetch.
Good. Over to you, Mr. Chair.
All right, let's give them another hand. It's very unique to deal with homelessness, especially when we do have a lot of our people out there that are going through a lot of issues, either related to residential school or homelessness or addiction. So Miigwetch, a very unique approach to solve the homelessness. So economic chiefs, Miigwetch. Derek sort of sneaked away from me. I was going to keep him up here and continue with the economic chiefs update, but also I know Brian's a smoker, so I'm going to be appointing Brian as the official health break. So rest of the smokers, give Brian a mean look if you need to smoke, and he'll get my attention. Economic Chiefs, update. NWO, are you signing it? Okay, there's another signing ceremony here. Slash C. Lucas. NWMO signing. So Lucas will give us a
So we've invited NWMO here today. We've been working hard over the last 6 months to develop a relationship agreement with NWMO that was presented to the staff of NWMO by the chiefs last May in Winnipeg. So with that, I will pass it over to Ogitchta for his remarks, and Alan after that.
Good afternoon, chiefs, constituent councils, guests, and citizens of the Grand Council, Treaty Number 3. It is my pleasure to welcome N.W. Mose Allen Webster here today in order for NWMO and Treaty 3 to execute this important relationship agreement in relation to NWMO's work in Treaty 3. I would like to commend NWMO leadership and staff on their work on executing this agreement after it was presented to them at our last Spring Assembly in Winnipeg. Today, we mark the signing of this agreement in order to continue to build tolls in recognition of the jurisdiction of Manitoki Nakonigewan and the relationship the Anishinaabe Nation in Treaty 3 holds with the lands and water through the development of a Treaty 3 project assessment process. The agreement also incorporates important work relating to language, on the land learning, youth scholarships, and the development of a Treaty 3 stewardship officer program. Through this agreement, we will continue to work with MWMO in order to ensure the jurisdiction and rights of the Anishinaabe Nation in Treaty 3 and Treaty 3 communities are held in any resource development in the Treaty 3 territory through Manitoki Nakonigewan. With that, Miigwetch for listening. Miigwetch.
So I'm Alan Webster, and all I can say at this point in time is I hope we don't have to read this agreement into the record because it's fairly lengthy. Just on behalf of the NDMO, thank you for being here. It's really nice to be in the community. And the one thing in particular, I love listening to the drums. I also love the fact that people welcome me here and smile when I come into the room and I meet them. And that's such a nice thing. It's a nice thing to have a smile and to be recognized that you're coming into the community and you're welcome to come into the community. So thank you very much for that, Miigwetch, and I hope to see you all again soon.
And then we have the actual signing. Okay. Lucas?
Yep. Just for clarification, this is, it's all been acronyms so far, but this is an MOU with the Nuclear Waste Management Organization?
It's a relationship agreement with the Nuclear Waste Management Organization. It's stemming from the resolution in 2019 to reach a new agreement with NWMO. The agreement itself speaks to developing planning around a regulatory process if the site is selected in Treaty 3. Developing a project assessment tool for any resource development in Treaty 3. So this would be something that's strengthened through Manitoki and Okanagan. And then what we heard from leadership in terms of language revitalization, youth scholarships, a Treaty 3 Stewardship Officer program, which would be similar to Treaty 3 Police, a sister program to the MNRF's Conservation Officer program, so resources to develop that as well. So an ongoing working relationship with NWMO.
Thank you, Miigwetch. I just wanted to make a couple of quick comments and welcome Alan Miigwetch for coming here today. Miigwetch Ogitchida for this opportunity to hear more. You know, I've been chief 13 months. I've barely had the time to come to meetings or to travel because we're losing life at a rapid rate back home. And we're also losing territory at a rapid rate back home as well, including our ability to exercise and practice our treaty rights. For those that know me, I've spent most of my career in government, as well as in the resource sector, which I regret, to be really frank. I worked in oil and gas for a couple of years, really just to sell out, to sign, you know, a contract that would pay me enough money to drink every day and night, back when I was an alcoholic. And I really regret that. And as much as I appreciate the relationship agreement, you know, the language restoration, the youth position, there's no stewardship of nuclear waste. Like there's no stewardship of nuclear waste. You know, ask anybody in Chernobyl. And I understand our people are desperate for economic development, for jobs, for work, for income that every other Canadians take for granted. But I came here specifically in this assembly to fight for the environment and to fight for our traditional territories in Onegumang. And granted, I know that the negotiations are taking place elsewhere, but I really, just a word of caution to all chiefs, including those that are signing agreements with mining companies near our lakes. I worry that the genocide may be complete. If we're seeing climate change at a rapid rate, we're seeing the largest storm that ever hit the east coast of Canada. We just saw the largest tornado that ever hit America last December. It hit 4 states. When I was a teenager, I remember an elder from Saskatchewan talking about climate change and about how the winds aren't going to know where they're supposed to be. And we're seeing that. We're seeing all of these, we're even getting all these signs for those that are spiritual of you know, destruction of our people, I believe. And it's happening in a real time because I think we've lost a community member every month, probably about 13 since I've been chief. And so I only urge caution. And we do welcome you, Alan, but I do worry about welcoming any form of nuclear waste or that type of development into our territories. I really believe that Treaty 3, the Anishinaabe, may become a climate refuge at some point. People talk about Minnesota being that because of the elevation. But if we destroy the boreal forest and if we destroy our lakes, there'll be no refuge for us. And I really believe that because of aggregate development, because of exploration, because of mining, because of the destruction of our habitat, the wildlife's becoming just like the Anishinaabe. You see our people homeless in Sioux Lookout in Kenora, and now you're seeing the deer just like them. And they look completely out of place. And everyone makes fun of them. Everyone says they look sick. And that's was us just the past 10, 20, 30, 40 years since really we signed treaty. So I just am terrified about the development that's taking place on our lands. I urge any of you, just go drive on any back road in our territories and you'll see all the cutting. You'll see all the destruction. All you got to do is go and take a look and you'll understand. So again, I'm here specifically because we're losing lives and we're losing lands, and I feel like, again, I'll state it again, we're fighting racism on one hand and we're fighting for our lives and for the environment on the other. And without that environment, I really fear that the genocide of the Anishinaabe people, at least if they destroy our lakes, Crow Lake and Kakagi Lake and Cameron Lake, then all of Onegumang will be in Sioux Lookout, Kenora, Fort Francis too. So that's the direction we're heading in. I just, again, I urge caution. Miigwetch.
Miigwetch, Chief Covenants, for your comments. I just want to assure leadership that signing of this agreement does not consent to having nuclear waste stored in Treaty 3 territory. We had an elders gathering. There was a declaration in 2016 that says no to storing nuclear waste in our territory. And also we've had discussions over the past several years that there's been discussion that there's only one community in northwestern Ontario that's going to have a say whether nuclear waste is buried in our territory, and that's Igneous. I responded to that many times. Igneous, you are in our territory. You are on Treaty 3 territory. You alone cannot make that decision to store waste in our territory. Also, we need to respect that there are some communities that have arrangements with the MWMO, and again, it's not in the context of agreeing that we're going to bury waste in our territory. It's about an education process so we can make the right decisions when that time comes. But as far as I know, there's a very strong no to burying nuclear waste in our site. And essentially, this agreement will just continue to do that education process. And also, with respect to Manitoki and Nakonigewin, it's not all about economic development. Most importantly, Manitoki and Nakonigewin is about protecting the environment, protecting the land, and protecting the waters that are in our territory. So with that, signing does not mean that we agree to having waste stored in our territory. And I have a lot of respect for the other communities that have agreements with MWMO in the context of creating more education, creating more awareness of nuclear waste. I myself, I don't support nuclear waste stored in a territory, but I am here because of I had a battle. I had to go through 5 weeks of radiation, and I'm very thankful for the opportunity to go under that radiation, and that's one of the elements that come from that source. So I'm very grateful. I'm still here. I'm been declared cancer-free for going on 2 years now. So, but like I say, I'm thankful for that. But I still say no to nuclear waste. Haha, Miigwetch. No disrespect to anybody. Miigwetch. Brian?
Oh. Bonjour. Sagachawe Ndigo Bijou Dotem Kuching Donji. Is it Alan or Alex? Alan, okay. You mentioned you hoped we didn't read into the record the agreement, and I don't have it in front of me. But knowing full well what happened at that elders gathering, where Treaty 3, the elders, and everybody else, we said no. And we haven't changed our mind. And I don't think we're about to. But is that, and those resolutions referenced in the document that we're going to be signing? The fact that, you know, we had resolutions and guidance from the elders, you know, saying, we're saying no to nuclear waste within the territory.
So the relationship agreement itself doesn't reference any decision making. It's just around the relationship between NWMO and Grand Council Treaty 3, stemming from the last resolution in 2019, and what will be the process going forward, right, with NWMO. And what this relationship agreement does is we'll sit with them, have discussions with the chiefs, with the constituent councils as well, to understand, you know, if the site in Treaty 3 is selected, what that process of decision making will look like. And that's where those records of decision, resolutions, will all be entered into that decision making process as well.
Well, you know, it sounds like maybe the decision making is trying to be taken out of our hands, and if it happens that you know, Canada and Ontario are moving in this direction, and one of the municipalities within our territory, and totally leaving aside the wishes and the direction from the people of Grand Council Treaty Number 3, that's not like the Ogishta said. That's not a good decision-making process. And even before, I would expect that if that work ever did start to happen, I'm sure that many of our people would be there standing in the way of that development. Miigwetch.
Miigwetch, Chief Pro. The agreement and the work moving forward from the agreement is on the foundation of Manitowoc and Okanagan and that decision-making process, and assuring that jurisdiction of Manitowoc and Okanagan and the nation is upheld in any decision-making process.
Just want to add also that this issue of nuclear waste in our territory has also been dealt with in a spiritual way. It's gone to ceremony, seeking guidance from ceremony, and moving forward. That's what we're doing. We're being very careful. You know, we're very cautious. We don't want to be quick to say yes to anything. It's still going to be no. You know, we're just following what we've been told in ceremony. So, you know, and like I said before, you know, with respect to our treaty, you know, that it was accomplished because we went to ceremony, and that's why we call it sacred law, because it's creator sanctioned. So same way, that's how we'll be arriving at a decision, is you know, in concert with spiritual advice. So with that, to Miigwetch, Brian, and Jeff, for your comments.
Well, I gotta go home. Friday. And our people are certainly aware of nuclear waste organization. And the people have told me in our council that it's a no. We developed a process in respect of MIA, Manitowoc Okanagan, trying to follow that in our approach to how we're going to deal with this issue. our community developed following the principles of Manitowoc Naknagain in our own community called Manachtuta, which means protecting our lands and everything that's within our lands. When we sign and support the agreement, what does that say to the people? I believe that we as a nation got to make that decision together. No municipality. That's what I talked about this morning when I talked about the treaty, about the truth. For too long, we listened to them. Look what happened. We know the truth. We live it. Our people live it in our communities. And again, I think I'm in support, but how do I convince? Maybe they'll have a gate for me when I get home, I don't know. You know, about this issue, because it's going to have a lot of effects. That's what our people are coming from. You know, when I go home, all I see is yellow. That's not bingo sheets. They're all yellow in the yards of the people. Guess what it says? No to nuclear waste in northwestern Ontario. And that's basically Treaty 3 area. We have an agreement, and our people have spoken. But I think to learn more, be careful. Hongom zita, Miigwetch.
Chief Forester.
Miigwetch, for opportunity to gain about to go much on gain. So subscription gang, Grassy Narrows, Chief Randy Forster. I think you know there's enough information out there. And you know, on the news, what's been happening for many years in Grassy, and still today, you know, with this poison we have, you know, the mercury on English River, and that mercury is going to still be there for another half a century. It's still going to be there, you know. Studies being done right now how to get that cleaned up. That's still a long ways to, you know, what method's going to be used. That's going to take another, you know, I would say another decade before a decision can be found, or what the science can, you know, what we can use. But anyway, I just want to say, you know, if there's another poison coming, you know, from upriver, going into our rivers, into our lakes where we drink the water and fish. You know, that's something that's, you know, that's I can't imagine. You know, what if that ever happened, you know, the decision was made like that in the future. I can't imagine what the youth would be dealing with, you know, 20 years' time, 30 years' time. It's just ongoing. So I just want to say too, that we've been fighting for many years, many decades, chiefs before me that have been fighting for, justice for the land to heal so our people can heal. So that's something we'll continue to fight, if we, along with everybody, our youth are the ones that laid their bodies on the roads, so the trucks will stop coming in, the logging trucks will stop coming in. So they're the ones that started that about close to 20 years ago already. But in our territory, the land is coming back, and the forest is coming back, the moose are coming back, and that's just something I watch, I hear when I'm in the meetings, and I observe, and how these things are still, what's still happening. So, and I agree with that, that word, agwambasita, be careful, and it's played a toll. It's really done a toll in our community. Our community members are suffering to this day, and definitely we will be there too. If whatever things that are being, that could be signed, we gotta really read what it says, because I've seen in the past, even before I became chief, when I was council for 8 years, deputy chief, I seen quickly how these MOUs changed. And a lot of times, the government, they just, it's just an MOU, and they don't really follow it. So I just want to share that, that experience I've seen with my own eyes. It took me a while to know what that is. It took me 4 or 5 years to start to understand these things. So, Mr. Goya, I want to share my comments on this part. Miigwetch.
Chief Copenhagen.
Oi ga kanistaguseg ga kanishnabing ga giminigoizing Uguege kagit nakamigiziat ye manitu nakunigin nistamanichnabe ki kitongi bindiget mikshoe enotwind Gego ishiga witchment oe jug Chimana is a segego mi yang Jibata gushing oe wapskiet Aje oe you is stamaganan oe nistamanichnabe gainen Vi tash oe unjum shkoiga boing oh pigiabe Gikendan ye Giwawi tabamag Giga kenziok Gagi chiskiat anen meja Unji katan ye Zanagisi oe wapskiet Gego we go wet debinang Jetgo kinegego ijichige Mitash ye Kinanon the man Jango mizing pane Oege Umaga unchikane is it Ugetizimia Ki kitat Jetgo Kinwin shagitayamin Oe gejichigeng Kanin me mech o meshtundigen gikitung Kanu abachasian meje meshtundigen gikitang anishnabe Umakshia kigat kagi abita moat kagi minigo iziat mikshe tegoch ejik chapiten dagok shketesh go batchish kan de gizes oege tibik gizes kikitum na me ete wiko naskan wasigan wishe jibigena moat ne an gajni obi tokamagagi kitang oe owapshkiet kego wanda go wek kendan gego chibago go etet wewe ni inke vitashin ke ejonizet owechonjine ingita go wapshkiet inke gi jebzet shkewe no akchmekute kunne gam king kage ujisitot eojibigen kishin witebet nzegawaya uwe jib min jegen jana maing zana go gan sag go watage ag kishpin wip is den zegoa in ke gajit gajana maing kito mi akchmek tekne mi magi kibaga mashet owe wapshkiet gaja patakito tajte akikitan owe owe basanan misago ega jichiget shketash no ganga bagam shkang ajagi mokina go ke gagi jmas chigeat we na ga jen machigeat kan go chige siu go pi ga jana mat just go tigi chiskinang owe chime kute kone e gagi jibigiat utanang ijisegi mikinege go chaje mini going chikken the moatigi wapshkiet mize in sundanibak shketashkegi no wend oega join dagusiat mikshnaigie kego gochmin daben mizek shayat sokan mayak ayag we at sokan go mage yetigegi no gam chubisiguek kitayag gegitina a join dagusiat at sokan kionjiganda mago isengi kitang mi mai mina kishpinijina gok jittago chigo go chimit mina tinoga join dagusat ka chiskit chigo wekinang ka wi ko we nendang we wapskiet wi ko we shabo endang in ke chigo we gitiskana in the mind o nishnabe wena negi bigo nang monito miznaigan kino netto kita jichige min bigo na moing kainin wapskiet kino netto kainin tegi jasimen agam king chibago sena mangwa manito maznegen we know shmagi pijog we know magi pigo chimigo men maznegen mish enje ketan kimshkoy gap moemen ugwege mishum sina nek na we gayat bizen da mog opi jitago ya bi opi chigo gem shkoy gap boing kainda an kanotan zin we anish nange kenema awat sokan bizendang Miigwetch.
Miigwetch, Wimakan, very powerful words. Which
I just want to inform the leadership that I have two resolutions mandating me to what we're proposing here to do today, two resolutions. And that's the direction that I take, and that's one of the things I said when I became Grand Chief. On any resolution that is passed at our assemblies will become an agenda item that I hope to move forward in a good way. So that's what I'm following right now is those two resolutions that gave me mandate to proceed in this way. And also, it's not, it's just, like I said before, we're not agreeing that we'll have waste deposited in our territory. You know, it's just a way of moving forward in a good way and raise the awareness of the impacts that nuclear waste can happen in our territory. I know all the water from that area, is going to drain down into Lake of the Woods and Winnipeg River and this and that, and I know it's going to impact communities moving forward in a very harsh way. If that waste ever, escape from where they're stored. I often wonder when they talk about testing, when they say they're 100% sure that it's not going to waste, but why don't they undertake tests to test their theory that it's not going to happen? So I often wonder why. So anyways, it's up to you, leadership, what you want us to do. Do we sign the agreement, or, like I said, I'm only following direction that I received from leadership. Aha, Miigwetch.
Chief Brian Proulx.
How big is that document? I mean, we don't have it.
The text body is about 20 pages, and we can get it printed out for sure.
All right, so can we just table this and let us have a look at it?
Yep, definitely.
Miigwetch.
Chief Brian Proulx wants to table the signing ceremony, so until further review from the chiefs. So chiefs, please study the Chief Clayton, Wabigoon.
Bonjour. Makade Gabo, Nishnakas, Mustotem, Makwagui Mass, Wabigoon, Sagigan, and Donchi. I guess we, as the closest community, and when Ignace put up their hand, we weren't part of the engagement until nuclear waste came to us and kept coming back. Then I was on council the first time. And I told them, I said, we're not going to talk with you guys until we have the authority to kick you out of the territory. And they agreed, and we negotiated a protocol that give us the authority to stop the project any time. So the chief at that time, Chief Watts, he had told me, he said, now we have the authority, what do we do with it? And who do we listen to? And we discussed that, and I said, well, if we're going to be a judge, does a judge listen to one side, or does it listen to two sides? And what does that look like? How much information do we need? So we decided that we needed a lot of information, and the proponent that was coming to us, we told him how much learning we had to do, and we took this to had an agreement. We took this to our elders, and we said we're going to start this land use study because that's what we asked for. And they stopped us. The elders stopped us and said, "You have to go to ceremony first, even before anything happens." And out of respect with Chief Kobanas's ceremony and what he spoke to in the language, we respect that. And from our dealings with discussing it with amongst the nations, Manitoua Kia Nakagewin, it has to resolve our indifferences. So this is part of what this agreement is gonna build on. And we know Wabigoon has a big say, but still it has to go to a ceremony in several places. Mandatua, Kianakagewin, and Wabigoon Sagigan, and Kianakagewin. And I listened to the opposition also. And I've said that. I said, everybody starts from no. I've started from no. Like I said, and then I thought, what is this nuclear waste? Why is it? Why did they choose these spots? And why did it come here? What's the other spot down in Southern Ontario? Just keep it down there. And then one of my other counselors said, my son's going to Toronto area. Why would I say just keep it down there? We have to. Mother Earth just doesn't stop in Treaty 3. And it's Canada has a problem, and it's their problem. Yes, they started, and they did not consult with First Nations on developing this, but it's here now. And with speaking to our membership, the question come up to me. He says, this elder said, well, how come they never dealt with this problem? And I said, well, it's always been handed down to generation to generation. Either a new energy system is going to come in place and replace it, or they'll figure it out in the future. And the elder told me, I think it's about time we take the work and try to find a solution if we can. So that's where we came from. And we started that path of learning, and it's been 8 years in our community. And we have come to ceremony. We have listened to the elders. And this agreement, when you read it, it strengthens, it doesn't give a position, it strengthens the learning and builds capacity within the nation. So I think the environment chiefs this is what came forward from the environment chiefs, and that's where we came to in the spring, and I think it's going to be a long process. It's not going to, the decision in 2 years from now is just a decision to pick one site, and then another 12-year process happens. So it's good to really be careful, and out of respect for everyone, and it's good to take time to do this. Miigwetch.
Chief Kupanis, Jeff.
I'll be really quick. Miigwetch Indigenous Makwana Dodam. I wish I spoke the language, Chief Kupanis, and Carrie. Y'all both speak so beautifully. I don't understand. I just listen for words when I can. All of our respective chiefs. I was raised very much in our culture, but mostly I was raised in the white community, educated in the white community. I won all of their awards. Educated at their university, educated in their industry, educated in their government. Sometimes I wish that wasn't the case, because I wish that I was more Anishinaabe, or was more one of us. But the one thing that I can speak to all of our leaders, and I know there's no ill intentions. I know we're all trying our best, but I support Chief Ryan in tabling this and taking her time and not signing right now. The one thing that I've learned in government and industry in my 20 years experience is that once you sign something, it's very difficult to get out of. And once you invite resource development into your territory, it's very difficult to get them out. The only way that I've seen in this country is by communities standing like Chief Randy and his youth and laying down across the road. Once I've seen agreements signed, it's the only way that I've seen that type of industry removed. And that's the fight that I've got back home, because former leaders, and I say this with the greatest respect, who weren't educated and didn't know the costs of the possible destruction of our lakes, were negotiating agreements. And that's the fight I have right now, back home as well. And I just urge you, once these agreements are signed, they're very, very difficult to stop. And why I urge caution, and why I was surprised that we were only talking in acronyms earlier and not the full organization's name. I was like, I'm trying to sneak something by? And I know that's not the case. I know that's not the case, because I appreciate Lucas and the staff and the work they've been doing in our own fight against exploration and mining. And I appreciate the support of Ogitchita and his letter of support against mining and exploration. But I just again must preach caution and urge caution, just based on my own experience. You know, when I worked in British Columbia, both Canada and British Columbia told all types of oil refineries, if you get an agreement with First Nations, we'll expedite the environmental processes. We'll move them fast as we can. If you can get agreement with First Nations, we will expedite the whole process. That's what I worry about, that we're giving a license again for the expedition of the destruction of our territories. And yes, money may come, but again, at what cost? Thank you. Miigwetch.
Chief Bill Pettigrew.
Bonjour. Now we tongue to go. You should come and see them. I wrote down a few things here. While I listened to Arnold saying Angwa music. I used to hear that from my mom, and a lot of things went wrong when I didn't listen. I got written down here, life is more precious than money. Sometimes when things go wrong, you wish you wouldn't have took the money, because you can't grow back something when it's gone. And you can't take back what you've lost or what you've done. We're always talking about our children. Where are we putting their future? If something happens and something goes wrong, and nothing is ever foolproof. I know I listened to a lot of things they say about how foolproof this is. And it comes on the trains, it comes on by semis coming to this place, and they say these trucks, these trains, everything's foolproof. I don't know how many times I heard about trains derailing, trucks laying alongside the road. And then you got these people that like to, what do you call them? Terrorists. Even today, people just like stabbing people, shooting people. What are they going to do with these people hauling this nuclear waste? I know somebody's going to come along and want to do something just to prove their point. They can make a mess out of something. And when I think about these things, I think about our children and their future. Where are we railroading our children into another residential school concept? Kind of boxing them into a point where they're going to have to suffer through this. We have a right as chiefs, as Native people, to protect our future. As I tell my people at home, I don't care about money. I've learned a long time ago when I used to be a minister. It says in the Bible that He'll bless me with my needs, and it's always been that way in my life. I can go to casinos, buy lottery tickets, I can never win nothing. But when I need something, God gives it to me. So who am I to go dig a hole in the ground and stick a bunch of dynamite in the ground, not knowing when it's going to go off? When my children are close by, my grandchildren. I get emotional when I talk about these things because I love my grandchildren. Somebody said today, called my grandchildren shitty R's. And that made me upset, and this was an elder that said that. And I told my wife, there are wise elders. Some of them are just old people. And that's who this person is, just an old person that doesn't know nothing. And with that in place, I know something. And I don't want my grandchildren to go through this because of something that I did wrong or something I could have said or something I could have stopped. But like Brian says, I think we need to take a better look at this. I myself always like to know how deep the water is before I jump in. Because I'm put in a place where when I make a decision or judgment, I want to make sure it's right. Miigwetch.
Miigwetch, Bill, if we could, Wichita, where do we wish to go?
I guess after hearing the various comments, I guess we'll have staff prepare copies of the document. And after some careful review by leadership, maybe tomorrow or the next day, come prepared to deal with it. You know, like I said before, we're only following through to decisions made by chiefs at previous meetings. And it's also the question of renewing the funding agreement came before. And that was the same sentiment that what we're hearing today. They said, let's hear from MWMO. That's what MWMO did in Winnipeg. They came and presented, and the chiefs passed a resolution agreeing, yes, we will entertain a new relationship funding agreement to continue the work that Treaty 3 has undertaken. It's a learning phase. It's an educational process, and we were instructed to draft up a signing agreement that's been legally analyzed and considered to be, in the best interest of Grand Council Treaty Number 3 and our land. So with that, we'll make copies and present them to leadership and take a look at them and maybe come prepared in a couple of days to deal with it. How, Miigwetch? Yeah. Again, you know, we always present a token of our appreciation to people we ask to come and present and meet with us. So on behalf of the Grand Council, I'd like to present this token of our appreciation to Alan, Miigwetch, for being here. Okay, how, Miigwetch?
They're going to be doing. I know you all went through a very difficult decision and careful one, so our elder here is going to be rendering a song to enlighten everybody's feelings, I guess, and go back to. All right, yeah. Well, get started. Going to go to the washroom first. Oh, yeah. Hey, abisado ko. Nagamok. Miigwetch. Okay, chiefs, do you need a break or should we continue? Brian, as spokesperson for the break chiefs. Be right back. All right, we still have 4 other items to deal with under the National Assembly, and that's the Economic Chiefs Update, Cultural Chiefs Update, Environmental Chiefs Update, and Social Chiefs Update. Do you want to have a break or should we continue with the updates? Chiefs, or do we all follow Brian? All right, I hear a break, so let's have a 5-10 minute break, and we'll have our drum bring us back. And Terry's saying I'm still number 1 here. Do you see that, Don?
Spoke about it, the Treaty 3 cell 150.
The motion to support it? What if I want? Well, that's what I meant. Oh, I wanted my. Right. No, I'm just saying it, but yeah, that's what I thought. I thought I was in a meeting where anybody want to, support this and the way to.
I talked to Teddy, the executive director, and Vernon, the chief yesterday. He was in his rate, but he said as long as we have the same really high-speed internet, we don't have a problem.
going to do a presentation first before that?
You know, as long as you're not saying yes.
I've been around for a long time. You know?
You know when you have
Red shirt day, orange shirt day, red sock day.
Yeah, I gotta go back to the office.
I want this day to be the staff.
Direction. They need some direction. So.
That's what our people.
All right, thanks. And maybe I'll see is next week. See how the guys are doing up there.
Yeah. Oh, did you tell? What's his name? Tell you about when I came up with?
Turtle?
Yeah.
Turtle Bay? Yeah. Oh yeah.
Cannot want to make a man.
How is it?
Cannot want to make a man.
Oh.
Cannot want to make a man. It's the day one to make a man. One to make a man. One in come on.
Okay, I think I know.
For a single person. Something like that.
And cannot is turtle. And cannot is
But any
is a snapping turtle.
Okay.
So I don't
Thanks.
know. That turtle's always there. So
Always there.
That's his bay.
And not just that, there's a few other small ones there. But he's the big guy.
That's what it is. There used to be.
Yeah.
In that bay.
Yeah. So. Okay. Well, maybe I'll see you up there. Doing moose hunting this weekend. I'll be up.
That's what I find
your
different.
area.
All right.
Around for many years.
See how many I can get.
Been wrong when it started.
Just stand on the road and I'll go and chase them out.
I select the 11 as well, chase moose.
Yeah, me too.
My dad used to wait by the road.
Yeah.
That's what I did.
But you have to know where they
Stop.
sometimes you miss them, man.
Yeah.
They're on different corner.
There's a road going this way and a road going this way. And I put one guy here and one guy up there. And then I went past them and then I went down the hill to the lake and then I cut back around because the road comes this way. So I come back around and
Well, I didn't
so
think
I
elders.
was standing there and I was thinking, and I heard a crack. He's taking off towards that first guy. I thought, oh, there we go. So I thought, oh, maybe I'll just. So I stepped off the road and I was got on my toilet paper and I was sitting there. And then all of a sudden I heard, dum, dum, dum. I thought, what the heck? And I looked over and here comes that moose who came. He went right up and see that guy and turned, and then you see that guy.
Anyway, I'm only from.
And he came right by me. And I was in a bush there, and he ran right by me. So and I grabbed my gun and I shot up in the air, and I heard the crack of things take off. That time he beat me down the road. He didn't know I was there. You were one of our teachers, and you were because I was off to the side of the road. You were a teacher. Well, he tricked me the first time he went around.
Well, I used to be.
There's one area where there's a lake on this side
guy's area.
Yeah. I don't know. I was trying to
Jump to a decision. Touch on it a little bit there.
This guy
So,
never, he was throwing us all kinds
yeah.
of questions, and I asked
And
him about
yeah,
what I
so
just
like I
said
was,
about
Aaron was talking,
these
but
guys,
I scribbled it.
how safe is it?
Around the
Is
script.
it safe to ship it from out west
Think
and
about it.
ship it all the way across by rail or by truck? And how safe is it? Oh, no, they
But yeah, so we can take a look at it.
I said, what if we run off the road?
Probably works.
Or train derail?
The prevention, first of all.
And I said, oh, not much chance in that. And I said,
Obviously,
I hear about it every once
and
in
you had
a
some.
while, trains going off.
Then, so in that purposeful housing,
And then you hear these terrorists
Prevent it
always
from-
trying to get their hands on nuclear waste to
then obviously you can
build nuclear bombs or whatever. Or, there's just so much here that
Yeah, I know.
says
Yeah, so
guaranteed.
yeah, it's just so then a prevention in urban areas. So what we those reports from Rainy River, like most of the offices, or interviewing guys is. So if we can start looking at vacation, planning, correction, or but then anyways, and then figure out when they get a kid. Sort of. So obviously it's going to be like a larger hit.
Yeah, just
Then,
one.
then obviously the
Set the
therapies.
other ones off.
Heard from.
Yeah.
I heard from. So I think we.
Yeah, it has.
Looking at because we say we're going to do more.
Yeah, how are things going?
Right?
He said earlier, it's just
Like we could set up a pilot project and start pushing out for money. This could be a whole. And they're owned by a man. Are your first name? How that goes, you know, obviously our funding, perimeter centers. You know, yeah, I can, but it's yeah, but it's so. But I did this.
Time to go to 9 o'clock. I got a Zoom meeting at 6 in the morning. Yeah, drive back.
The potential partners.
Bridging, housing and homelessness versus MAI maybe later. If I get questions, I'm going to say Terry.
And then we can take a look at potential resources too, right? Because like missing and murdering, we're just
Early in for the summer.
someone who could set up like a. And then we could look at Public Safety Canada. This would definitely involve with. That's just the feds. Talking with
Probably
Bree,
good.
said, yeah.
Is that story real? Back in the day, some hunters.
Yeah. So yeah, just. Village.
Was it worse? No? There was that one.
Maybe.
Years ago.
Yeah. Years. So I don't know. Like I heard. I haven't put this. First person.
Give hawks at that. Yeah. They drowned. They supposed to be a farm and they went into the swamp and drowned.
Yeah, like
The one ox.
strategy.
Yeah,
And then we
the,
consult on it.
farming, right? Yeah. They came to Show Lake, right? Must have been the language barrier. Okay, we're going to show you how to use the ox.
Okay.
That stuff. Sir, can I use your pen, please? All right. Okay. So, yeah, then I could talk about it then afterwards. I don't know how long. I don't know what the appetite is. We'll see then. Really, I just. Thank you. Here's your pen. Okay. When you and I will flush. Oh, yeah. Did Richard put something in for that already? Or okay, so that's just not we're talking about. Discussions with fix it.
No, I heard him telling and Carrie will speak to it. I'm like, wait a second. You're in the task force.
This is your first foray in housing.
Okay. Yeah. Great.
Could be in this.
Lucas. Yeah. Yeah. I'm looking for your help for the report there.
We're starting right at the bottom.
Oh, the audit.
That's
the work.
I'm not. I don't know what.
Grand Council Treaty 3 Housing Corporation.
Oh, okay.
Perfect.
God, where do we cash it?
Okay. Lucas. Yes. Oh, nice. Yeah.
For 39.45.
It is what it is. I get it.
Yeah, this is
For supper.
calling for a 10-year project.
Okay, so I put it here. Received by.
This is your full-time gig.
Okay.
Fun times,
No
eh?
cash in the envelopes. I'm just kidding you.
Sure, obviously.
I know. It's fun.
Housing will suck you right in.
Ahoo, Miigwetch, Miigwetch, Miigwetch. Calling on the economic chiefs and the technicians are here and ready. One of the Wichita Quiz Women's Council, Mona, you all were handed a red tobacco tie. You are encouraged to offer at the Sacred Fire on the east side. So, and it's part of the healing process that we are all going through. So, with no further ado, I'd like to call upon the economic chiefs to do their presentation.
Bojo, Shanagaba Nigo, I take and do them. Nigigus Minikoning Nindoji. Gary Allen, the senior political advisor and CEO for Treaty 3 Investment Group. So with this presentation, we are going to cover a number of different areas, including the CJ property. We're going to move the housing to the end. We also have trade, the economic update, energy, and then also Chief Derek Henderson will conclude with update on the Debajmu Wind project, which is a joint project with the social chiefs. So with that, I also have our technicians with us. On my right, Drake Crossan. He's our lead on the, I guess, IRS lead communities, coordinating work with IRS sites in Treaty 3. Haley Krolik, which is our policy advisor, and she will do the energy and homelessness as part of the housing. And then finally, Rylan Reed from Clear Direction. He's undertaking the work on housing for on reserve, particularly. So with that, we'll try to keep it interesting. So with that, Cecilia Jeffrey property, we are operating under Resolution CA 2216, which was to establish an advisory council for Cecilia Jeffrey property. Grand Council has been, we've been setting up meetings with chiefs from the 4 regions based on the 4-direction governance model to appoint elders and survivors to the advisory council. So we held meetings throughout the summer and to elect members for for that council, and then also election or appointments from the women's, the youth, the men's, and 2SL LGBTQIA plus to the advisory council. So basically, the advisory council will provide guidance with respect to the burial sites on the property, along with ensuring Treaty 3 cultural protocols remain at the forefront of all activities. The advisory's first task will be to go to ceremony, seek direction, and then report back to the economic chiefs. So Cecilia Jeffrey property alone is approximately 200 acres of land in Kenora at Round Lake. So the chiefs appointed 2 elders, male and female, for this work from each of the directions. So from the east, the chiefs elected or appointed Dan Gizik from Lac La Croix, and Kathy McIver from Wabigoon Lake. And then in the south, they appointed Dorothy Medicine from Rainy River First Nations and Roy Tom from Big Grassy River. And then in the west, Lorraine Major from Animkey Wazing and Richard Green from Shoal Lake 40. And then in the north, the chiefs appointed Gary Cochran, Grassy Narrows, and Iris Kelly from Wapsamung. So that committee met last Friday here at Dryden. We had our initial meeting, and we talked about that there's going to be a lot of work that's going to be needed with this advisory council. We've set it up so that they will meet at least once a month to discuss guiding that work with respect to the burial sites. And so the elders have said that we will have a meeting with the elder, which is Stephen Kijik from Skatlesaga Ganing, or Shoal Lake 39, in October to discuss what are the questions that we're going to ask with respect to the cheese con. So there has to be protocols that will be developed because not everybody's going to agree to the use of ground penetrating radar on the site. And and we still have to decide, in terms of the either cordoning off an area for the sites, or the use of ground penetrating radar. So, and then what happens if we do find something, right? So we have to establish those protocols, and what we will be doing is looking to other sites that have already established those protocols, and use that as in terms of best practice for the development of our protocols in Treaty 3. So the representatives from the constituent councils for the youth was Kayla Morrison. From the 2SL LGBTQIA, it was Melody McIver. From the Women's Council, it was Priscilla Samard. And from the men, Daryl Red Sky was appointed. And then also the chiefs were also looking to appoint chiefs to sit on a trust committee to negotiate the transfer of Cecilia Jeffrey property to Grand Council Treaty Number 3. So the chiefs appointed Chief Kerry Addertis, Norwegian from Lac La Croix, Chief Brian Perro from Kuchiching. From the west, it was Chief Darlene Cummigan, North of Sango 33. And from the north, Chief Chris Skeed from Wajushkanigaming. So they will be tasked with undertaking that work. And so Grand Council has submitted we are submitting a proposal to Ann Scotton to undertake the work. And we've also, at our Economic Chiefs Committee meeting yesterday, we agreed to appoint or to hire Don Powell from Powell and Associates in Thunder Bay to complete the property appraisal, because in terms of the property appraisal, the value of the land will determine what avenues we go through with the federal and provincial government. If it's the value of the land is above $5 million, then the Treasury Board has to sign off on the transfer of that land. So hopefully, she said it's under $5 million, so it'll make it much easier to transfer. And then we will go into additions to reserve process at a later date. And we also have to continue the work, environmental mitigation on the property of the sewage storage tanks and the storage tanks underneath the ground. And there's also a mine site, and that cost should be assumed by IR, Indigenous Services Canada, to undertake that work, and that we will negotiate with them about that. So that is CJ property. I'll pass it over to Drake, who's going to talk about the League community engagement.
All right, and I'm just going to give some background. And through the Ministry of Indigenous Affairs Ontario, there's currently work being done to connect the League communities completing these burial investigations at the former residential school sites across Ontario. And then Grand Council Treaty 3's role is to support the work of First Nations in Treaty 3 throughout this process. This work includes helping communities connect and share best practices as they complete these burial investigations. IAO has two initiatives currently, and they're currently working with the First Nations. These include the Lead Community Technical Discussions, where individuals can share information with other Lead communities and access technical information for their work. The Lead Communities Gathering, which will be to bring the survivors together, and this will be for them to share their stories in a cultural appropriate environment. And the current Lead communities in Grand Council Treaty 3 is for School Point, which is Shoal Lake 39, Macintosh School, Grassy Narrows, St. Mary's, Wajush, Nagamin Nation, St. Marguerite's, which would be Couchiching, Pelican Falls, Lac Seul here, and then CJ property, which would be led by Grand Council Treaty 3.
So with these Lead communities, we are participating in meetings with the province, and they will be looking to hold a technicians meeting in November, but then also a survivors meeting, a large gathering to be planned next spring. We are pushing to hold that meeting likely in Thunder Bay, in a northern location, so that our people can attend that gathering. So moving on to energy, we're continuing our work on the energy table, but I'll pass it over to Haley now for comments on energy.
So we have been working with the Ministry of Energy to hold a meeting between us, the Ministry of Energy, and the economic chiefs to discuss a couple of items that are of mutual interest. So we're looking to hold the meeting sometime in November 22, and the meeting will look at discussing outreach on long-term energy planning using three components. So 1, developing the panel, 2, developing energy studies, and 3, using key findings to make recommendations. We're also hoping to discuss procurement opportunities for First Nations in Treaty 3, looking to have a meeting with Independent Electricity System Operation, IESO, on all projects within Northwestern Ontario. And then also looking at the application of Manitowoc-Key and Okanagan to all energy projects, and also to educate the ministry officials. So we have also been working with Siemens Canada. So we have been putting together a proposal that would look at 4 Treaty 3 communities, so Lac LaCroix, Couchiching, Northwest Angle 33, and Wapsimung, to start looking at energy audits. So the whole purpose of the energy audits will to examine load requirements of a community, so electrical power and energy consumed by the community within a year or two. So if loads are not available, we're looking at constructing a load profile using electricity bills and just with discussions within the community. Yeah.
You got it?
Yep. So with that, I guess we'll pass it off to Ryland to talk about housing. Oh, never mind. Sorry, passing it back to Gary.
So trade, Grand Council Treaty number 3,
We met with the Tribal Council, with Fond du Lac Band of Lake Superior Chippewa at Black Bear on June 28, 2022. We heard a presentation from Kennedy Bear Robe from Gawlings about Indigenous trade and the provisions under the Canada-U.S.-Mexico Agreement, the Anishinaabe Nation in Treaty 3. We're looking to secure the resources from Canada through to participate in international trade, which is confirmed through the Indigenous Peoples Economic Trade Cooperation Agreement, PETCA, which was endorsed by the Canadian government. So as a result, Grand Council Treaty 3 is working with Global Affairs Canada to secure the resources to continue to work on negotiating an agreement with Fond du Lac. The next steps will be to begin the discussions with the economic chiefs and Fond du Lac leadership on establishing a framework for a trade agreement. So, and to be able to trade our commodities back and forth. Next, the Treaty 3 Investment Group. We sent out a capital call to First Nations in July. So, as part of the request letter, we are looking for a $25,000 contribution from each individual First Nation to sign on to the Limited Partnership for Treaty 3 Investment Group. We've currently received 2 capital contributions, and one of them isn't Lac Seul. So, Treaty 3 Investment Group is also currently advertising for a director position to fill a vacancy in the West Direction. So under the 4-direction governance model that is utilized by Grand Council, directors for Treaty 3 IG are chosen from all regions to ensure that every area is part of the decision-making process and that gender diversity is taken into consideration for representation. The West Direction under the 4-direction governance model includes Notkamegwaning, Nortosango 33, Anemki Wazing, Buffalo Point, Sagin, Shoal Lake 40, and Skatezaga Ganing. So we're looking for a representative from those communities to sit on our board. So we will accept those applications on a ongoing basis, and I believe Drake is sending out copies of the limited partnership agreement to all your communities. We require your signature on the limited partnership agreement, and if you would like a copy of BCR for your community to ratify the limited partnership agreement, we can furnish you with a copy for your council. Finally, the economic table. We submitted a proposal to Indigenous Affairs Ontario, I guess last January. So as part of the proposal, we were looking to have a working relationship with Indigenous Affairs Ontario to establish an economic table. The province, the Grand Council is represented by the Economic Chiefs Committee, and the priority items for the delegation include discussing access to capital, economic recovery from COVID-19, tourism, establishment of a distribution network system in Treaty 3, and then also digital transformation in Treaty 3. And a large one is data governance sovereignty in Treaty 3, because we know we
we're looking to have a discussion with communities about data, because we know that everybody's asking for your data, and including AFN, Chiefs of Ontario, tribal councils. So let's have a discussion about data, and then how do we safely secure that, and so that communities can, protect their information, and then and do what's required of the communities to ensure that they have to maintain that sovereignty over their information. So our proposal, we've heard that they are going to approve it, but we don't know which components of the proposal they're going to approve. So it was in the neighborhood of $1.6 million. And so we will hear shortly the results of our proposal. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rylan, and he's going to talk to you about housing, and he's got an issue to bring up with you. Miigwetch.
Just the waiting's the hardest part. Thanks for having me. My name is Rylan Reed. I work with Clear Direction. Love coming out to the communities. Thanks for Lac Seul for having me as well. Thanks for lunch too. Hopefully this is going to come up pretty quick. But I've been working with Grand Council Treaty 3 for the last, since June 2021. Just to give you some background, when this comes up. There we go. Hey. So we're working on this distinctions-based housing strategy, and this is something that's kind of been everyone's pretty excited about it lately. And it's one thing to work on a housing strategy and come up with these grandiose plans, but if there's no funding behind it, you kind of ask yourself, why are we doing this, right? And so in Grand Council Treaty 3's wisdom, they've seen this coming. So back in 2017, the Government of Canada put together this national housing strategy, which is $40 billion over 10 years. There's components of an Indigenous housing strategy as well. We know that there's a Inuit Nunangat housing strategy. They received $400 million over 10 years. And in budget 2022, they received an additional $845 million over 7 years to bring in Nunavut into that agreement. The Métis have actually signed a housing strategy as well, $500 million over 10 years, and they received an additional $190 million over 7. As you can see here, and this is a direct quote from CMHC's website in regards to the National Housing Strategy, that plans for the implementation of the First Nations Housing Strategy are currently under development. But at the same time, they've kicked out $600 million over the last 3 years, and I'm sure a number of your nations have benefited through that, through the Rapid Housing Initiative, as well as additional monies from ISK and CMHC. And in budget 2022, they've also committed another $2.4 billion over the next 5 years for housing, specifically in First Nations. With that said, though, there still needs to be this distinctions-based housing strategy formed. AFN has attempted to do that, and they started that work back in 2014. Initially, in 2018, they tried to start another kind of national housing strategy, but in 2020, they put out a release stating that we know that there are regional First Nations out there and organizations out there that are approaching the federal government right now to control their own housing. And so, again, Grand Council Treaty 3 saw the writing on the wall, and they want to develop this housing strategy. Of note, and we'll talk a little bit about this, the first First Nations housing strategy was just signed 2 months ago, or actually 3 months ago now, with the Crees of EU Ishti out of Quebec. They signed for $200 million over 10 years to build 750 houses, but we'll talk a little more about that. So yeah, 200 million for 750 houses equals about $266,000 a door. In your own experience, I'm sure you know that you can't build a single detached house for probably anywhere less than $500,000 at this point in time when you factor in infrastructure, hookups, and whatnot. So if I was a betting person, I'd assume that the Crees of EU Ishti are looking at building multiplexes. But as we go through this, and the Crees have kind of started this off, they've set the precedent for First Nations. So this is why we're working on this with Treaty 3. The Crees, at this point in time, it looks like their housing strategy is just based on new construction. We're looking at something a little bit more comprehensive, where we look at new houses, replacement of houses, purpose-built housing, repairs, renos, and additions, ongoing maintenance and repairs for those houses, looking at infrastructure as well, so water, and we've heard that a few times around here, hydro hookups, as well as the necessary human resources to support the housing, other services that could be provided as well. So we're talking about comprehensive community planning, surveying, that could also be done so you're not having to shop outside, that work could be done within the nation itself. Looking for support and startup for other enterprises. As we'll talk about the housing assessments, we think there's a number of opportunities for Grand Councils Treaty 3 or tribal councils or nations to own their own means of production, if we're talking about economy, to kind of so that money stays within. We also need to include a homelessness strategy within that, as well as some housing off reserve. Ideally, we like to complete this work by the end of fiscal 2023-24. We know that the current federal government is going to be around until 2025, unless something changes. So we'd like to kind of get that in and get that on the books, and so you can kind of move forward. At this point in time, we're looking well over $200 million for Treaty 3. In the initial work that we did, we went out to 23 of the 26 First Nations within Treaty 3, and I say 26 because we only concentrated on those in Ontario. And what we heard from your staff and your leadership is that the first principle in developing a distinctions-based housing strategy is that each nation is going to have its housing needs met. So in order to do that, we thought we're going to need to know what it is you need in terms of housing, and in order to do that, we'd have to do assessments. And that's really what I kind of want to focus the rest of this conversation on. With that being said, we also heard from you as well that this housing strategy is going to have to do better than what's currently being done, and we're pretty sure that can happen, and that all the citizens, First Nations, and tribal councils within Treaty 3 would have to benefit from this housing strategy, and that we'd have to convince the Government of Canada that we could do better than what they're doing already now. And I think that's a pretty easy argument to make, especially if you frame it around reconciliation. So again, there's some components of this housing strategy that we discussed. The first and most important part is identifying the need within each of your nations. Other pieces, and I kind of touched upon them a little bit earlier, is understanding extended services or expanding services within Treaty 3, looking at enterprises, maybe looking at financial services, and then a homelessness strategy as well. So the reason why we're undertaking these housing and infrastructure needs assessment is we need to understand what your housing needs are in terms of new construction, replacement of units, major repairs, and then we have to quantify that need. As well, this data, as you'll see, I'll show you in a bit here, is going to help you with your own planning as well. You'll be able to identify trends, know where you have to kind of tackle the big issues within your communities, and these needs assessments are going to inform other aspects of this strategy. So we were lucky in that we completed the phase 1 work back in November 2021, and we did a number of virtual sessions with y'all to talk about the phase 1 work. At the same time, we were contacted by CMHC as well as BIMOSE to do some work with 3 First Nations. It actually worked out really well. We were able to kind of hit every one of the tribal councils. So CMHC asked us to work with Nigagoon as well as Northwest Angle 33, and BIMOSE came up and asked us to work with Washagamas Bay. And as part of that, we thought we'd maybe test run these housing assessments to see what it would look like, right? And making sure that we're asking the right questions and that we're getting the information that we need. So out of that, I'll kind of show you this, what we're looking at these assessments. So this is what the assessments look like, if it's going to pop up here. This is all free software. This is all Google-based. It's all cloud-based. This would be no cost to your First Nation as we move forward with this. Again, it's a simple form that you would fill out online as a survey. There's a number of sections, 22 sections that would cover all aspects of the unit itself. We also do a tenant survey as well, and that helps us track overcrowding. You can print this out. The housing assessment is approximately 20 pages or 10 pages double-sided. The tenant survey is about 2 pages double-sided. And once you kick that information in or input the information, and this will come up, you start seeing trends out of this. And so this is actually from a community that we worked with a couple years back. It identifies, where the big issues are. The blue is it's looking all right. The red is you're going to need some work. And so we've done this, and we've shared this information already with Niigwetch and NWA 33. We're doing additional work with Wishagimis Bay on housing policy as well as a selection criteria and whatnot. But this is fairly typical. When we look at exterior doors and storm doors in First Nations, that's the issue. Eaves troughs, we get down to it as well. These are the issues too. And depending upon your nation, you're going to have different trends. And through these assessments, you'll be able to identify those trends and then begin addressing, right? The other piece of this as well is that it kicks out a spreadsheet. And this spreadsheet is basically all the data. So it's just a different way of looking at it. But again, it kind of shows you where your issues are. And we can kind of track it as well because of per unit. So we can look at not only the trends across the whole of your house, of all your houses, but we can identify specific units and where those issues lie as well. So what we wanted to do and ask you, we learned some, when we did this work with Wishagimis Bay, NWA 33, and Niigwetch, we learned some stuff. And one of the biggest things is, and it shouldn't have come as any sort of shock, is that your tenants know their houses better than just about anyone. And there were some times when we would go to a house, they wouldn't necessarily want us to come into the door, so we would ask all the assessment questions at the door, and we found them to be fairly, well, we're going to take them at their word. They know what's going on in their house. So I guess what I'm trying to say here is when we initially tried to plan this assessment out and do this work, we wrote up this big budget to ISK. We received some funding around that to support the project, to complete the assessments. And initially what we had in mind is that we would have community members from each of your respective nations team up and go around and do these assessments and fill out the work, enter the data. What we think might be a lot easier is that if we actually just print off the assessments, hand them out to each of the houses, we would incentivize this, and so that we would provide each of your First Nation with $50 per household to complete the assessment, return it, and then we would take it back, enter the data, analyze the data and whatnot. So we're kind of looking for your feedback on that as well. Beyond that, we've also applied for some additional funding, and this is kind of why we're talking about self-assessments as well, is that we went to CMHC and received $90,000 between the 3 tribal councils as well as for Treaty 3, that we would hire some more support staff to assist with the assessments as well. The tribal councils put out a job notice or a job posting, and no one applied. So we were lucky enough that we could go back to CMHC and said, we'd like to reprofile this money, and so we're going to turn around this $90,000 and use it to do consultations with each of your nations as we move forward. But again, this is kind of why we're going back to this idea of completing self-assessments. There are some cons to it. For one, initially when we thought about it is that we would maybe lose some objectivity around it. The other issue too is that, when you go into a community, a member might either overstate some of the issues that are going on in their house, saying that, well, my door's falling off and I need everything remodeled in my house. But then you come to another house and you might have a gentleman in there that says, oh, my house is fine. But when you get in there, you have, 4 broken windows and the door's not working and whatnot. But StatsCan uses a similar approach in their long-form census in that they ask you, is there major repairs in your house? Is your house overcrowded? The government of Canada takes their word for it. We're thinking we could do the same in terms of data collection. I'll just put it out there too. Well, the pros to all this stuff is that this is going to be quick. Is that if we incentivize this and folks complete it themselves, hand it back, we'll be able to get the assessments done fairly quickly. It's less invasive in that you won't have either me walking into a house or community members walking into a house. And again, that's your kind of your private sanctuary, and not a lot of people are happy when other people are coming into their house. And what we're finding too is, door to door, that folks are fairly forthright as to what the issues are and can name them off. Would you be okay if we were to, print the assessments, or you could print them yourselves, if we were to provide you with the incentives that you would have someone in charge of this? You have your kind of log of all the units. If someone comes in, I'm from this house, you scratch that off, hand them the $50, keep the assessment, we'll come and get it in a couple weeks. Would you be okay with that? Yes. Go ahead.
I would have loved to have this in this package today.
Oh, the assessments themselves?
Yeah, because I'm a visual person, and I like to see what you're talking about.
Certainly. I have a Word document as well, but
Let me finish.
Sure,
Let me
sorry.
finish. You don't have windows there, you don't have doors, and you don't have the most important thing, and that's doorknobs. And, windows is a big thing for housing. It takes a year to get a picture window in. So that's really important.
We only showed one part of it. There's 22 pages here. We do cover
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
I would have liked to
Right.
see it in here. Instead of, I can't see that form up there. So next time, if you put the complete package in here, it'll be helpful for some. So.
Certainly. Yeah, I apologize for that. Like I said, we've kind of just been kicking this idea around of a self-assessment. We can share this with everyone. We do have it in a Word document as well. We'd be happy to print it out, as well as a tenant survey. Again, it's 22 pages long. It covers every aspect of the unit itself. We can show you the, sorry. I guess, would you be comfortable with the self-assessment idea? Go ahead.
Bonjour. I just wanted to say that, we as Miigwetch would certainly welcome that an assessment tool. I was just joking that every time I go to a household, the person inside the house gives me an assessment. And they tell me over, this is wrong, this is wrong, and this is wrong, right? And so, this hasn't worked, or... so if we were able to document that, our problem is, we've got such health issues and trauma issues from all the funerals. Having a full, healthy staff at the office is difficult. Keeping the doors open every day is difficult. So we could use the help from Treaty 3 if you've got staff, if you've got that are willing to come and do some of that work door to door, or even work with one of our young people to help them. I just worry that, again, it's a task that won't get done. But certainly if you're seeking the type of agreement that the Grand Council of Crees are, I think it could be beneficial for all of Grand Council Treaty 3. Again, as long as it's done fairly and transparently and equally, but we'd welcome your staff in our community.
So I was just digging up this housing assessment. This is all the data that's collected, and it's doors, windows, and whatnot. This is the identification. I blacked it out for privacy issues, but this was one that was just done recently of the number of issues that are in the house. So chief and council or leadership and the housing staff can, through this assessment, see where the bigger issues are in some of the individual houses, and I guess address what the next steps are. Again, we have exteriors and lots. It gets broken down too by the certain issues that are going on in the house per unit, and then across the nation as well. So it's a fairly easy way to kind of track this stuff. It's apparent. So if you are comfortable with it, we will send out packages explaining it. With the assessments itself, we'll explain what it is we're looking for in a clear way for tenants to know what it is they're answering and what they should be looking for, whether it's a pass or fail. Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to ask you if one of the things that we're experiencing is mold problems. It's the way we built the homes, but it's catching up to us now. So what I've learned from housing people over the years is you got to build the foundation properly, because water climbs on the cement, on the boards. That's what I'm told. So I don't know if there's any, in terms of your assessments, that's something that's got to be looked at. Because we try to build good homes, but we didn't do it right. But we end up paying for it. You know, that's why there's a high cost to renovating a house because of mold. And then it's got, it really impacts the health of our people, especially with people with respiratory problems. Miigwetch.
Well, bonjour. Bonjour. Brian Perro, I'm the chief of coaching. I like the idea of everything you're talking about here, but when we go to homeowners in the community and have them fill out a survey, and what that does is really raises expectations that, okay, now, you're looking at this, you want to know the problems in my home, and are you promising to fix it? So we need some messaging around, we're gathering this information to do this Treaty 3-wide housing survey, and we're going after the money. Right now, if we went and did that without saying that they would just, okay, are you going to fix my house? So we need some good messaging around what will that process look like. We're not promising you that in the next month or two that we're going to be here to do the repairs. So I just advise that, messaging around going forward, what does that mean? We're gathering this, we're trying to build a good database about what's needed, and then we'll go after that funding. So you need that strong messaging around that, because when you raise expectations and don't follow up on it, I mean, that's heartbreaking to homeowners in the community. Miigwetch.
No, absolutely. Thank you for that comment, Chief Perot. Yeah, I think the cover letter for the assessment itself, we'll definitely write that messaging in. Chief Gardner, I think I have it right. Yeah, in the assessment itself, we do ask about mold in the kitchen, in the common living areas, bedrooms, and bathrooms. So we're able to track that as well. And then we can actually take the questions as well and see where the mold issues are in individual houses as well as throughout the community as kind of where those issues are. But going to your prevention sort of point, I think it's really important. And as we move through this, I think it's going to be important that we talk about specifications in terms of construction on Reserve 2, not only in terms of foundations, but in terms of sizing of doors, as well as maybe the sizing of windows as well. In that, you know, not to say that we're going to build a whole bunch of cookie cutter houses, because that's kind of what you got already. But you know, just to make sure that you have those, you know, sized windows. So yeah, it's a little bit cheaper for you in the long run, and you're not waiting 6 to 12 weeks for a window as well. But appreciate that. Sure. So as part of the assessment itself, what we're going to do is, again, provide some clear instructions as to what your tenants should be looking for in terms of answering the assessment as well. And along with that, too, we'll provide that messaging so as not to raise expectations as to what we're looking for, and provide tenants, too, and your citizens with where it is where we're moving with this in terms of getting this funding, so you can have a self-governing sort of housing strategy moving forward. Just the last piece with all this, we're going to complete the assessments, develop the databases, quantify the demand per nation. We're also going to come back to you in February, February, and talk about consultations. We want to present to you what it is we found out of those assessments so your nation knows. At the same time, too, we need to understand as well what sort of housing. You also need to, in terms of purpose-built housing, transitional housing, and then we have to come up with costing. And that's the big ask to the Government of Canada as well. Just quickly, we've also put together, it was successful, under the Northern Housing Supply Challenge. CMHC is running through Impact Canada, in conjunction with Impact Canada, a number of challenges whereby shortlisted applicants would receive funding to pursue a larger concept. What we did with Granite Council Treaty 3 is looking at a distribution center, and that actually aligns with what the proposal is with Indigenous Affairs Ontario. So we're looking at a warehouse, basically, and transportation network. So that should save us, and through bulk purchasing, save you on housing supplies, getting that stuff to you quicker and cheaper. So again, that's something we're going to be working on the next 18 months. We can also talk a little bit about a homelessness strategy as well. We've just, as part of that, you want to talk about? Haley's just come on in the file just about 2 months ago. And so we're just kind of kicking around the idea of our strategy and framework, kind of basing it around this idea of prevention and care. Prevention, of course, would happen, first of all, in your nations themselves. And, you know, through this housing strategy, we'd be looking at transitional housing, purpose-built housing, supportive housing for those that are having some issues with mental health and substance abuse as well. But again, early stages, and it's something that we'll look at it at a bigger scale. We're also looking at prevention in urban areas. We know that from reading the reports from Kenora District Services Branch as well as Rainy River, that those that kind of start their into homelessness is because, you know, they're coming out of the judicial system or from custody or leaving a hospital, and they don't really have a housing support program. So we'll start looking at that as well. And then looking at care, we know that the shelters within Treaty 3 are kind of overburdened, and looking at our own sort of pilot projects as well. And that may include tiny homes.
Okay, so with that, you know, I am going to hold Ryland to account that we are planning a housing meeting treaty-wide in March. It looks like he's going to need all the time he can get, right, to compile this information. And I know we're also working with NMP to develop a business case for housing in Treaty 3. And, you know, I've already been talking to the banks about, you know, the antiquated way of doing business of CP land and guaranteed ministerial guarantee. And it says, you guys got to work around that, right? So maybe we can, I'm trying to get them to talk about a loan fund just for Treaty 3. So we'll keep on them for that, and hopefully we'll make some inroads in terms of housing. And then, but we need to talk about structure too, because any monies that comes through Canada has to go through the AFIs, and the AFI for Treaty 3 is through Rainy River Business Financial Group. So that's the AFI. So it has to go through there. So there has to be discussions with them in terms of establishing that infrastructure on behalf of Grand Council. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Derek Henderson. He's going to give you a brief on the Bajmo Wind project. Miigwetch.
We had the slide? Lucas, do we have the slide? So, Bamya Beneshi Dijnikas, Kiyo no Dame, Sagi Noji. Thank you, Gary, for that, and thank you to the economic chiefs for their support in all these projects that we're doing. I know that it's a lot of information, and we hope that at some point you'll get all of the data that's required so that you understand where we're coming from. If we have good economic opportunities in Treaty 3, it'll make our people in Treaty 3 a lot healthier. Pride, nice homes, opportunities, that's what we're working towards. If you don't have economy, you have nothing. You know, we rely on other things that aren't healthy for our people. So one of the projects that we've been working on for a while now was the connectivity for our First Nation communities. We have the same issues all across Canada, right? That everything gets piped to all the non-Indigenous communities, stops at your reserve line, or you don't even have access to fiber. So the Bajmo Wind project is getting all of our First Nations high-speed fiber optic internet. And this all came about before the pre-pandemic, when the health centers across Canada couldn't access files when the pandemic hit. A lot of our communities had telehealth. They couldn't do anything with that because they didn't have fiber optic. You know, so that was causing a lot of problems to our First Nation peoples because now they couldn't get out of the community. They couldn't go to the health center. They couldn't go to the doctors. They couldn't do nothing regarding their health. The other issue that came up was education. Our kids were not able to go to school, but a lot of our schools didn't have fiber optic. So again, you know, they were at a disadvantage because we didn't have the opportunity of fiber optic for our communities. So the Bajmo Wind is about that, is trying to get all of our communities to get fiber optic into the communities. So this project has been ongoing. Back in August 5th of 2022, we had a special chiefs meeting in Kuchiching, and they gave Grand Council Treaty 3 the mandate to work on this connectivity project to connect all Treaty 3 First Nation communities to high-speed fiber optic internet, all their community buildings, health centers, schools, administrative offices, businesses, water treatment plants, and individual homes. December 2021, Treaty 3 First Nation communities gave letters of support. That's in December 2020. January 2021, Grand Council Treaty 3 used their resources and capital to develop infrastructure plans and make applications for funding for provincial and federal governments. This is all part of your handout. So this is the map that you have on the second page. It has all the communities that are going to be connected to the fiber. So the project timeline, July 2021, there was conditional funding that was approved. The conditional funding approval received for a project that covers 100% of the cost to build fiber optic internet into project communities. No cost to any of the communities in Treaty 3. September 2021, The Miigwetch project received its Anishinaabe name from Elder Stephen Kijik. January to September 2022, agreement negotiations with funding governments and project partner were completed. So we've got all the funding now, and it's into the millions. Jennifer McGibbon is here, and I think it's around 49 million? 51 million, there, just 2 million less, so it's 51 million for this entire project to connect all Treaty 3 First Nations with fiber optic. No cost to the communities. This is a partnership with Bell Canada. We are looking to some of the communities that haven't sent their BCRs yet to be part of this project. Please get them in. I think it's 5 communities that are left that we require BCRs. I think it's now 3 because I got 2 from the other chiefs last night. They're in the mail, they said to me. So we're going to get those BCRs to our Treaty 3 office. It is very important, chiefs, that we get this BCR to our Treaty 3 office. It's all based on timeline. When you send a BCR today, the timeline is now starting today to get you hooked up to fiber optic. The longer that you wait, you may miss the boat. So we need to get those BCRs in. Shemak, today when you go home tonight, get that BCR in. It's important because the funding is there for your community. It's a real opportunity we've been fighting for. We know that what the problems are in our communities, and this is no cost to any of the communities to get the fiber brought into your community. So it's important. So again, as I close, I urge our chiefs, council members, speak to your leadership, get those BCRs in so we get this project going for your community. Miigwetch.
Miigwetch cultural chiefs and technicians. Any questions?
Economic chiefs.
Oh, economic chiefs. Sorry, I'm up ahead of you guys here. I'm out the door already. How Miigwetch economic chiefs and technicians. Quite exciting information you've shared. I would like to call upon the cultural chiefs. Cultural chiefs. Okay, for a resolution tomorrow, what? Yep. Is that for tomorrow?
It's supposed to be a record of decisions.
Oh, National Assembly, so you want to have that? Okay. Cultural chiefs. Yes, yes, yes. Starting the. Yes. All right, our next presenters are the cultural chiefs. I believe we'll be starting with Chris Keed, Chief Chris Keed.
Bonjour. Wabske making an indigo, can you need and dotum? Was just going to go Mendunji. Gigan on him and him. I'm Chiguji Mawin, Shaganashi Mawin. Good afternoon, everybody. It's I know it's been a long day, so I'm going to try and get through my portion here fast and furious. My counterparts here are obviously our host chief, Chief Clifford Bull, Chief Andrea, and Chief Jeff Copenas is our co-chair, and our chair is Chief Lynn Indian, and unfortunately she cannot be here. I'm not sure if she's online, but I guess without further ado, I will go through my portion in regards to the Kakawase Justice Services. Okay, so the purpose is to develop culturally appropriate justice processes in Treaty 3 that meet individual and collective community needs. Treaty 3 community justice initiatives fall under the guidance of the cultural chiefs because of the traditional significance of traditional sacred law governing the nation of Treaty 3 territory. And I know after our presentations, the technicians are available. I believe Art, Larry, as well as Dolores. The vision. A Treaty 3 nationwide strategy that will reduce the number of our people involved in the criminal justice system, help restore safety, accountability, and care within communities, and address the root causes of crime and social ills such as drugs and alcohol. Increase our involvement in the decision-making processes as it impacts our people. Justice initiatives within Treaty 3's 8 community and town offices, community elders and traditional teachers, community justice program, restorative pre- and post-charge diversion, youth reintegration workers, GLADU writers, GLADU aftercare workers, bail supervision and verification and aftercare initiative, Indigenous Support Network Initiative, Victim Services, Youth Intervention Worker, Community Justice Center Coordinator, Community Correction Workers, Justice Project Lead, and the Justice Director. The Summer Student Mentoring Support. Students that are taking policing and justice programs in college spend the summer shadowing justice workers. This year, we're hoping to mentor students again. The Boywin program, with the recommendations of the Lakabachi or Lakabuchi? What is it? Lakabuchi? Lakabuchi. Report, Grand Council Treaty 3 has a law student intern with us over the last 4 years and again this year. Portfolio activities, Comprehensive Ontario Police Services Act 2019, Bill 68. Presentation to be held at the Chiefs Assembly on June 28th with Treaty 3 Police Services, Police Chief Kai Lu regarding the opting into the new Police Services Act to have is that Treaty 3 Police becoming an essential service as OPP in Ontario. At this meeting, a task committee is to be planned with Treaty 3 Police board members, the cultural chiefs to be determined, and task force assigned chiefs, Chief Kerry Adatis Norwegian and Chief Kevin Redsky. The meeting held September 21st with Treaty 3 Police board members, task force chiefs, and Grand Council Treaty 3. The meeting determined that Julian Falconer would be legal representative in negotiations and PricewaterhouseCoopers will be a consultant and arrange community assessment engagements. And I think Carrie was going to jump in. Oh, she looks like she already jumped out. So I guess we'll give her time if she likes. I'll just keep going along. All right. Tripartite Committee on the Prosecution of First Nation Law, meeting held with COO to set up protocols for the committee to work with the courts in Ontario for the prosecution of First Nation laws in Ontario. Meetings were held with justice technicians to develop guidelines to bring forward to leadership. At the meetings, the terms of reference were discussed, but more importantly, the direction of the committee and the major concerns that participants recognize throughout Ontario and take the first steps to work together for resolution. Discussions and work plan development on minimum standards and principles for consultation and engagement and duty to consult have also been discussed and reviewed by the technical group and will be presented to leadership when review is completed. Next meeting with both Canada and Ontario to discuss progress within the court systems. The OPP Indigenous Advisory Circle. Meetings of the Advisory Circle were to discuss best practices and protocols for Advisory Circle. Meetings were held in July. Discussion included scheduling, OPP involvement, and strategic plan for the MMIWG Task Force. Finalizing MMIWG annual report and new communication form for victims of investigation. Northwestern Policing Committee. In partnership with the Indigenous Justice Division at the Ministry of the Attorney General, Grand Council Treaty 3 Justice, Anishinaabe ASCII Legal Services, Treaty 3 Police, Anishinaabe ASCII Police Services, Ontario Provincial Police, and Thunder Bay Police will be working collaboratively to further the process of restorative justice principles in the Northwest and a process for pre-charge referrals. The program has generated referrals and intakes for pre-post-charge diversions, with training provided to OPP and Treaty 3 Police Service members. Protocols and procedures discussed at the conference were sent to be finalized. We need to have Treaty 3 Police refer offenders directly to our diversion programs and not to a central hub as requested. LOA Indigenous Advisory to the LAO Board of Directors Committee. With the passing of the new Legal Aid Services Act in 2020, meetings are being held to review sections of the Act regarding rules and regulation by the LAO Advisory Committee to the Board of Directors, of which Grand Council Treaty 3 Justice is a sitting member. The next in-person meeting is to be held in June sometime. Court Release Committee. We're also working with Court Services and NAN Legal on a pilot project to bring back advanced court days to review the dockets before court days to enhance alternative measures. This project will be taking place in Lac Seul and Casablanca, but was delayed because of COVID. Bail Court for the District of Kenora, which includes Sioux Lookout, Dryden, Lac Seul, and Fort Frances courts, will now be held every day. This will cut down the number of community members held in the Kenora jail. Bail Court for the new Kenora District has begun, and we have found that there are a few things that have to be worked out. For our bail staff, there's been a rise in supervision, which is good. More community members are going home and not in remand at the jail. But court services have to move their papers more efficiently so that our staff are not driving members home after hours. The Restorative Justice Center. Meetings continue on the development of the Kenora Justice Center with Grand Council Treaty 3, KCA, NAN, and MAG. In addition, meetings are to be held through July with all stakeholders, including courts, mental health, NICHI, police services, and the KDSB, to name a few. Grand opening is slated for the beginning of the new year. The Anti-Racism Program. Working with Heritage Canada, Kakawasaya Justice Services have received funding to run an anti-racism program to provide workshops and educational programming to the court, crowns, lawyers, police, and community members. This is a 2-year opportunity ending in 2024, starting in mid-October. The Alternative Dispute Resolution Program. The ADR pilot program has been implemented with one staff working with Legal Aid Ontario, working with families who have started to separate. The program's main objection is to provide a safe way for families to look at their differences and see how we can help them, either with counseling or guiding them through the court process. We have reposted this position. Our staffer has moved on to another position at Grand Council Treaty 3. The Community Corrections Program. The funding for this program has now been acquired, and the postings for 3 positions will be now on our website. There are 3 positions. One will be in Kenora for the corrections facility and court. One will be in Lac Seul to cover the court and the high number of incarcerated community members. And the third will be in the south hopefully within a First Nation community. The position will provide reintegration supports to community members as they are being released for time served in both provincial and federal correction facilities. The position will also be a liaison to community members through the court systems. Key issues and activities. Grand Council Treaty 3, Kakawasaya Justice Services will continue advocating for Treaty 3 members in the court and justice systems, and also to lower the overrepresentation in the system, but also increase the representation of community members working within justice. Grand Council Treaty 3 representation in policing, corrections, legal aid, treatment, mental health administration of justice with the government ministries will continue with the direction of the Wichita and Treaty 3 leadership. Other activities. Over the next few months, the Justice Department is planning to have community visits to all communities, providing information on what programs have done within the court and correction systems to assist our community members. Kakawasaya Justice Services is hosting the Department of Justice Aboriginal Justice Gathering end of November 2022. This gathering would be a hybrid model with Grand Council Treaty 3 staff attending in person and the province and national-wide justice programs attending virtually. Strategic planning and staff retreat to be held tentatively October or November with invites to Wichita and cultural chiefs with training to be determined. Kakawasaya is in partnership with the Bora Alaskan Law Faculty, Lakehead University, Anishinaabe Oma Minowewin Indigenous Advisory Committee is continuing to work with the faculty to enhance traditional methods of law. Also to work with the law faculty in developing a Gladue curriculum from both the university but also for colleges and lawyers in the field to have a better understanding of the Gladue report. Miigwetch. Chief Carey's here. I read so much I forgot what she's going to talk about.
Bonjour. Bonjour. Is it good? Bonjour. Menwewe kuna big nishinikas. Pashash kindutem. Kitchiwanong dunji. Nisu miteo abetingenji by miteo. Chief Carey out of East Norwegian from Lackacroix First Nation. And I've been asked to support the cultural chiefs in serving in the capacity as being part of the working group, the task force, to undertake some of the important work. I'm just going to provide a brief summary of that. So we're in the process of constituting the Treaty 3 Police Service under the Community Safety and Policing Act of 2019. The steps have been initiated to undertake that work under that particular legislation to have our Treaty 3 Police Service become an essential service. We've retained the services of Julian Faulkner as well as Price Waterhouse as the consultant for this work. And Julian Faulkner will be the lead negotiator for us in undertaking this important work in constituting Treaty 3 Police Service. We're also, those are the two key pieces, is the constituting Treaty 3 Police Services under the Community Safety and Policing Act. And the other key piece is the tripartite agreement between the province and the federal, and the Treaty 3 Police Services also is subject to renegotiation. It's going to cease in March of 2023. And as a result of that, steps are going to be taken to increase capacity, undertake the work that's required to assess and meet the needs of our communities when it comes to our policing and the policing services that we need in our First Nations. There was a presentation that was held at the Special Chiefs Assembly on June 29th in Black Bear by Treaty 3 Police Services Police Chief Kai Lu regarding the opting into the new Police Services Act and to have our Treaty 3 Police Service becoming an essential service in Ontario. At this meeting, a task committee was coordinated and planned to be with a Treaty 3 representative, Treaty 3 Police Board members, 2 volunteers, myself, and Chief Kevin Redsky, and also to determine 2 other chiefs from the Cultural Chiefs Committee. A meeting was held, an initial meeting with the working group, the task force, on September 21st, 2022, that involved Treaty 3 Police, the police chief, Treaty 3 Police Services board members, cultural chiefs, task force assigned chiefs, and Treaty 3 Justice Services. It was determined at that meeting to recruit Julian Faulkner to be the negotiator and Price Waterhouse to be the consultant and arrange the community assessment and engagements. And that's basically the update for that section for the working group. Yeah, Miigwetch.
Bonjour, Miigwetch Indigenous, Makwanan Dodam. You know, just before I read this quick report from the Treaty and Aboriginal Rights Research Group, last night I was in Kenora before I was coming here, and I was doing my laundry at the Chipman laundromat, and there was a young street person, a young man, that was staring at me, and I was wondering if he needed help, if he needed food, or I'm not sure what he needed, but he was staring at me. And I tried to say hi, and he just kept staring. And so I didn't think much of it, and I started walking in. And when I walked in, he yelled at me at the top of his lungs, "Fuck you, chief." And I just tell it as a little bit of a story to lighten the mood, but these jobs are tough, eh? I've always wanted to be famous, and I was thinking, oh, I've made it. And I never figured out who he was, but lots of struggles out there. You know, the Treaty and Aboriginal Rights Research, they've been approved for specific claims research for 2022, 2023. 14 First Nations they're working with, 54 different claims, different stages of research. I'm sure many of you are involved directly: timber claims, agriculture, tree land entitlement, farming claims, annuities, payment shortfall, flooding, cows and plows, loss of timber revenue, patented lands. The main part about the update that I've received, and it's drafted by, of course, the staff, Larry Morrison, UBIC, the Union of British Columbia Indian Chiefs, I believe, is preparing a submission to inform review of 2 acts, the Federal Access to Information Act and the Modernization of the Privacy Act. Both of these acts and both of these pieces of legislation, our researchers, many of you know, rely on heavily to be able to access the historical accurate information, be able to provide legitimacy to our claims. Again, this is work that TAR, Grand Council Treaty 3, is working with in terms of what I can tell all national claims research directors across the country, but it's being led by UBCIC. For background information in terms of the Information Act, it came into force into 1983. In 2015, the federal government, I believe the new Trudeau government, provided a commitment to review it. For those of you, I worked for the Assembly of First Nations under National Chief during the Harper government. Those were really, really difficult years, the Conservative government, when we're trying to access any type of data or information. Quite often you'd get a piece of paper and almost the whole thing was blacked out on the right to access. And you'd only have a couple of words, and that was the limited access to information. So these reviews are underway. It looks like our Treaty 3 and our TAR have provided a written submission. There's a comprehensive user-level survey that's asking our researchers to describe their experiences that I've just talked about, challenges and successes in terms of trying to access that historical information that's required for our claims and the work that TAR does. And from what I can tell, this survey is underway. Just the last couple of pieces. In 2022, TAR's increased the pace to the levels of pre-pandemic levels. I know the pandemic has created a lot of issues for all of us, staff, just even the intensity in terms of our own exchanges. I feel like it's made social media and lateral violence way worse. Some side note. Thankfully, TAR has put together a research team. Looks like they're back on track. They've initiated a quarterly checkup with all researchers and historians through the Zoom platform. They've been working with Lakehead University and obtained the services of Will Stoltz, who's obtained a master's degree in environmental science. He'll be working on one of the timber claims for one of the TAR member First Nations. And TAR is continuing to work to promote the career of our young people, to develop our own Anishinaabe researchers, and that's great to hear. The last point is that, again, the Treaty and Rights staff will be working and they'll be attending the 28th Annual National Claims Research Workshop. It looks like it's next week, October 18th to the 20th, or actually about 3 weeks in Ottawa. And this annual workshop assembles experts from all over Canada to share information in terms of recent developments in information management, oral history, legislative initiatives, and case law that directly impact research. So we commend the staff and hope they have a nice trip in Ottawa. And that's the end of the report. Miigwetch.
Miigwetch for those reports. My name is Naugabon Dishnikas, Opishikokang Dunji, Makwan Dutem. I'm here to present the. I gotta read it. I'm trying to figure out how to pronounce this. We suck. How do you say that? We suck. Wisukutatawin. Okay, that's the department update. Wisukutatawin. Jinkate owe. Cultural coordinator manager is Dolores Kelly. It's in your binder, by the way. It's on tab 9, 2-page report. Overview, the mental health and cultural services that is provided through the IRS HSP is approved to continue till March 2023 to 2024. The funding is available at past year status quo levels and will continue to provide support to Treaty 3 communities and citizens. Mandate, Grand Council number 3 is mandated through the Indian Residential School Health Supports, again, IRS HSP program to provide mental and cultural support and services to the families in the 28 communities of Treaty 3. Key objectives: since the findings of unmarked graves of children in Kamloops in May 2021, there has been a renewed focus on the Truth and Reconciliation 94 Calls to Action, CTA, and an important part of the call to action 71-76 relate to the tragic loss of children who have died or went missing while attending the residential schools. The TRC calls upon the parties engaged in the work of documentation, maintaining, commemorating, and protecting residential school cemeteries to adopt strategies that will satisfy all involved. Portfolio activity. In light of the findings of the unmarked graves now in several IRS sites across Canada, we have had First Nations communities that had IRS schools near or around their area start the work of searching for unmarked graves and missing children. This disclosure this year of a historical sexual abuse at a Sagin Manitoba Residential School where a priest has been charged and has re-traumatized the IRSS. The IRSS are still processing and they may not know what they need right now. Though I'm having a problem with this word, the team are reaching out to provide support as required. The papal visit was to fulfill the call to action number 58 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. The Pope was to apologize specifically to survivors, their families, and communities for the Church's role in the spiritual, cultural, emotional, physical, and sexual abuse of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children in Catholic-run residential schools. The team took elders and youth to attend the papal visit in Edmonton. The elders, Indian residential school survivors, all had different opinions about the apology. Some were triggered with a lot of sadness about their loved ones that didn't make it through to come home. Shannon Elliott, a teacher at Lillianburg Public School in Vermilion Bay, is interested in providing display interpretive boards at the entrance of the McIntosh IRS site. She and her students will also be doing their annual Orange Shirt Day walk to McIntosh School site. She is waiting for approval from the Treaty 3 First Nations. The team is overseeing the placement of flagpoles at the IRS sites where there are monuments set already. The McIntosh site was the first to be completed and with the help of many elders and leadership, a celebration of a powwow and feast in June 2020 was held. B, the St. Marguerite's in Fort Francis site was completed also in June. The flag was included in their powwow ceremony. Again, elders, leadership, and community members helped throughout till completion. C, the Shoal Lake School Point was the most complex as it involves 3 First Nations, Shoal Lake 39 and 40, and Northwest Angle 37. Shoal Lake 39 have already completed their ceremony. Shoal Lake 40 has made site visits to make their determinations. A tentative flag site has been done pending access and safety issues, availability of the contractor to erect a flag. 2 attempts have been made to complete and should be done by end of September. Pelican Falls Memorial Site is close to completion. After meeting with the elders and leadership, the contractor and I have to get up there and place the flag base pole and flag, and a ceremony to be determined at that point. The flagpole project experienced many setbacks and delays due to the pandemic. Many communities were on lockdown, and safety and health concerns were factors of priority. The suppliers of flagpoles and flags also experienced delays in their inventory, which further delayed the projects. Updates, Indian Day School class action. There is now an extension request form available for class members who missed the July 13, 2022 claims deadline. It should be noted the extension request forms and claim forms must be received by the claims administrator by January 13, 2023 at 11:59 p.m. on the dot. No, just kidding. Standard time, PSP. All requests for extensions are reviewed by the exceptions committee and approvals are not automatically granted. Although we anticipate flexibility in processing an extension request form, class members will need to identify a reason as to why they have been unable to file a claim by the July 13, 2022 deadline. Decisions by the exceptions committee are final. The extension request form is available on site or can be mailed or emailed by contacting class council at the numbers there, 1-844-539-3815, or a website as well. The Indian Residential School Day Scholars class action. This was brought on behalf of day scholars, students who attended Indian Residential School during the day only but did not sleep there overnight, and their descendants, their children. The lawsuit claimed that IRSS destroyed class members' language and culture violated their cultural and linguistic rights and caused psychological harms. The federal court has approved a settlement agreement that resolves the day scholar, survivor, and descendant class claims. Deadlines to apply is October 4 next year, 2023. Highlights, September 30th, a few days ago, there was a National Day of Reconciliation, Orange Shirt Day in Canada, and the team hosted a second annual gathering, a powwow, a walk to commemorate Orange Shirt Day, which is known federally now as the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation. That is my report. Miigwetch. Oh, I should say Dolores's.
Any questions for our cultural chiefs? I don't see any. Miigwetch, cultural chiefs for your... Chief Derek Henderson. Chief Derek Henderson.
I just wanted to share some information regarding the report. The court case against the church, the priest, Massey, has now been sent to the provincial courts in Winnipeg. It'll be held on March the 7th and 8th, 2023. That's when the trial starts. So I went to court in Pine Falls, Parview, then they put it to Winnipeg. Only the lawyers could go there, but I met with the family before the court case. So now they're going to trial March 7th and 8th, 2023. Just an FYI for people. So, Miigwetch.
Miigwetch Chief Henderson, Miigwetch cultural chiefs. Environmental chiefs, proxy chief.
Hello?
There you go.
I really commend, everybody that's done a good job in justice. I've been watching it for many years, and I've known that old Art for a long time, and always knew he would do a good job. The only thing that we can't support is the use of Julian Faulkner. And so for that reason, I wouldn't be able to, my community probably won't support Julian Faulkner, in anything. And we broke ties with him in 2020, and we're still recovering from the damage he's done to my community. Miigwetch.
Miigwetch Leona McGuinness, Rainy River. Just a note for the justice or the cultural chiefs on Julian Faulkner's activity with Rainy River First Nation. Just a heads up. Okay, can we have the environmental chiefs? I'm going to keep on going until the chiefs say stop it. So I'm calling upon the environmental chiefs. If you're here, you are next on the presentations. Environmental chiefs. Okay. Are they here? Two. Okay, we have one environmental chief here and one proxy, and the other, we're smart enough to sneak off on you guys and probably having a good supper right now. We're not going to be, Chief Bull here is not providing any breakfast or supper, just lunch.
Tomorrow we're going to have a special treat, traditional food, moose meat, what else? Fish, wild rice, bannock, Merv. Where did you get your moose? Do you remember? No. So that's tomorrow for lunch.
All right, traditional foods for everyone tomorrow, so that sounds very delicious. Okay, we'll have Lucas lead off the, and if the environmental chiefs want to come up and join the technicians, you're more than welcome. And if your chief has sent you as a proxy, you may not know that you're also on the environmental team. Slide clicker, do we have, here, right here. Lucas. Just a reminder, I guess, we're in the National Assembly. It's where everybody's allowed to participate, and tomorrow or the next few days we'll be in the Chiefs in Assembly. So just a reminder, I know some of the chiefs are diabetic and require nourishment, and I think a few are getting hungry, so you're more than allowed to during. No, we can keep on going. While we're in Chiefs and Assembly, we'll always have to maintain a quorum. Just another reminder. So you may see one or two chiefs exiting. We're still conducting national business. So, okay, Lucas.
You're going to do the staff. I'll do the staff. Miigwetch is not suggesting you go most of them. Jesus Christ. It's been a hard couple of years, and we all know why. It's got to do with the pandemic that we face all over the world. So the work that's been done by all the portfolios, committees, great work, despite what we had to go through. So at our caucus meeting yesterday, we decided as a committee that we're going to allow our staff to do the reporting, to do justice to the hard work that they've done. So I want to introduce our committee, chief from Miigwetch, chief from Shoal Lake 39, and Chief Kobenes from Miigwetch and Nisachun. And further ado, I'm going to ask our staff to do the report.
Miigwetch Chief Gardner and Miigwetch Chiefs for sticking it out into the evening here as well. We'll try and make it as quick as possible, and the biggest thing that we wanted to provide as an update today was to talk about the Manitoua-Keenan-Okanagan Toolkit. The toolkit process has been going on for the last number of years. It was a mandate from Chiefs in Assembly to provide a document that started to educate everyone around Manitowoc, Keenok-Nagawin. It would be something that could educate proponents and ministry staff. It could also be used for new staff in Grand Council with the Treaty 3 communities when there's new leadership in communities as well. And this would be a document that would go through everything that's been done around Manitowoc, Keenok-Nagawin. So that was what was just passed out in front of you right now, and tomorrow we will have a resolution as well to ratify that toolkit and provide the go-ahead to and mandate to share that broadly across the territory and to ministry and proponents as a living document as well to really show the process and framework of Manitowoc, Keenok-Nagawin. So the toolkit itself has been extensive work from our TPU staff. Haley and Shai have been out to communities, conducted interviews with elders, been working very closely with George Cackaway specifically to go to each community and talk about the toolkit. This has been a means of working with both Canada, Ontario, and Manitoba as well to highlight the importance and recognition of Manitowoc, Keenok-Nagawin when we talk about resource development in the territory. And coming from the toolkit, we've had meetings with both the 2S Council and the Youth Council in supporting the recommendations that have come out of the toolkit itself and the NIBI and MAI Pathways Forward report. The next steps that we have for the toolkit itself is, again, the ratification through resolution tomorrow and do a full translation to the language of the toolkit or prioritized areas depending on where the chiefs see fit as well, because we know what kind of extensive work that would be to translate the entire document. So the purpose behind the toolkit is to build relationships, partnerships, guide our communications, and as we talked about earlier today, protect the environment. That's why we hear that relationship to the land that's held through Manitowoc, Keenok-Nagawin. It can be used to protect sacred sites and ceremonial grounds as well. So it's a tool that guides in our internal processes and also translate some of those internal processes to external organizations and ministries and proponents. It's a process in which we can utilize in terms of harmonizing as treaty partners with the federal partners and with Ontario Crown as well. And the process of the operationalization of Manitowoc, Keenok-Nagawin. So how was it developed? The first stage was to do a bunch of research around what documents had already been created. There's been a lot of work since time immemorial in Manitowoc, Keenok-Nagawin, and specifically since the written document came forward in 1997. There's been a lot of work that's gone into Manitowoc, Keenok-Nagawin. So making sure we had all of that work into one place as well. We had discussions with each of the constituent councils on what the process might look like, and with our Environmental Chiefs Committee as well. And then we've been out to Treaty 3 communities and done interviews with elders throughout the last number of years. So what's in the toolkit itself? You can read through the table of contents, but it starts with around what is Manitowoc, Keenok-Nagawin, the ceremonial processes and purposes of the written law, the key principles of Manitowoc, Keenok-Nagawin, the significance, the jurisdiction that's held within Manitowoc, Keenok-Nagawin, the decision-making process, applications to Crown and proponent entities, lawmaking, harmonization, and then the implementation and how that works for internal and external engagement processes.
So there were, It always seems like it's not on. So there were a bunch of recommendations that came out from developing the Manitowoc-Key and Okanagan Toolkit. So you'll see up on the screen that we broke them up into 4 different sections. So economic, social, cultural, and environmental. Mainly the main recommendation that came out for MAI in the economic section would be to improve funding for Manitowoc-Key and Okanagan and look at what those economic compliance mechanisms that need to be put in place. We also heard recommendations that we need to develop a GCT3-wide administrative structure to support all of Okanagan and develop and create policies or regulation templates that support sharing of resources and the implementation of Manitowoc-Key and Okanagan. So then under the social section, you heard earlier today that the TPU is working on developing an IBID declaration curriculum. So we also heard the recommendation that it was really important to develop an MAI curriculum as well. Make sure that the TPU is facilitating knowledge transfer from elders within all generations, and also looking at defining what internal and external Manitowoc-Key and Okanagan engagement processes are. So, too fast. Leona and I had a really good conversation about this earlier too. So this is something that's really important for the toolkit, is making sure that we translate the whole toolkit. So working with elders and knowledge keepers to get the proper translation of everything. And then for cultural, so making sure that the work that the TPU is doing is supporting the IRS department through healing intergenerational trauma and living in a good way through Manitowoc-Key and Okanagan. Ensuring that there's always the reinforcement of personal connections to Manitowoc-Key and Okanagan and the NIBID Declaration. And then also, wherever appropriate, recording in Okanagan and teachings for knowledge transfer. Then under the environmental section, we have Grand Council Treaty 3 defines a decision-making process diagram. Formalizing or creating a diagram that overviews the MAI external consent process, creating a legal framework for the NIBID declaration, strengthening relationships between government and proponents, and then making sure that Grand Council has the capacity and skills to have dedicated staff positions focusing on hiring Anishinaabe youth.
So what we're looking for tomorrow in the resolutions, again, is to ratify this living document. You had one version of the document that was passed out at Spring Assembly this year as well. And we're hoping the document in front of you today is a finalized for now, per se, document. And as more information comes forward and as more work gets done, right, that will be added into the toolkit for the future as well. So with that, I guess just we'll open up for any questions around the Manitowoc-Key and Okanagan toolkit.
Chief Jeff Kupanas.
One of the questions I have is, maybe it's not specific to the toolkit, but maybe it's more specific to the staff or the role of those who are implementing, enforcing. Is there a way for our communities to come together, or at least to create a database? I know it would be dependent upon our leadership to divulge this information, but we're running into these conflicts between ourselves, where my understanding of our great law is for us all to be collectively making decisions, and that's clearly not the case. And in some cases, we've got better relations with other chiefs, and some none, because I just don't know everybody. But it'd be interesting to know who's signing agreements with what proponents, who's fighting those agreements with those proponents. There's so much shared territory all over the place, north, south, east of us, west. Lake of the Woods is all our shared territory. So I guess I'd be wondering, like, how do we find a way to work together, and not just on the environment. I made a public comment to media about evicting drug dealers from our community, and I got some pushback from other chiefs, and the reason being is that I'm told that if I evict them from my community, that they'll just go to their community, and I understand how that can be a problem. So even in those instances, how can we come together, maybe 3-4 chiefs at a time on a project at a time, environment in this particular case, and in this particular case, an exploration permit, right? How does Grand Council Treaty 3 find a forum for that? That's not just these assemblies where we just try to cram in like every detail possible in 3 days. Is there a way or a mechanism for us to work and track, at least on these exploration and mining claims in specific?
Yeah, so on the technical side of that question, I think this kind of speaks to what Chief Gardner was saying too. It's been a tough 2 years, but also a very busy 2 years too. And so one of the mandates that was provided by the environmental chiefs a number of years ago was to build a database. And this would be a nationwide database that would house everything from, the permits you're talking to the agreements, to what is the resource development going on, where are, for communities that want to share it, what are those traditional land use mapping, so we can start to take a look at that from a nationwide scale. So we're within 6 weeks of having that ready to release. So we're hoping at the next Chiefs Assembly we can actually walk through that database, and what that does is there will be an individual community database, and then with the option to share to the nation as a whole. So you'll be able to keep your information community specific, or share with a number of communities, or share to everyone and Grand Council as a whole. And the idea behind that, again, is one, the resource of a spatial database for each of the communities. I know having data delivered by consultants and stuff can be difficult to get back at times, and to always have that capacity in community to house that data, but then also start to take a look at it from a nationwide perspective. Secondly, on that, the resolution actually brought forward by Chief Skeed in the spring was around the applications portal, to make sure any resource development in the territory is going through an application from the nation and getting out to all the communities. So those are the two of the technical pieces that we have in place that will be released in literally a matter of months here to start that process. And then, having more meetings. We try and meet quarterly with our environmental chiefs, but as we have those processes set from the technical side, when a project comes up and there's an advisory or chiefs committee created, such as the Damajamoan project, right, with our social and economic chiefs, then having those chiefs committees meet based on projects as well.
Just a side note, I've got a significant interest in the environmental committee. With all due respect to Chief Chris, if there is an opportunity to spend some time with you, I would love to. So,
totally.
Any other questions? Okay, I don't see any other questions for environmental. Miigwetch?
Okay, so the other hot topic is the NWMO relationship agreement. Now, don't laugh, Chief Henderson. We can table this for tomorrow. I know we got it out in front of everyone, but again, happy to table it for tomorrow as well, and we can do a line-by-line review of this project and the relationship agreement as a whole. I can provide on this slide, it's just a brief breakdown of the timelines again, is what Togicha spoke to today in terms of the resolution. So there was a resolution in 2011 for that original agreement with NWMO that was then signed in 2015. And then in 2020, the resolution for the renewal of that agreement. So from that resolution in 2020, that's where the chiefs in the spring presented that work plan and budget to NWMO that we saw here in front of us today. And that encompasses, that work plan and budget encompasses funding of $5.8 million to do language revitalization, on-the-land learning, youth scholarships, and again, the piece of jurisdiction around Manitowoc and Okanagan and building that project assessment or environmental assessment process as a tool within Manitowoc and Okanagan to continue to assert that jurisdiction regardless of the project. And that was the clear message that we got from the chiefs in talking about this agreement in 2020 is what is that long-standing tool that goes far past just the lifespan of a nuclear project here. What's something that we can apply to mining, to forestry, to aggregates, and all decision-making within Manitowoc and Okanagan when it relates to the land. So that's really what's encompassed in the agreement in front of you. Now I'm happy to tomorrow go, through that agreement with everyone, and we can have a discussion if we want that as part of the Chiefs Assembly, where we may want to have that off of the live stream as well. So it's totally up to the Chiefs, because I know it's also been a long day here too.
Okay, Chiefs, are you comfortable with Lucas's recommendation? If there's a need to go more into detail, you'll be available to do that tomorrow. And if it's in camera or media closure, it'll be the choice of the Chiefs.
Because happy to go through it now too, if you want to.
Yeah, some chiefs have left, so it's better if we're all in the room.
The agreement is really good bedtime reading as well.
Okay, so Brian?
Roy tells me there's no Keno machines in Sioux Lookout.
Okay, you're all encouraged to read the agreement in detail, and if you're a little too tired to read it, we'll have Mr. Lucas come to your room and read it to you while you're... So please study it, look it over. If you have any, you could bring that up tomorrow. So, bedtime story. Okay, environmental, do we have, that's it? Those are the big ones, yeah. Do you still have small ones to present? No, you're good. Any questions for our environmental chiefs and technicians? Tomorrow? Okay, well, so Miigwetch, Chief Gardner, Chief Allen, and the technicians that provided all the detailed information, Miigwetch. Social chiefs, do we have social chiefs here? Social chiefs? Okay, social chiefs and technicians, please come to the table. That's your phone? Okay, we'll have Chief Brian Pearl start the discussion.
Bonjour, everyone. On the Social Chiefs Committee, there's myself from Couchiching and Chief Linda McIver, Chief Kerry Attatis Norwegian, and Chief Randy Foster from Grassy Narrows. I think you're the chair. And Chief Wes Big George, and also Chief Howard Capistraw from North Kamagwaning. Did I forget anyone? Is that 7? So we deal with a number of issues on social chiefs, and education is one of them. That'll be, I was given some speaking notes here for that. Also health and child welfare, Abenuji and Nakanagewin, and some of the other social issues. The report on some of those social issues are in the binder, and I don't think we're going to be speaking to those tonight. I think what we'll be doing is an education update and a health update. So I'll just go ahead here. The education. My glasses are over there. Roy, help. Miigwetch. Oh, there it is. So this was prepared by our education director, Sherry Cabate. And Sherry has been doing a lot of work since she started as the education director. And there was a lot of work to be done and catching up on. So Miigwetch to Sherry for all that work that you're doing and everything going forward, Miigwetch. An overview, education planning continues toward an education law and system. The work continues with youth, mental health supports, education partnerships, treaty curriculum and language resource development. 2 gatherings were held in August, an education gathering and elders gathering. The highlights were an elders endorsement language model presentation and teachings on treaties in the classroom. The elders gathering was about treaties covering traditional protocols, land, responsibilities, history, and teaching students. Shunya Wabitung is a lead on Indigenous and early learning and child care activities focused on reporting, assessing facility needs, capacity, clarification of funding requirements is needed. So this is about, I guess, some of our daycares, working with existing daycare centers and determining the needs for repairs and renovations and to access additional funding for those daycare centers. Some of the key issues that the education team have been working on are education partnerships program. Year 3 funds did not support 2 education language initiatives, Anishinaabe-Mowin Immersion and Anishinaabe-Mowin Language Instructor Certification. These activities were redirected to Canadian Heritage funding. It is a concern that language activities, which are a priority for Treaty 3, areas for Treaty 3 are being removed from education partnership funding and moved into that heritage funding. A letter will be sent out outlining these concerns. Learning and recovery re-engagement of students' resources are needed from Indigenous Services Canada to provide necessary supports for First Nations students and families to help support students catch up and engage with learning from the pandemic. A lot of students fell behind. The letter will be again sent to ISC for outlining these concerns. The Ministry of Education in the province, Science and Technology curriculum was recently released. First Nations related expectations were removed prior to the release of a unilateral decision by the Ministry of Education. First Nation curriculum writers and reviewers were involved. Despite input provided, the Ministry of Education removed those sections. Chiefs of Ontario has issued a letter to the Minister of Education requesting an explanation of why that happened. A letter will be again sent from Treaty 3 outlining concerns to the province and the Minister of Education. Some of the challenges that we face going forward, the education law, strategy, planning, and funding are needed towards a treaty-based education law and system. There was Chiefs of Ontario Education does not participate in an AFN education committee. Education does participate in, well, Treaty 3 Education participates in COO education. Education matters do arise at AFN and COO with potential impacts to Treaty 3 funding and programs. Grand Council Treaty 3 needs to be part of these national and regional discussions on education to advocate for the nation. And when we think about that, part of the discussion we had at the Social Chiefs table is, a couple of years ago, we put Chiefs of Ontario on notice that Treaty 3 might be pulling away from COO. And, we did have a resolution to do that, but there were some changes in the last couple of years, and I think there's still, some residual, I guess, relationship that we need to have with both the AFN and Chiefs of Ontario. Because if we're not there at the table, they're discussing things that impact each and every one of our First Nations. So, I don't know, I think we need to reconsider that. And I know I said, and I'm sure all of you feel the same way, that if there are things that are being discussed that impact our First Nations, I'm going to go to those meetings, even if there was some distance between Grand Council Treaty 3 and COO and even the AFN. But I think it's important that we have our technicians, our policy analysts to attend some of those meetings where they start talking about divvying up funding or things like that, that might have negative impact if we're not sitting there at the table and voicing our concerns. So just a few comments about that. A briefing note and reports are in your binders. Since 2019, post-secondary education funding has been reviewed nationally, and funding was provided to Treaty 3 for engagement to inform regional models. Research has been conducted, and the results are the two reports, community engagement reports containing 11 recommendations, And second report is Community Engagement Report, Treaty 3 data, which has more details. And I think those are in the binders, right? Sherry, yeah, they're in the binders. So COO has requested recommendations from Treaty 3 towards an Ontario regional model, which would incorporate all research conducted across Ontario. And that's where, you know, we may need a decision about that if we have that. There is a resolution. There's a resolution coming to the table, and you know, we need to decide, will we share the information that we gathered at these two engagement sessions? Will we share that with the rest of Chiefs of Ontario? The final roll-up of the report is to be presented at the COO November Assembly. As leaders previously indicated, stepping back from COO, the resolution is to go before the Assembly to determine whether sharing information with COO on education matter, you know, do we do that? We'll present that resolution tomorrow, and we can have those discussions then. And I think that's it for my rambling on the education update. So, Miigwetch. I couldn't have done it without Roy bringing me my glasses.
Bonjour. I can't tell if I can. Is this on? It's good. All right. So I'm going to be presenting on behalf of the social chiefs the health update. And first off, I want to acknowledge Anneke and her technical team for the work they've undertaken under this particular file. The update I'm providing is in relation to the health department, and the technical team of the health department continue to make health transformation a priority and at the same time advance ongoing health portfolios. There are updates on the ongoing priorities at the health table. I don't know if the health table is still up or not, but there was a health table here earlier. And if you need, oh, she's still sitting back there. Yay. If you have any questions, any further questions on some of the work that's being undertaken for that, I'll defer you to the health table. There are 3 priorities that were discussed yesterday in our social chiefs meeting, with resolutions being brought forward tomorrow. One is the healthcare human resource crisis across the nation, requiring a dedicated strategy to improve care for our people. The resolution is going to be brought forward tomorrow for initiating a regional health human resource recruitment and retention table. The second is a travel and transportation programs need to be reimagined. Again, the resolution will be brought forward tomorrow to start improving accessibility transportation during emergencies and crisis through the purchase and operations and maintenance of a wheelchair accessibility vehicle for Treaty 3 communities when the need arises. A program will be established over the next 4 years. It's going to be a four-year phased approach. The first of 4 vehicles will be purchased within this fiscal period. The operations will be in collaboration with the Health Emergency Management and the TPU Emergency Management departments. So the information in relation to any of these items is in your binder as well for further reference. Number 3 is Jordan's Principle. Provides important resources for families and children, and currently there is a need for better response times and assessment processes. The resolution that is going to be brought forward will be to request for a support of a Jordan's Principle navigator and organizational table in Treaty 3 to analyze the current wait and approval times and provide recommendations on how to maximize effectiveness across the territory. The goal of the resolution is to encourage ongoing communication and to create a model for application approval that is timely and understands the unique geographical and cultural context of the nation. The work of developing our Anishinaabe health law is underway, and it is very important that the communities have their voice reflected in the law so that it is upheld and a voice for better service delivery in a way that meets everyone's needs. Please note that there is a team reaching out to every community to set up community sessions in relation to the health law. And also, again, if you need more information, it is in your packages, and then they are set up in the back as well. The health team is prepared to provide any further updates, and they're ready to answer any questions on any ongoing health portfolio issues. So that's the health update. Miigwetch.
Yeah. And I see JP just walked back in the room here, so he can come up and give the update on social. It's in the binder. There's no decisions or or resolutions required there, but his report is in the binder. So. All right. So I guess any questions? Anybody have any questions for us? If not, I think are we the last group? All right, Miigwetch. Miigwetch for everybody staying, and Miigwetch to the staff for all the work that they do throughout the year. You know, we really depend on our staff, and they always do good work for us. So Miigwetch to the staff.
All right, let's also give a hand to the chiefs that are and proxies that have also remained. So Miigwetch. We only have one other business that we will be carrying over for tomorrow, and that's the nuclear waste. So please study, read, review, and that'll be the first order of business tomorrow. I know we're in National Assembly, so we're continuing, and we'll have our drum close for today, and see you all here tomorrow at 9.
I'll see you tomorrow.
That would be